Wonderwool, right?
problems.
Oh,
Please,
Yeah,
please
so
don't.
if you collect
Oh,
all
dude.
the Wonderwool in a level, you'll actually unlock different skins for the Yoshi. So you can have Yoshis look however you want.
no,
Different
no.
colors and
Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
don't worry about the different
Everything's
Yoshis right
fine.
now. You just survive.
Oh,
Everything's
oh,
fine.
this was not the right time to rescue
No,
me.
no. See, you can't both die otherwise.
Everything's fine.
I need you to-
Everything's
okay.
fine.
I need you to hit my flying egg when it's safe.
All right.
Okay.
I don't know when it's
Oh,
safe,
no,
but
no,
if
no.
everything's moving. Everything's
No,
moving.
no.
Don't be
Oh,
a
dude.
hero.
No puede
All right, let me see if I can hit you and you got a platform coming up.
Come on, come on, come on,
Alright.
quickly, quickly.
Oh,
No, we
there's
gotta-
not.
A
No,
treat.
it's okay. Don't
Got
worry
it?
about it.
And you can see that that's a perfect
Oh.
example. Like there's a
Probably
treat.
nothing.
There's a treat to the left there, and to get it, we'd have to start over, which
It's
we don't have
probably
time
nothing.
for. But they put all
right?
those collectibles and everything, so.
Yeah, you have to really be on your game if you want to get.
Well, I
all
think
the
we did it.
collectibles
I
in
think
the
we have
level.
to wait and
I
see
think
if
we did it.
somebody on the floor
Let's,
managed to
All right,
get
we
that.
made
Oh, wait,
it.
come here.
We made it.
You made it. Wait.
Big
Stop, stop,
finish.
stop.
Big finish.
Ready?
Oh,
There you
do
go.
it.
And a 1, and a 2, and a 3.
Yay! You survived.
All right, we did it.
Survived the spooky.
Yeah.
So that was fun. I
spooky
think hopefully that
level.
gave people a little taste of something new. And
Alright.
we have
Alright.
we have a little
Yeah, we
have
got a
little-
surprise.
we have a little more
stop now.
time before the big event, so why not a
So-
special message?
Yeah, we have a special message that I think will make some people very happy. So
Me?
yes, all of us.
Make me really
Let them
happy.
discover it for
Yes,
themselves.
from one of our developers, we should
Yeah,
say.
so have a look.
Please watch. It's awesome.
海外の皆さん、糸井重里です。今日は、ちょっと嬉しいお知らせがあります。今までずっとそのアースバウンドより先にできていながら発売されていなかった、作品なんですけれども、それが、今度、アメリカでもヨーロッパでもアースバウンドビギニングスという名前で、発売されます。Wii U バーチャルコンソールソフトとして発売されることになりました。20年前の6月5日に SNES 版のアースバウンドが発売されて、なんともう20年も経ってるということですね。その日を記念して出ます。奇妙で面白くて優しくて、やめられなくて思い出に残って20年経ってもファンが集まってはその話をできるゲームです。最初に作ったのは、今度出るアースバンドビギニングです。で、それで僕のゲームを作るっていう仕事のデビューです。で、それがとてもみんなに喜ばれたんで、だったらもっと面白いのを作ってやるって言って作ったのが、アースバウンドです。もうとても個人的な感情なんですけれども、自分がいろんなタイプの仕事をしてきたんですけれども、マザーを作った、アースバウンドっていう作品を作ったっていうことが、なんか自分の人生にとても、僕が影響を与えたというよりは、作って皆さんがやっててくれたことが僕に影響を与えてくれた。僕がみんながプレイをしてくれたことで自分の人生を変えられたっていう気がしてます。ひょっとしたら僕は世の中からいなくなってもまだ誰かはマザーのシリーズをやってると思うと、なんだかちょっと気持ち悪くてとてもなんかちょっと嬉しいです。ポエーン。
another creation. That was cool.
So this was a really, really hard secret to keep. I'm really glad that we can actually talk about this now.
That's so awesome. And that release date was today.
Yeah, it's
Today.
today.
You don't
at
have to
6,
wait
this is
any
gonna be
longer.
available.
Yes.
You can go out and get it.
And this game has never had an official North American release. It came out in 1989 for the Famicom with Mother. And anybody who's played Earthbound is going to adore this game. I honestly think everybody is
It's such a
going to
good,
adore
it's
this
a little,
game, but
little,
it's so
little
cool.
tasty little bite for people to maybe savor right before. I mean, we are now mere minutes from the Nintendo World Championship. If you're watching us, do not go anywhere.
Yeah,
Like,
it's starting now.
Starting in like 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
It's been 25 years.
Hopefully you've
and it's
stacked food
time.
all around you and you have water and you're ready to go,
It's
because people are about to
time.
fight like literally in minutes are gonna fight. We're gonna kick this thing off.
Now's the time to freak out.
There's gonna have to
If
be
there's
Nintendo
ever a
World
time in
Champion.
your life, now is the time
There is going to
freak
be a
out.
Nintendo World Championship crowned in.
There's going to be a champion. A new Nintendo
Ah,
champion.
so
I know.
excited.
I'm going to stop blowing your mind.
I kind of want to get out of
Yeah.
here so I can go find a seat and watch.
I know.
So we
Yeah.
need to get this
is-
started.
Let's
Maybe-
get it started.
Yes.
It's time. Enjoy the show, folks.
See you later.
Bye guys.
Oh, what the thing?
Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, in-house and around the world, welcome to the Nintendo World Championships. Now, please give a warm welcome to our host for the evening, Kevin Pereira.
Oh, hello there, everyone. How is you? How's it going? Good evening, everybody. Good to see you. I like that they made you count from 1,000. That was exciting. Man, I should have been descended or catapulted on this thing, but instead a casual stroll. I'd like to welcome you all to the Nintendo World Championships. You all made it! So good to see all of you. Some cosplaying, some just dressed the way you usually would be, but calling it cosplay, that's cool too. For everyone in attendance, as well as everyone that is streaming us live across the globe, this will be an epic evening packed with excitement, packed with incredible surprises and world-class competition. This is the turducken of happenings, my friends. This afternoon will also be packed with gentlemen like myself hanging their heads in shame as children half their age crush them in video game after video game. It's really exciting to be me. These are people who are but a glimmery pixel in their grandparents' eyes at the first Nintendo World Championships. And speaking of which, we actually have two special guests of honor here with us. The winners from the first Nintendo World Championships. Please give a round of applause for Thor Ackerland and Jeff Hansen, everybody. They're right here. Form an orderly line. Get everything autographed. Tops and tails. Thank you guys for being here. It's good to see you. Anybody remember the first World Championships? Anyone out there? Was anybody there? I was 7 years old when those took place. It was 25 years ago, 1990. And the world does seem wildly different now. There's hashtags and global warming, but not everything has changed. I still love gaming. I still think Nintendo releases the best titles. And to be quite honest, I still fall asleep every night on my Super Mario bed sheets. So consistency is key. And those things are made of rubber. They have really stood the test of time. So thank you, Nintendo. But as much as I would love tonight to be about me and only me, I was told several times it is not. This is about our 16 competitors and their journey to be crowned the Nintendo World Champion! Yeah! I can't do this alone. You all know that. I know that. So please join me in welcoming Eric Peterson from the Nintendo Treehouse to explain today's tournament. Eric.
Hey, everybody. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Now, listen, up until this point, we've been pretty secretive about how this tournament is going to work. So right now, I'm going to explain exactly how it's all going to go down tonight. At this point, these players have no idea what games they will be playing in each stage of this double elimination tournament.
So tell them, what are these games?
All right, we're going to break it down. We're going to break it down, but I'm not going to say the games yet because they're going to keep going as we go through. And as we go through, we're going to start this thing off with 16 players. 8 of these players earn the right to be here by winning qualifiers at Best Buy stores. The other 8 were handpicked by us to show their stuff and compete for the title. And it all starts off in stage 1. As you can see here, our 16 players will play our first game. Out of those 16, only 12 will advance, while 4 will be sent to the underground. That is a place you do not want to be.
Yeah, that's not a good thing. The underground is a nasty place filled with wood paneling and tears and rust stains.
It's kind of like your basement, I guess.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, it's kind of
where I came from.
Kind of humid and musty because that is a place where you are one loss away from getting sent home. Next up is stage 1 elimination. Those 4 players face off, and only one will advance to the next elimination round. But that person isn't safe because they're still stuck in the underground. Then we move to stage 2 with 12 players. Out of those 12, 8 will advance, and 4 will be sent down the pipe to the underground, where they will meet the survivor of stage 1 elimination. Out of those 5, only 1 player emerges to advance to the next elimination round. Now for stage 3. 8 players left. This is where it gets brutal because only 3 players will move on, and the remaining 5 players will get sent underground, and they will meet the survivor. Only 1 player will earn redemption, leave the underground, where they will meet the remaining players to battle in stage 4. At this point, it's pretty simple.
Sure.
2 players will advance out of stage 4 to battle in the final stage, where they will compete for glory and the title of Nintendo World Champion 2015. Yes. Thanks, everybody. And to all those players waiting backstage, good luck.
Eric, thank you so much. You guys get all that? Everybody got their flow charts all diagrammed? There's going to be a test. This is going to be painless. We have a bunch of great games to play. How about some games you guys have never even heard of before? Do you want some new exclusives? We've got it all. It's an epic evening. And again, I have the greatest backup a person could ask for. Let's bring out the people who are calling the action tonight. DJ Wheat and Justin Flynn. Now, Justin knows more about Pokemon than I know about anything in the world, actually. He's also got a sweet pizza pocket. I love it. DJ Wheat has been calling games forever, actually. A lot of stuff. Guys, what does tonight mean to the two of you? No, you can just scream it. Just scream it to the back. It's awesome. That's us. Here you go. Here you go. Go ahead. Right into my bosom. Right into my sweet bosom.
Kevin, I just want to take this moment to say I've been waiting for this for a long time. Only the Nintendo World Championships, but this embrace right here.
Yes.
I'm excited. I've been playing. I got my first Nintendo when I was 8 years old, and here we are 25 years later after they crowned the last one. I am extremely excited.
Love it. Love it. Thank you. And we are legally married now. Justin, is your mic working, or do I need to?
No, I don't. Okay.
Oh. Power buttons. Don't forget those, and wrist straps, guys. Safety
those are
first.
things in the world. Hey, wow,
we did
look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Boom. I mean, you'll get your embrace, I promise. I promise. But Justin, tell us about tonight, man.
Same as Wheat, man. It's 25 years. I've been waiting. 1990, had my first console ever, and I couldn't believe it. And I've been waiting so long, and we're here, and I'm just stoked to be here with all these Nintendo fans in the house. Dude, this is epic.
Appreciate it, guys. Look, I heard the chatter in the hallways. We have some very excited, some very nervous gamers. Are you guys ready to meet them? Well, then here we go. Here are your 16 finalists, starting with number 1, John Numbers Goldberg. I like that Luigi Lee. Hey, buddy. Next up, Jordan Jackson Blackson DeMarco. Howdy, sir. Welcome. Next up, we've got William Packy Hondo. It's a war cry. How about Timothy Timsy88 Hansen? Next up, we have Essentia. Keep it going for Sinister One. Next up, Trihex. Intimidated me. How about Cosmo, everyone? Gentlemanly. Let's hear it for Chris, BSG 4000, Bidwell. And how about Mick, Mad Mage Synotis? How about Mike, Mr. Blarney Yee? And Fernando Fernsig 01, there's only one, Terracuso. And you guys know Jovenshire from Smosh Games? Or how about Aaron from Game Grumps? I need clarification. This is Aaron from Game Grumps. How about the Mexican runner? Yes, indeed. And last but certainly not least, Bananas. Here are your 16 competitors. Let's hear it for them one more time. Are you guys psyched? Are you ready? You're ready. You can't be ready. You don't even know what game you're playing yet. That is a lie. Oh, I guess you could cheat. That is true. You do know what you're playing. I'm the liar. All right, you 8, please have a sit over there and wait. We're going to play this one in 2 rounds. I'm not going to tell you what we're playing just yet. You guys go ahead and head behind the consoles here. Do you want to know what their first game is? Yeah, go ahead and head behind the consoles. When you get into position, we will reveal it. We have many, many games tonight, many surprises. We even have some special guests coming out. We have some old scores to settle. There's a whole lot happening on this stage. But now that they're in position here, ladies and gentlemen, it is the first game of the Nintendo World Championships 2015.
Stage 1. The first stage of the competition is an all-out turf war. In each match, the team that covers the most turf with ink will be declared the winner by the one, the only judge. May the worthiest Squid Squad win.
All right, well, you heard it. The first game is Splatoon. DJ Weed, I cannot wait. I have not put this thing down, man.
You know what? That's pretty common in a lot of our households, including my own, where we get to bring out our first special guest today because this guy hasn't turned Splatoon off on our television since the day it came out. So let me introduce my 9-year-old son. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Mini Wheat.
Hey, buddy.
Mini, what's up? What's up?
Oh, nothing.
Are you excited for this?
Yes, I love Splatoon.
Listen, before we get started, this guy would constantly remind me when Splatoon was announced that it was ink and not paint. So just be careful with your terminology on here. We're playing Turf War, and that means that, of course, you cover the most of the map with your ink versus your opponent's ink. And the way it's going to break down is that the teams are broken into 4 teams of 4. They'll be playing best of 3, so you have to win 2 out of 3 games. If you win, it's really easy. You advance on to stage 2. But if you lose, then you're going to have to face off versus the other losing team, and that's when you may go down into the underground.
Yeah, you don't want to be there. Underground, that bad time. Bad time in the underground.
No, you don't. And Walleye is where we're going to be kicking off our first map. Both of the matches are going to be playing this, and we talked a little bit about this, but the players only have 4 weapons, the default weapons, to choose from, And before the game begins, of course, they had an opportunity to get together and discuss as a team what exactly they were going to do.
Guys, I'm being told that they're ready to get the first round underway, so we'll see.
Are you ready?
I'm
Should we kick them off?
You guys ready for
Let's
Splatoon?
do it. And we're going to be hopping right into the action, ladies and gentlemen. As we mentioned before, what do you got to do, Mini Wheat, in Turf War?
You got to cover more of your color ink
Yes.
of the map.
You've got to have a higher percentage. So here we have our first team is going to be the blue. The second team is going to be orange. And let's talk a little bit out here. Right off of the gate, there's a couple things you need to know. If you haven't played Splatoon, first off, shame on you. But second off, you're going to learn a little bit about it here, because not only are you trying to cover the map with ink, but then you can travel in the ink, which not only refills your reserves, but also gives you this sort of little sneak attack that you can do.
It looks like it's heating up, DJ Wheat. They finally met in the center here. This is a very narrow stage, so both teams find each other really fast.
This stage is very small, so sneak attacking people is your best chance.
It is the best chance because you want to get on top.
There it is.
Oh, a big action here in the middle. Orange is doing a great job clearing out, and they not only had everyone in the middle, but they also got a couple of disables there, and that means the entire orange team is up right now. You see that danger up there for the blue team, and that is never good. That means that the other team has a considerable lead over you.
Now we see some interesting weapon choices here. We got both teams like kind of diversifying it there. We got some rollers, we got some Splattershot Juniors in there.
I think it's crystal, splatter shots, and rollers.
Yep. And the fight over the middle continues right now. There's 1 minute and 43 seconds left. These games are 3 minutes, and we have another ink bomb going off in the middle. They're trying to regain that center area because really that's the area you have to control. There's more space than any other space in this map to try to cover with ink.
Yeah, you don't want to waste your time trying to cover their base. They're just going to get that quick as soon as they respond. Get ink, though, am I right?
Yeah, this is a good time for the blue to come back. Right now, there are only 2 members of orange up. They're going to cover their main area and try to get back into the action. What do you think about the roller, Mini?
Roller's pretty good if you aren't going for the points.
Yep, just trying to get as much of that map as you possibly can. Blue has started to come back, though, and although this looked like it might be orange game, they are starting to sort of bring this around, Justin.
Yeah, it's getting pretty balanced here. We can see the Wii U pad screen there, and you get a good look. Oh my gosh, double ink.
Ooh, that got hurt.
That had to hurt. I agree. Right now, this is going to be crucial time because there's only 36 seconds remaining. And if you get eliminated out of this one, then it's going to be hard to get back to this main area. And it looks pretty even right now. I mean, just looking at the map, maybe the blue team has a little bit more. But remember, these are best of 3, so you have to win 2 games in order to advance on to stage 2. There we see
Definitely.
Ink refill
Even
there.
if you don't make it this one, you can take something away from it and turn it around.
A bomb to try to recover a little bit more, and here we go, the final seconds of the game. Orange looks to be in the lead. They might be able to cover some area. 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are going to get the official word here.
Incredibly
from
close.
the judges.
Yes, we need the word from backstage to be clear, but it looks like the orange team has taken that round.
Nice.
Congratulations, orange team. That they had the early lead.
Snaps for the orange team. Snaps for the orange team.
But brought it back. Definitely, they evened it up. But at the end there, the orange team definitely got in that center area, a few additional bombs down, and they were good to go.
That was a really tight match.
It was a really tight match. Do you think the next one is going to be as close?
Probably. It could be anything. It could be 0.1% close.
It could be. And those games have happened in Splatoon before because I've seen you do it.
All right, it looks like they're off into round 2 already.
3 minutes is back on the clock. Yep. Once again, we have the blue team who they need a win here, guys. If they lose this, then they're going to have to sit on the sidelines for a moment and face off against the losing team from the next matchup. What do you think? It looks like Orange got off to a pretty early lead there.
Yeah, we're seeing some quick disables here. Looks like they're just gunning for each other. Now we see a shield, though. Nice.
Trying to pop it up. There's a lot of work in the middle. Go ahead.
So Ooh, shield.
Oh, the roller!
Ooh, that got hurt.
All right, so the roller did get a kill right there, and now it looks like the blue team is in danger again. This exact same thing happened in the first matchup where there was around 2 minutes.
They
the
could
blue
come
team
back.
all got splatted, and then they had to try to bring it back. So they've got to recover their own area by their base before they can really work forward. The orange team has pretty solid dominance here.
Yep.
Minnie, you think you could give them the win? You think you'd take the win? Minnie's the king.
All right, right now, again, the blue team gets splatted. Again, the entire orange team is up. And although we never call games too early, but the orange team really looks like they've got it together as a team.
Yeah, they're really
Blue
controlling.
could come back.
Oh, there we go. All 3 members of the orange team are down. They've
Triple
been
splat
splatted.
there.
If Blue has a chance, this is it right here.
I agree. With 1 minute and 21 seconds on the clock, it's going to be tough. Now, it looks like they've got orange team has 2 rollers and 2 splatter shots.
That looks pretty good.
2 splatter shot juniors. Yeah, and you were talking about that strategy earlier today, and
Except
it
I
seems to be the strategy
mentioned
that looks good.
splatter shots, not splatter shot juniors. Ooh, you need to look out for those bombs.
Exactly. It looks like our players got a special here. Just waiting to use that shield. There it goes up.
You are now invincible.
Won't be taking any damage from the orange team there. Nice.
He tries to get out of there a little bit. Orange team has a lot of coverage here in the center area. All of the blue team is now just respawning after those splats, and this is going to be really tough, but the blue team certainly gave it their best effort. The nice thing is that even if you lose that first best of 3,
You
you've
still
still
could.
got a second chance.
Yep.
All right,
Less than 30
27
Just
seconds.
stand around.
Here we go. The blue team, can they bring it back? The danger usually indicates about at least a 10% discrepancy in how much ink. Big old jump into the center.
Ooh, that's the downside to super jumps.
You're vulnerable after the super jump.
Yep, because when the enemy team 2, 1.
Oh, they're counting down.
There it is. I think
Very close, very close.
This is a tight match. Wow.
Incredibly close.
I can't
Orange
tell,
gets the
I can't
game
tell.
again. That is Trihex, Essentia, Packy, and John Numbers. They are safe. They will be moving on to stage 2, and we will see the Mexican runner, Joven Shire, Mr. Blarney, and BSG 4000 in just a moment as they fight to stay out of the underground. How about a round of applause for our first 2 teams, everybody? So incredibly close. It almost looked like the matches were a carbon copy of each other, the way they both started off blue, coming down right away, and then fighting back to the last few seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Orange, both teams played great. Orange, I feel like whatever little teammate conversation they had before, that helped out. They seemed to really be in tune with one another, and they earned themselves advancement into stage 2. There you see Dryhex, Essentia, Packy, and John Numbers, and that's got to feel good to finally get to that first stage and know you can just sit back and relax and wait to find out what that second game is.
Yeah, and also watch some people struggle through the underground.
Yeah. And I
All right,
can't wait for that.
teams, if you could, go ahead and stand off to the side. We're going to load in our next 2 teams. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. And we're going to do some replays. Actually, we're going to take a look at some of the action from the first 2 rounds of Splatoon.
So here's the Orange team, of course, the winners from that last matchup. They had a couple of really, really good power plays during this particular matchup. And that would be, of course, when you splat the other team, you have that moment of opportunity where you have more inklings on the map than your opponent does. And that means you get to spread a lot more ink and get some of those guys. The roll.
Oh, the roll to graphic. So close. All right, we got our next 2 teams up. We've got Cosmo Sinister 1, Timsy88, and Jackson Blackson ready over here. I believe these guys are going to be the orange team. And then on the blue team, we're going to have Bananas, Aaron, Fernsig01, and Mad Mage. This will be the next round. Again, it's going to be best of 3. And what lessons could they have learned from the first few rounds here? Anything about weapon selection or map control?
Really, I wonder if it's just like understanding as a team, right? This ultimately is an individual competition. There will be only one Nintendo World Champion, but to get there, you've got to work as a team, obviously, as we've seen here. So I think aside, say, what can we do together? You know, are you good at roller? Okay, you do that. Are you good at this? Hey, if you've never played, here's maybe you could stay back.
Right.
Figuring that out, I think
paint
is just
the base.
key.
7 layers of ink. Just go ahead and sit in the base.
Make it your color.
All right, I'm getting the thumbs up. It looks like we're ready for the next round of gameplay. So here we go.
All right, we got 2 new teams up here. We reset, so it's a best of 3. The team has to win 2 games to move on to stage 2, and then we'll have 1 more turf war to find out who goes to the underground. Any predictions here, Minnie? I know a lot of these players we haven't actually seen play Splatoon before. Any thoughts? You got it. You going for the orange team again, or are you going to root for the blue team?
I actually don't know who I'd be.
All right, I'll ask you in a second then. We'll see how they play. First off, initially, right off the bat, everyone kind of goes out. Really, you want to cover your own base, your own area. You don't want anyone to sneak back there and recover it up, but you have to get this part done so you can make it to that middle, because that's where most of that ink battle is going to be taking place.
And you better watch out for those rollers, because you need to react fast
You
when
do.
you see one.
Well, it looks like Orange taking control of the middle. They're getting on top of the boxes. Great strat there. Able to see a little bit more of the stage.
And obviously, with the mechanics of Splatoon, the ability to paint or ink the wall and then to travel through the ink, that allows you to get that aerial advantage, which is really important in this game. It can be really hard to identify when there's inklings up top and then what to do about them. So,
the roller chase down.
Especially,
Sorry about that.
especially those on those new maps.
Yep, you're absolutely right. It looks like Orange once again. Maybe that's the color to have today here at the Nintendo World Championships, but they're doing a great job. There was a double splat by
There's
the Orange
ink everywhere.
team. Only 1 blue member remaining. That blue member actually keeping it down though, but look at the map in the lower corner. You really notice that there's definitely a bit more orange on that than there is blue.
I would agree with you there. And it looks like we see some players jumping to their teammates there. That's an awesome mechanic in the game.
Yes, but it has many downsides.
What's that? Like, what's the downside?
A downside is like it has that little circle. So if one of the other teams
Knows that you're jumping there,
Yep.
then they can be ready for you,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
so they could just sit right there and spawn camp.
Exactly, Minui, exactly.
And that now also who brings up something else.
Well, hold on. There's 1 minute left, and let's look at this map again, because the blue team is kind of starting to bring it back. They've got some good splats. I noticed they had some really good ninja splats too, where they were hiding in the ink. They let the orange team come up, and then they just splatted the orange team. And now the blue team, look at this, they're moving forward. Orange did manage to get one in the back, and they're starting to reclaim some of that territory with ink, but this is the closest one we've had so far.
Blue team just going straight ham with those shields. Oh,
A big splat roller
a
splat.
big splat
there.
from the splat roller splat.
I think this one is tough to call. Blue looks like they're really bringing it back. Orange now right off of the spawn. They're trying to bring it back. That roller just did a lot of work there for the orange team. And here we go, the countdown. Who is going to be the winner of our first match?
Take it to the crowd.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That is it. That is time.
Yay!
Our
Oh
second
my
round of
gosh.
game. Wow, very close
Blue?
once again.
Oh my god!
Wow.
Oh my god! So close!
Wow, at the
close.
last second, Blue wins. Again,
It
that's
was
Cosmo
almost
Sinister
the
1,
dome.
Tim Z88, and Jackson Blackson. They pick up round 1. But again, it is best of 3. So we're going to see one more match to
Or
decide
maybe
who's
2.
moving on to stage 2. Maybe 2. We're
Maybe
gonna see.
2. The blue team wants it to be 2 more matches.
That was incredibly close. But that orange
one more
roller,
match?
man.
The orange roller was doing some work, not only a lot of splats there, but really focusing on the beginning. And you know what? The orange team can't be discouraged at all, right? That was such a close match.
Yeah.
They could definitely pull out a win.
They're getting right into it, man. No talking, no discussion. They already know what they want to do.
Like, same strategy, really, they had some good plays. Here we see a really nice quick screen. Look at that.
Woo! Yeah!
I like
Loving the
that
split
too.
screen here.
And we got one roller in the top left, then we have a splatter shot down there in the the top right. And then down below, we see 2 splatter shots from the blue team. But the
You
last
better-
one was so close. So I'm excited to see if this one is equally as close.
You better cover a lot of those empty spots.
There's quite a few holes there that Ink is in there.
Yeah.
Moving on through, the other thing I did was I was really impressed with the blue team is they were doing those ninja splats where they were hiding in the ink and then they would wait. And, it can be hard to see that, especially if a player isn't moving. So always got to keep your eye out for that. But
Or even hiding, letting your enemy pass over you, then pop up and mopping up the area.
we saw the roller do that. Yeah,
absolutely.
It was very nice. All right.
But whenever
Oh, and a roller comes up.
Yeah, I mean, again, it looks like pretty much another close matchup. Blue has their side pretty much covered. So again, this fight over the middle is very important.
But remember, you can't win to win from the walls.
Right. Good point, Miniweed. You actually don't earn percentage for the paint that gets on the walls. It will let you, of course, travel to different places, like you get higher on the map. But the percentage only counts when it's on the ground, right?
Yes, or on ramps.
Or on the ramp. All right. So I mean, blue team. They seem to be covering up a lot of this orange here in the middle. Orange roller coming up off the spawn. Here we see orange roller in the top right, but now the blue with control in the center here.
I'm seeing a lot of good usage of specials from the blue team. Their shields, we see Killer Whale coming out. Can't hide from the ink roller, right?
You can't. And again, popping out, it's least expected. That blue member sent back to the spawn, going to have to bring it all the way back. And as Miniweed mentioned, sometimes it's not always good to use that super jump to get back to the action because your players can know, or your enemies can know where you're at. So a lot of balloons going out there trying to get a ton of ink coverage. Look at this orange player tearing it up here in the final seconds of this match.
Yeah, making some big plays there, sending some of the blue team back to their base. And there they can see that they're going to land right there, so he's aiming the shot right at him.
Yep.
It's exactly what you had mentioned earlier. It can get you in the action so much faster, but they will know exactly where you're going to be. And is the orange team pulling it back? The blue trying to bring a lot of paint coming through here, right through the center. 11 seconds left on the clock. Every little splatter of ink counts.
7, 6, 5, 4,
Oh, no.
3.
I'm looking at this mini-map, guys.
Oh, I think it might go. I think game 3.
I think we might
Game
be seeing a game
3.
3. Let's wait for the official total right here.
Oh, they're going to keep it from us.
And orange takes it. We're going to a third round.
We're going
everybody.
to game 3.
We are going to a game 3.
Wow, the back and forth is insane on this.
Orange
It
did
is.
really good.
It is. And you,
So
and-
much the other team.
yeah, and you have to, since you have a 3-minute match, and of course, and a lot can happen in 3 minutes, even when you're behind a little bit, you just have to kind of keep at it and keep going. And it looks like we're hopping right into game 3. So blue team won game number 1. Orange team brought it back. Both games incredibly close. Miniweed, based off of what you've seen, what do you think? Blue or orange?
Oh, you're asking them the tough questions,
That's a tough
DJ
one,
Wheat.
I know.
You got to crunch the numbers. Got to go to the cloud for this one.
Well, let's see.
All right, let's see. I like that answer. I'm fine too. I'm not going to commit to either.
It's too close to call, man. Both teams are playing really well here.
I think that the orange rollers in particular not only have those two members of the team. Still
Got
got
him.
the hit.
Got
still
him.
got the hit. But not only have they done a great job of course, covering the map in ink, but also they have got a lot of kills.
Oh,
There's
that got hurt.
Double splat.
a double.
That happens a lot in this game.
You never want to go roller to roller. You're going to have a bad time.
Yeah. It will roller to roller depends on who acts first.
Right, exactly. And now let's take a look here because the scoreboard does tell us that the orange team has at least a lead based off of this danger that we see up in the corner. They are spreading a lot of ink, and it looks like that what orange has decided to do is they have decided to say, listen, let's never be alone. It seems like there's always two oranges on the screen, and orange has made it all
you
the
get
way
stuck
up to
in
the
the
blue
ink.
base.
Wow. Ooh, stuck in the blue ink.
Oh, that's tough when you are just pushed all the way up to your spawn point. But the danger's gone.
And
We start to bring
this-
it back.
Oh, there it
And
is.
the good strategy for this game is to ambush the other team.
I
Very
think
true,
that's
Minnie.
how blue is starting to regain. I mean, they did have orange coming all the way up, so that's
Yeah.
when doing the super jump is actually a great idea because then you
Yes.
can get behind your opponent.
Especially when you have one of your teammates guarding you.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
That's
The
the
buddy
good
system
thing.
is always a good system, Minnie. Blue with another hit there, a splat on the roller, and right now Blue actually if they can get that roller, they've got almost all the Inklings from the orange team down.
Oh,
Triple splat! Triple
Oh my
splat!
god!
Blue Inkling is doing a ton of damage to the orange team, and suddenly a huge turnaround. He's going to get down and refill on some ink, but can Blue just keep it locked in right here?
That could be the game changer there, DJ Wheat.
It could be. Orange is still, they're trying to get off their spawn. It looks like they have gotten up. Orange roller and the
Those
top one is
rollers,
starting
man.
to go off. They're just trying to take out these two, now 3 blues who are causing them a lot of problems. And all the blues managed to stay alive through that. It's huge assault.
Wow!
Here we go. Orange is in the
10,
danger.
9, 8, 7, 6,
5,
5,
4, 3,
2, 1. Game!
Tides turn quickly
Oh
in
my God.
Splatoon.
Oh.
It's a messy arena. Let's see it. Wow!
Takes it.
51.3%. Congrats to the blue team. That is Cosmo, Sinister1, Timzy88, and Jackson Blackson. They are moving on safely to stage 2. Congrats to them. And that means it is time to decide who is going down to the underground, my friends.
I don't know if you guys caught that, but player 6 had like 1,600 points.
Yeah, was doing a lot of work in that
Yeah.
matchup. And that was great. I mean, frankly, if every Splatoon match was like that, I could watch pretty much all
Yeah,
day long.
those
Back
were
and
amazing.
forth. And let's remind it, we have now 8 players that are moving forward. And here we've got replays. But we now get to see the 2 losing teams stay alive in a Splatoon match to move on to stage 2 or head to the underground.
And
So
player
we're loading them in.
6.
Hold on one sec.
We're loading them in for this match, just so
Okay.
you know your teams. We've got the Mexican runner, Joven Shire, Mr. Blarney, and BSG 4000, squaring off against Bananas, Aaron, Fernsig01, and Mad Mage. And as you can see on the graphic, this is going to determine who's going to go down to the underground, and that will be the first unfortunate elimination of the tournament. So these teams do not want to be there. Winning this it's paramount. This is going to guarantee them access to stage 2 and keep them out of that underground elimination.
This is where teamwork is really important in this competition. These teams now they've gotten a chance to watch the other team too.
Had a little bit of time to even talk maybe backstage.
Right? What can we do differently? And that's as gamers, we always evaluate our play.
Yeah.
What did I do wrong? What could I do better? And hopefully both teams went back and they had that discussion, and now they're going to be going right back into it. So.
Yeah, it's time for another turf war, I think.
It is.
We're getting to it. In the meantime, I have to point out it's hilarious and startling to see people in orange squid hats heckle people on stage. Thank you for that. That is, your magic is real. I believe in you. All right, I'm getting a thumbs up. I think that means either someone's just really excited on stage or we're ready for a game.
Well,
they're getting into it, so let's do it. Bananas, Aaron, Fernsig01, and Mad Mage versus the Mexican runner, Joven Shire, Mr. Blarney, and BSG 4000. I think I understood half those words I said. Let's get to round 1 of Splatoon. Here we go.
And as you've already noticed, we are switching maps for this one. We are now on Salt Spray Rig, and Minnie, you and I had a discussion about this particular map because you said that there is a really good strat, and that is that you need to spread out. So what did you say to do? Send 2 people?
2 people to one side, 2 people to the other.
So you basically want to maximize the 2 areas that have the most map to cover in ink. And by doing that, you split your team into 2 teams of 2, basically. And that's how you're going to get some of the best
Oh, and
coverage.
we're already
But this
seeing
one is
some people face off right now. Oh, gets caught. Yeah, Salisbury is way different than Walleye Warehouse. You got to completely change your game for this
Salt
map.
Spray is huge.
Yeah, and for that reason, you really have to think like it is even more of a teammate map where you can see like the blue team, their strat looks to be let's just spread out all 4 players and go after these 4 sort of quadrants of the map. But look at the mini map down below. Look at that yellow coverage. It is really, really heavy.
Neon green.
Neon green.
It's ink, Dad.
Neon green ink, yes. Very specific color. All right, well, neon green.
Yeah, and they
are doing a great job.
They're fine. They're getting to the back now of the map, and this is a huge section here to get coverage on.
I have a trick question for all of you.
Okay.
Are you a squid or are you a kid?
Good job, Mini Wheat. Nice one. I'm both. How about you? Are you both too? Yeah. All right, let's go back to the action. We got 1 minute and 18 seconds left on the clock. Remember, this is still a best 2 out of 3, but the loser of the match, they'll go down to the elimination. The winners will move on. This looks to be a lot more even, though. I mean, in terms of players knowing what they want to do and what the teams
he's
are
stuck
doing.
in the ink.
Dangerous down there.
I do want to say that I am seeing a lot of fresh gear out there. We're seeing some sick hats and some nice headbands.
Yep. Always got to be looking good. While
You got to keep it fresh for Splatoon.
50 seconds now on the clock. Hard to say by the map. There were definitely some moments where it looked like Neon Green was in the lead, but Blue looks like they might have just a smidge more ink. And now look at those ink balloons going out and causing a ton of coverage here on this little landing area of the rig.
Yeah,
And this was really hard because you can't change your weapon.
Right. That's a good point. So if maybe your team thinks, well, we could have possibly done better with this weapon configuration, you do keep it from every round to every round.
Oh,
So that was a
and
good call.
Salt Spray, one of the only stages with hazards where you can actually fall off.
Right. Here we go. The countdown of this game.
6,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Game.
Hard to tell. Such an expansive map. Oh, wait. I mean, there it is.
Green, I think. Neon green.
Yeah.
Neon green. Wow. 54 points.
By a landslide. Neon Green takes it. Blue goes down, but we will see another round of gameplay. For those wondering, Neon Green is again Bananas, Aaron, Fernsig01, and Mad Mage. They just took that round, but as you've alluded to, it's best 2 out of 3, so we're going to see yet another match.
You know, in video game competition, there's nothing I love more than a match that goes 3 games. So I will welcome a third game if that actually happens. But I've got to do it. Blue, I'm just gonna bring it back here.
Well, we're wasting no time, right back into it. We'll see if Blue modifies their tactics. As you said, they all spread out early on. They all went to kind of cover their own territories, and maybe that left them a little too vulnerable.
It might have. I mean, Neon Green is definitely, I mean, they were doing some spreading out too, but then we have to remember that, you know, every time you get splat, you have to go all the way back to the spawn point. So maybe they were really paying attention to where there were areas where there were no Blue members, and then they got free coverage. They also, Blue team also doing a lot of like aerial inking, right? So they're getting as high up as they can and just sending it down everywhere.
Yeah, this is a stage for you.
You better snipe those Blue team members.
Oh, another stage hazard.
To
Yeah, because if they have that aerial advantage, then
Yeah.
they could get a lot of coverage down. But what were you going to say, Justin?
If I had $1 for every time I jumped off a stage, I'd have $17.
Yeah. This is the one, say it can happen. You know, you're so focused on just covering the map, and then you just walk. it does happen to the best of us. Well, 1 minute has gone by. Still a bit hard to say, but we do have Neon Green. Oh, they're flashing that Blue danger up a little bit. So Neon Green, they've got the initial advantage in terms of map coverage.
And it looks like they have a nice weapon composition there. I feel like on this stage, Roller is a clutch call.
Do you also notice Neon Green really focusing on staying on both sides of this area? You know how there's sort of a ramp, and you can then go down to either side. They seem to they have one guy with the splatter shot. And in fact, this individual who's down here in the lower left-hand corner, he'll stay just up there to not only help out his teammates, but also keep on covering that area. And there's another big blast of ink across that section. And Blue looks like they're holding on.
Yeah, they are getting some nice coverage, but we did get a splat there. Nice squish by Splat Roller.
Oh, 1 minute
Splatted
left.
by
This is it, guys. This is to see who goes to the underground. We might be eliminating some players here soon.
I know. Based off the team, remember, you've got to win 2 to advance on to stage 2. But if you do lose the 2 games, then you're going to be the first one in the underground.
Oh, the roller coming down. No, it gets caught.
It does look like Blue is
In danger, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and they've got to bring it back. 34 seconds remaining. Neon Green just try to get their last bit of coverage in, trying to keep that lead as best they can, and they just seem to be doing a great job. Teamwork to me on this map for the Neon Green.
Sneaks up on him.
Didn't get the
those
splat
ink
though.
balloons are really good.
Really powerful.
15 seconds remain. Here we go. I'm looking at the mini map, and
When
Here
you're
it is.
not looking so hot. Blue really needs to
10,
push.
He needs it right now.
8, 7, 6,
5, 4, 3,
2, 1.
And that is game. A very, very important match. This will decide who goes down to the underground and potentially gets eliminated. And Green takes it. That's Bananas, Aaron, Fertzigo 1, and Mad Mage. They are safe. They are moving on to stage 2. Let's hear it for them.
Again, some great play across all of the game.
Can
All
we
right,
just do that round again?
We're going to see Cosmo, Sinister 1, Tim Z 88, and Jackson Blackson back up on the stage. And we're going to take a look at some of the replays as we get our team set again to determine what's going to happen in this underground challenge.
And great job by all the players that played Splatoon here today. Some great stuff. We've seen some, there was definitely some tactics used that says we have some hardcore Splatoon players that were up there playing. But everyone did a great job. Obviously, some good back and forth, and that's always what we like to see.
And it's tough. They were just on teams today, figuring out the strategy, and then you got to go for it.
You got fun, Minnie?
Yep.
All right, you guys can see it. The bracket is up. TMR, Jovenshire, Mr. Blarney, and BSG 4000. If you heard me call your name, please come on out to the stage. It is time for the first round of our underground. And this is where we will be waving goodbye to someone.
Dun, dun, dun.
It's tough. I could see the shock in each team's face as the map changed.
Oh, yeah.
For this new round of gameplay, you can tell they were discussing strategy. Yeah, we know exactly what we're doing until, oh, no, we have to throw it all out the window.
I do have to say, the folks here at Nintendo have thought of everything. They're not going to make it easy for you, that's for sure.
No, not at all. And the games are only going to get more difficult. These guys have no idea what they're about to play. And we're going to get to it very soon. They're about to find out what awaits them in the underground. I also want to thank all of our commentators for coming out, especially you, Minnie Wee. Thank you so much for joining us for Splatoon.
Thank you.
But now, like a night of too much Mexican and eating gravel, it's time for a painful elimination, my friends. I'm sorry. Let's see what's up for these 4 players. Here we go.
Stage 1, elimination. The Legend of Zelda is the original test of courage, power, and wisdom in the face of danger. The fastest player to navigate the first dungeon, slay the Dark Dragon, Aquamentus, and collect the Triforce piece will survive to the next stage of competition. May the way of the hero lead to the Triforce.
Happy to see Zelda up here. Some of these players are not, I can tell you that. I saw these reactions. We've got 4 contestants. Our first underground elimination. 3 will be walking off this stage and out of the competition. 1 will get to hang in there for a chance to be our world champion. And for this underground elimination, we've got some special commentators coming up for the play-by-play in this underground. Andre from Black Nerd Comedy, as well as Ethan and Audrey from Nintendo's Treehouse. Welcome to the stage, everyone.
Woo, good, good. I'm a kid now. I'm a squid now. Let's do this.
You guys just saw our first underground challenge is The Legend of Zelda. Originally released on the NES, our competitors are going to be playing it on the Wii U Virtual Console. Now we have 4 players. They're all going to be playing simultaneously in split screen. And it is a race from the start of the game to the end of the first dungeon. The first player to navigate through the Eagle Dungeon, defeat Aquamentus, and nab the Triforce piece moves on to stage 2 elimination. What does that mean, Ethan?
That means that we've got 4 players coming up. Only 3 here are going to be not progressing. We're going to have 1 going on to the next stage. So we're going to see what's going to happen. Let's go.
And that one player, they've still got a chance at the title.
They do.
So let's
They
see.
can continue through.
Let's do this.
All right, we're going to get to it right now. The game is ready to go. Are you guys ready for this?
Let's do this.
Let's go.
All right, let's get to it in 3, 2, 1, go!
And they are off.
Oh, and we are off.
They all know that it's dangerous to go alone.
The memories come flooding back
no
right
one
away.
wants to be alone.
Everyone said it. It's dangerous to go alone. And there's that iconic
All right,
theme.
so
Here we go.
looks like they've all got
Yep.
the sword. They're
pretty
making
much
their
all
way.
Don't mind those off drafts. Just go. Just go.
They're going strong.
This is a wide open game. So
Yeah.
you've got to know your route.
You gotta know your way right to the first dungeon.
And that's what's interesting
Like
about this,
getting
because there's so
there.
many secrets, but it's all about getting to that Triforce first. So we'll see what happens with decisions they make.
Yeah, it's
Right.
interesting, when people speedrun this game, they usually do the screen scrolling trick to jump straight to level 3.
Yep.
That's not
Yeah.
gonna fly this
No,
time. They
we gotta
have
go
to
level
be
1.
Level 1.
Mr. Blarney and
There we
TMR already in the dungeon.
Yeah, we've got TMR and
We're
Mr.
there.
Blarney in a pretty hot race right now.
Oh, they went out
They're
and
doing
went
the
in.
trick. They're leaving
Look
and
at-
exiting to open up that door so they don't have to get the keys.
I remember that from
It's
back when I was a
smart.
kid.
Stalfos.
I can't
It's
take
the
my eyes off
Legend of
this.
Zelda, and it's really rad. Those creatures from Ganon are pretty bad.
Are you Zelda rapping right
now? Octoroks, Tektites, and Levers too, for which help our hero pulls through. Wiki, wiki. Go, Link.
So we've got all players in level 1.
Yes.
They're making their way through.
Oh, someone did a virtual.
no!
Oh, someone did a virtual
excited.
console.
Okay, it happens. You get excited, it happens.
Resume.
That is the most interesting strategy I've ever seen.
Oh, we have one player go down.
Oh no, Jovenshire gone down, but back
Sometimes you got to
in.
check up on your eShop downloads. I mean,
You do.
take a second.
Got to check
He
out
needed,
progress.
he needed to check his Miiverse. It's okay. It's time.
You know?
So the
Stalfos are
Mexican
going
runner
down.
is moving through. He's picked up the
Oh,
clock
man.
to stop the
Going
Stalfos.
BHG 4000 just passing those keys, just going right through. Don't need time for those
Mr. Barney
gels.
just ignored the map.
They don't need that.
TMR's
Just go
Mr. Barney
straight to the
heels.
end.
Oh man, TMR just got the
They know it.
map in the Eagle level.
Oh, Much
Oh.
damage.
Gone down.
That's hard. You've only got 3 hearts at this point
Get back
in the game.
in there.
So.
Oh no, Mr. Barney already Aquamentus.
Oh,
right at
It is
Aquamentus.
still anybody's
He goes
game.
down.
Someone's
Oh
still anybody's
no.
Oh, PSG. Where did PSG come from?
Hey, get the Triforce! Get the Triforce!
Where did that come from?
BSG 4000 going for the Triforce! BSG 4000 Triforce!
That is it.
That's some good Zelda.
We're getting the virtual console menu once again.
Incredible.
Nice. Nicely done.
Wow.
Guys, I know we're excited for BSG 4000. He grabbed the Triforce. He survives in the underground. But unfortunately, that means we've got to wave goodbye to the Mexican runner, Jovenshire, and Mr. Blarney. Come on, let's hear it for them. They fought valiantly. You guys made it to the stage. Thank you for playing. We've got some seats for you out here. Great showmanship. Thank you, guys. Let's hear it for these
Congrats,
contestants,
everybody.
Nice try. Nice try, guys.
You guys can head on out this way. Great job, man.
It's so hard to say
Good job,
goodbye to Nintendo World Championships.
Let's give him a hand, you guys.
That
Come
was
on.
intense. So, BSG 4000, he retires to the Ottoman of Doom. I guess over there, he's in the underground. He's safe for now. He has a chance to claw his way back into the competition. But now we're moving on to our next game. We got our teams here: Trihex, Cosmo, and Bananas. They'll be on Team Novas. And Essentia, Sinister One, and Aaron, they'll be on Team Stars. But do you have any idea what this game is that we're playing? No, because it's concerning enough to not know what the game is about to be. It's another thing when you have no idea what the game is because you've never seen it before.
Wow.
Here is the next game.
Stage 2. In this futuristic sci-fi sport, players hop into a giant mech and use their blasters to shoot a ball into the opponent's goal. Blast ball! They can't do it alone. Teamwork is everything. Attack together. Defend together. Be the best together. May the finest blast ballers conquer the future.
The next game, we got Blast Ball coming up, and it's the first time that people are going to be playing it, that we're going to see a 3 versus 3 match in it. And did you get the gist?
Space soccer gun.
I mean, basically, you've got 3 players, and you're trying to get a ball into the goal. You've got, obviously, like a little, you're in your mech, so you've got a little blaster to shoot the ball. You can charge that blaster, and there's a few power-ups as well. But we did get a secret
snuck a little peek
to see and play a little bit of this game, and we had a ridiculous amount of fun. So our games are also incredibly close. I think these are going to be crazy close. And
well, the game is ready. Our players are ready. Let's hop
then.
in, and then maybe you guys can share some keys to victory for us.
We will do that
as we get in. All right, let's fire up the game. Our first round of Blast Ball. Again, Trihex, Cosmo, and Bananas versus Essentia, Sinister One, and Aaron. Let's do it.
So this will be played in best of 3, and it's the first team, in 2 sets of 3, and it's the first team to score 3 goals. But here's something cool about the game. When you score a goal, the goal gets smaller.
Yes, so it's got a little balancing act there, of course, helps the other team get back into it.
And a quick minor correction, this is not going to be a best 2 out of 3. This is actually one game, one and done.
Yeah, that was my bad. It's 3 versus 3. It's one game. It's the first team that gets 3 points, that scores 3 goals, then they will advance on. All right, so as you can see, you're trying to use your laser to hit the ball back and forth. And you'll notice there's a few meters as well, because you can't just shoot constantly. You do sort of run out of power, and you'll have to kind of manage that and keep that going. But you have the ability to lock onto the ball, and you play an offense and defense, and there we see the first goal go in, and that's going to be by the blue team, the Indigo team.
And I think we're going to get a second look at it possibly here.
We do.
And now, so of course, the goal is going to shrink in size.
We'll watch it shrink right here as we get in. Boom. Ooh. Now your job's a little bit harder. When you hit that second goal, it's really small.
And as you're talking about that power management, you have to decide, do you want to go for a series of quick burst shots? Do you want to charge and take one power shot? And there are physics all over this thing. So if you can sort of chip at the bottom of the ball to pop it up over your enemy.
Right, like you'll occasionally see that happen right here, and that will naturally happen on those ramps as well. You know how the arena is actually ramped up a little bit?
Yeah.
But as we're seeing here, this is a kind of like a 2-1, right? 2 on offense and 1 on defense, and that's almost how we defaulted to the moment that we all started playing.
Sometimes you need a goalie.
Right, you should be careful with that. But the 3 kind of things that you'll notice you can pick up, there's obviously health. There's also one that looks like a lightning bolt, and that just lets you shoot and move really fast.
Yeah.
And then there is another power-up that's got a shield, and of course it gives you sort of invulnerability. And one thing you notice, look, it says disabled. Yes, your mech can actually get disabled, and you are ejected out of the mech until you respawn.
But that looks like Indigo gets a big goal, 2.
That's how important those disables can be. Look at, they had 2 mechs down, and that means it's easy to just...
It's essentially a power play, right? You're 3v2 for a second there.
You'll notice 1 and 2 was up, but 3 was down. 3 came up just at the last second, but it wasn't enough to stop the goal. And now you saw how tiny that goal actually is. Nice
I love
blast
the concept,
right
though.
out.
How do you make soccer appealing to North Americans? Put guns in it.
Yes. And
The answer is yes.
Robots. Yes.
Oh. And again, a quick check on the downloads, and we're good.
Everything's good. I'm getting that new Smash 4 DLC.
Getting that DLC rocking?
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, so Gold Team, they've really got to make sure that this blast ball does not get on their side of the map at all. And you'll notice that if someone blasts the ball into you, you will take some damage. So you got to be
it's
careful about
a
that.
lot more damage actually from the ball as opposed to a traditional blaster.
Now
oh my gosh!
we're
getting close, but
great
no.
body block. But look at, because you blocked with the body, now that mech is down. It's real
it's so close.
Okay, the Gold Team needs to hit it back on them to try to disable that Indigo player.
Definitely going to need to get it out.
And Gold is defending. They're like defending.
Oh, and there's
from
a power up in the
within
back. You can
net.
see the lightning.
There's actually 2 power-ups. Not only is there the lightning one, but there's also the there's also a third power-up we haven't talked about. It's a deject power-up, and if you hit it, it will force the mechs to eject out of their mechs. It basically stuns them for a few moments. And right now, the Gold Team needs that power-up. I don't even think they realize that it's back there on their map. But once you have it, you just hit Y, and then it shoots wherever you are aiming. The Indigo teams, they're doing
I see
great.
Indigo really using the charge shots here. You can hold the A button down to do a much stronger blast, and that really gives the blast ball a kick. There it is. That was a huge charge shot right there.
Exactly. I mean, I'm really surprised that they're keeping it together. Oh, that was a nice hit back. But the Gold Team just can't seem to get it over to Indigo's side.
No, they're definitely going to need to get some power-ups here in order to take control of the game.
Oh, he's going for that power-up right there.
There
That
it is.
Fast. And also, I think your guns recharge instantly when you grab that.
that could be it. That was clutch. That is it. The blue team is taking it. That's Trihex, Cosmo, and Bananas. They are safe. They will be moving on to stage 3.
Real nice. Exactly why the power-ups are important. You saw, it's like, well, we can't seem to get that final goal in. There's a power-up right there.
So
Grab
smart
it.
to just take a beat, walk away from the ball, cruise the arena, get the power up, and come back for the win.
That's how you get it done. That was very, very nicely done.
Wow. Now, when you guys played earlier, what did you find was the balance of we should focus on hitting this ball into the goal, or we should just attack our opponents as violently as possible?
That's actually a great question, Kevin, because immediately, and we were playing against you guys, I think. But
I can't
it
remember
was-
who won. I mean, it might have been my team.
Yeah, myself, Minnie, and someone else who I can't name was playing, and Minnie would instantly go for disables while we tried to go forward. But then we realized that's a great strat until you have no defense, and then you have to kind of rethink. So it's awesome that even after 1 or 2 games, you're already kind of going, okay, well, let's try this and see if this works.
We've got a replay ready. We've got a replay ready from the first round here. Let's take a look.
Is this? Oh, that was
And
on the goal with the disable. Yeah, that was a big.
You can see the mechs smoking there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Completely helpless.
And I don't think we saw, you see that green one in the back? That was the eject, and that was a beautiful blast goal right there. That very last one after grabbing the power up.
Eject is huge. If you catch the entire team, you can catch one mech, but you can
goal.
Catch them all. Yeah. It was brutal. I've been ejected from a mech before, and it wasn't fun.
We got our second set of teams loaded in right now. It's going to be Packy, Timzy88, and Ferdsig01 versus John Numbers, Jackson Blackson, and Mad Mage. As you can see, Essentia and Sinister One, they will be in the Stage 2 Underground Elimination. They had the lowest scores from that round of Blast Ball. PSG 4000 over on the Ottoman of Shame, or the Precipice of Doom, or the whatever that is officially over there. He is ready. He's still in the Underground. We're going to be adding 2 more players to that Underground elimination after this. Everybody else will be moving on safely to Stage 3. I happen to know the games. You guys know what's coming up. And the Underground just gets more brutal with each stage. I mean, Zelda was cutesy in comparison to what awaits. So these guys do not want to end up down there. It looks like the game is ready.
All right.
So we're going to move on to the second round of Blast Ball. Again, it's John Numbers, Jackson Blackson, and Mad Mage. Go ahead and fire it up, guys, versus Packy, Timzy88, and Ferdsig01. Let's do it. 3, 2, 1, blast it.
All right, and the match is beginning. Of course, Indigo versus Gold, and Indigo ran away with it in the last one.
Yeah, they dropped the hammer or the ball, or I don't know, the gun. All right, and there he goes.
Wow, nice
On the field.
chip right off the bat, and you'll notice like it's glowing at the very beginning, so the ball has this vulnerability, and then it unleashes. So you don't want to hit it too early.
Yeah, exactly. You want to definitely time your shots there right after the drop. And there's some power-ups coming out really early here.
Real early, we already saw the lightning bolt power up. Of course, that makes you shoot and move faster. There, we've got Indigo with a mech down. That means Gold has a power play, but you notice the number one mech is just on his last leg there, about to go. And you got to be careful with that lock on. Sometimes the ball can flip around. You can accidentally hit it in your own goal.
And I think we are seeing an eject right there. See you later.
And so if you do eject out, in some cases, you actually have to run back to your mech. So there's a little bit of time. That mech is now back in it, but still a scoreless game. And look at that. Suddenly Gold getting it over to Indigo's side.
Now to remind them so they can cheer for the players that they love the most. Packy, Timsy, 88, and Fernsig, 01. They are the blue team or the Indigo team. And over on Gold, we got John Numbers, Jackson Blackson, and Mad Mage. So let them know you love them.
Yeah. Let's hear it for these competitors. Guys, this could be your next Nintendo World Champion on stage right now.
It is, and that just makes this game even more tense, Justin, because again, like everything is being tested from these guys, from old games to new games to games they've never played before. And suddenly you bring in the whole concept of, well, can a true Nintendo World Champion adapt?
Yes.
Well, this is what that's trying to prove.
You're
Yes.
exactly right.
And
another
massive damage from the blast ball.
You know, that mechanic is really interesting because when I first started playing, you can imagine how like it would kind of be a stalemate if you didn't get hurt by it from the ball. So you have to consider like the angle in which you're attacking at, because if the opponent blasts the ball right into you, you can take damage and essentially get shut down.
Oh, it looks like Indigo making a move here.
Oh, back to back. First goal. Massive push
And
for
some-
the blue team there. That's Packy, Timsy, 88, and Fernsig, 01. They're on the board. First point.
Some huge high fives going down on the stage there.
Did you feel the energy coming off them? I think a forest collapsed under the EMP shockwave that came out of that high five.
It was an amazing goal, by the way, as well. A power-up was hit, and then there was just like literally they thread the needle. They went with the ball and all the shots.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my Whoa! Answered right back.
Whoa!
And it's tough there to defend the goal at the last second there. You're kind of got to get a really good angle on it. Otherwise, you're going to shoot it in your own goal.
Yeah, you do have to be careful. I mean, you'll notice that you can lock onto the ball. And if the ball were to say shoot towards your kind of a goal and you have a shot charged up, unlock, like don't launch the charge shot into the ball. That was the fastest goal I've seen.
Oh
my gosh, another
each
big
team
hit.
now trying for the charge shots right off the bat.
Look at how
They're really
effective
getting the
that
hang
can
of
be.
it, it looks
They
like.
They are. So I love Gold's setup here too, is you just like they're body blocking that whole area, but Blue always keeps someone back. It looks like they're playing a forward, a mid, and a backfield pretty much. Oh, but they're going in.
They're going to take a lot of damage if they get too close to that ball, because that is the quickest way to get your shield crushed.
The other thing you also have to keep in mind is you'll see that bar that keeps going down near the targeting reticle, and that kind of is your power. So you want to, if you want the most effective charge shot, that has to be all the way in.
And it looks like Blue's actually at a disadvantage here. I believe I saw an eject from the blue team.
Oh, that was a big
looks
hit.
like Gold's running away with it.
Got to be careful. Blue, they're doing a great job with defense here. Gold's just trying to keep it on this Indigo side, and Indigo does take it back.
Huge battle in the center
There it
here.
is.
And there's a big power play for Gold right here. The Gold has all three members up. Now, you got to be careful, though. When you're in these power plays, you don't want to completely abandon your defense. Look at that. Oh, and there's that boost. When you lock, you can use B and hit to the side. It kind of gives you a boost. Straight boost either way.
Then you can use R to strafe, and then L, like you said, to lock onto the ball, which is huge. As you can see, our player here is locking on.
And does that use your regular energy meter when you perform a strafe?
I think because it's the same when you jump. You can actually jump as well, which I felt was pretty nice for getting an aerial advantage. But Gold Team is really testing the limits of Indigo's defense here. There's a quick breakaway, and that's going to actually put one Gold member down. They're going to have to completely bail on their plan. And he's got one more hit with that ball. He might get, oh, nice.
Great charge blast, clearing it out. It's back on Indigo's side.
Gold's taking
Unprotected
it.
goal.
And the distance shot there.
John Numbers, Jackson Blackson, and Mad Mage. They're up 2-1.
That was a beautiful goal by Indigo. I don't know if you can actually see it, but there was a boost to the left to get into position so that he angled it, or the team angled it perfectly, and then a charge shot chipped it right in. That was awesome.
And of course, if you caught it at the last second there, that goal is looking small.
Well, I have no idea
What's
what
with the
is
lava
going on
ball?
here.
It looks like it's creating like an aerial effect wherever it touches, or area effect.
I've never seen this one before. This is new, Jay Flynn. What's happening?
Nintendo, why do you keep secrets from me?
Yeah, these mechs are on fire, guys.
I think, yeah, suddenly that ball looks like it's become much more dangerous than it was in the previous matchup. Already, we've seen a couple of the mechs get the same.
Oh, we're seeing them drop quick.
This is their chance to take it home. Oh, no,
But Indigo with the shield there. Managing to keep his team alive solo style.
20 seconds left on this battle right now. Gold is up. Indigo has got to push.
Well, they got to be careful.
Just turned into Fireball Island real fast.
Is Indigo going solo ham on this? Oh,
They're strong, yeah. Wow, a huge bounce back.
3 seconds left. Wow.
They did it.
Wow, it's only 2 seconds left. The Gold team takes it. John Numbers, Jackson Blackson, and Mad Mage, they take it, guys. Let's hear it for them. Incredible competition down to the last few seconds. Now, you guys didn't see the magma ball when you were playing earlier, right?
We did not. No.
That must be a last 30 seconds remaining sort of feature that comes down to rain fire from the heavens
There you
on your
go.
map.
That's exactly what it is. And in the final seconds, they were like, no, a magma ball will not beat us. We will score that final goal. And they did that. Amazing.
All right, there are some game wizards backstage that are crunching numbers on who had the most assists and disables. We're going to watch some replays while that is happening, but in just moments, we will know who is in our underground challenge. But let's go back to Blast Ball real fast.
Yeah, I mean, some great shots and great goals throughout this. We had the power plays. Like, if I was going to show this off to my friends and say, hey, let's play this, I'd show them this match because that showcased a lot of really cool stuff that happened throughout the game.
And what a great mechanic, making that ball do so much damage to really ward off anybody from just goaltending and standing and trying to body block everything. I mean, they might be able to defend the goal once, but after that, they're ejected.
I thought I was the smartest guy in the world, Kevin. And then I was like, wait, the ball.
Ouch, that hurt.
Darn it. Yeah, and that didn't really work out that way. So a great last second goal, too.
That was amazing. I'm glad we got to see the lava ball come down as well. That was a nice little bonus.
That's great.
And are there words from the supercomputer wizard monkeys?
They're still working on it. They've let the game wizards out of their cage. They've got an abacus out and the graphing calculator. They're working on it. We're going to see what's happening. We know that I'm being told that Packy is a winner based off of his score. So, Packy, you're safe.
There we go.
Congrats to Packy. He's going to move on to the next stage. He does not have to fight for his life. Timzy88 and Fernsig01. Unfortunately, you are in the underground, my friends. You will be battling it out in just moments. BSG 4000. Why don't you come on out to the stage as well? And here you can see it. There's your lineup for the Stage 2 elimination. We've got Essentia, Sinister1, Timzy88, Fernsig01, and BSG 4000. I feel like I'm announcing dishwasher model numbers. Now, they do not know what game they're about to play. We do know, and it's not an easy one, my friends. They have their work cut out for them. Do you want to know the game? All right, here's what they're playing in our second underground elimination.
Stage 2 elimination. This challenge will bring our players face to face with Samus Aran's greatest threat, Mother Brain. The first player to gun her down and escape planet Zebes, or the longest to survive, will live to fight another day. May the galaxy's greatest bounty hunter claim the mantle.
I love that these guys can just hear a subwoofer kick in and know exactly what the game is. You guys are the hardest of hardcore. Thank you so much for the energy and the excitement.
You're right.
That's a blast.
We saw it here. Our next underground challenge is Super Metroid. No, we're not playing nice.
No, this one's going to be tough.
For this elimination round, once again, we have 5 players. They're all going to be playing simultaneously in split screen. And it is a mad dash to the end. The first player to defeat Mother Brain and escape the planet will move on to stage 3 elimination.
That's right. We've got 5 players up. We've got to send 4 of them home. We've got BSG 4000, our survivor from the first underground challenge. We're going to see what's going to happen here. I'm kind of nervous.
I'm nervous for them. Whoever wins still has a shot to be crowned Nintendo World Champion.
That's right.
This is it. This
I
is
can't
for
wait to see who
everything.
checks the eShop during this
This
round.
isn't an easy game either, like you said.
All right, we're in stage 2 of the underground. Our players are ready. Are you guys ready?
Are you ready?
Let's do this.
All right, we're going to begin on my mark. Everyone, 3, 2.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Oh! We're icing the kicker.
Oh.
We got to make sure everybody is set and ready to go.
We got to have an even
No
starting-
hands on
starting
controllers
field here.
because this is first out to win. And this is for an elimination, guys.
Oh, somebody's getting crafty with the button assignments.
Looks like we're getting some stuff configured there. All right, looks like everybody's back in. I'm getting
Now
a
it's
thumbs
time.
up. All right, are you ready? Players ready? 3, 2.5. And now I'm just gonna linger on 2 for a second. And just think about what an incredible evening it's been up here. Should we get to 1?
Give them the
No?
game itch.
Okay, right. 3, 2, 1, let's go!
Get in there.
Here they go.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Okay.
All right. So first they have
Controller
to defeat
settings
Mother
confirmed.
Brain.
Now we're on the
I know.
gameplay.
I love that it's first they have to defeat Mother
First you have to
Brain.
defeat the last stage of the game.
Right.
And then you got to run away really
Right.
fast.
Yeah.
That's the beginning of the challenge.
Yeah, no pressure, no pressure.
Use those super missiles.
Yep.
So
We're going to have to use some missiles to get through that
Yeah.
glass, folks. Don't be shy.
Oh,
Don't
looks
be
like,
shy.
Looks like Timsy White is already getting Mother Brain.
Fernsig is
Oh.
on their way.
Do it.
Timsy's
Oh.
done, right?
Timsy's
That's
got
done.
it.
He's-
Wow.
he-
Yeah, no,
Mother
it's
Brain-
all over,
that's
right?
It. It's
Yeah.
over, right?
That's
He
good.
won.
Good job,
No,
Timsy.
not so much.
We've got a couple players that have figured out some of the techniques on Mother Brain here. They're moving into that second stage. Couple more up top are still
Tim's
making it
still
through
trying
that
to
first
figure it
segment.
out, but Tim is already fighting the giant Mother Brain here, and so is Fern.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Sinister's through that first stage. BSG 4000 through that first stage. There we go. Essentia's got her missiles out now. Oh my goodness.
This is crazy.
I mean, this is really a lot to throw at people.
Yeah, to
You know-
throw the very last stage in there,
Right? Yeah.
and then have to run out. I mean,
They
it's
have
crazy.
to earn their way back, though. That's why it's the underground.
This is true.
It's an
Nothing's
underground.
nice or free in the underground.
We're bad
Everything
down
comes
here.
with a price.
Yes.
And when time is up, if nobody defeats Mother Brain, whoever makes it the farthest
Yep.
will be safe. They will
That
be
is
making
correct.
it out of the underground.
Now we got Essentia made her way through. Sinister
Essentia has
battling
made it.
out the second form. We got BSG still battling out on that second form.
If any of the players get stuck, I actually open up the gameplay counselor line for $3.95 a minute. You can call.
And that's $9.99 for each additional.
Yeah, 90 additional
Yeah.
minute. We'll get some gameplay counselors
Okay.
to help
Wow,
out.
Sinister's getting blasted
Whoa,
with
Sinister's
something,
getting that-
something
oh.
nasty,
Let's get that Mother Brain
but he's
assist
still got
team
enough
right there.
health to survive.
All right.
Take it down, take it down. That is scary. Just in case anyone was
Don't
wondering,
be
this is
afraid.
exactly what Jurassic World looks like at the end. Seriously.
You already saw that.
That's it.
Oh, don't be afraid. Let it happen.
Get back in there, Sinister. Get back in there.
Itchy trigger fingers bringing up that menu.
Yeah.
Virtual
I'm impressed
console.
though. Everybody's giving Mother Brain a run for her money here.
And so far, so good. No one's
Yeah.
freaking out.
BSG
Oh,
caught.
Oh, and
Oh,
Sinister got the
baby
baby.
darn.
The baby Metroid.
See, this
If
is
you-
what
helping
happens
out.
when you do good deeds.
If you're a fan of this game, you know this scene pretty
Yes,
well.
this is
It's gonna
the
get
Metroid
emotional.
That Samus
Yeah.
rescued from the Metroid 2 Return of Samus. And now it's your turn to help her out.
That's right. You should be afraid. You should be very afraid.
That's totally
We've got a couple
normal.
players in that segment now.
That's nice.
That does not look pleasant what's happening to Mother Brain.
No,
Now's
not
the
at
time to
all.
have the kids
No,
leave
she's
the room.
kind of getting her
They need
life
to learn about
essence
this.
sucked out of her
Life
now.
for
The Mother
the
Brain loves
Metroid.
I'm just imagining some kids seeing this for the first time, and this is gonna be some straight up nightmare fuel. Like
Right?
they're going to go to sleep.
Children may want to turn away.
Mother Brain, no!
And it looks like
All right.
BSG 4000 is out of the competition.
That's giving a big old
no.
one, Samus.
Game is over. Has to return.
Okay, yeah.
Tim is getting some power there from
So, the baby Metroid,
from the baby Metroid.
Is
Very
returning,
nice.
returning all your power
Getting
to
the energy
you.
back up. Mother Brain is not pleased. Oh,
Oh,
it's a sad part. Sad part.
it's a hero.
Yeah.
Oh!
Nobody cry. I don't want to see any tears in the audience.
Heroically, though.
The feels.
And I'm being told Essentia is out.
Well,
BSG
Samus doesn't
4000
flinch,
is
though.
out.
Right back to action.
And Fernsig
Samus is
how you
right
do
back
it.
at it.
Samus is very upset now.
We're
You
ready to
killed
do
my
this.
baby.
Use those hyper beams, go!
Samus is not messing around.
The rainbow
Mother
beam
Brain
of power, I don't think that's an official term, but I'm going to use it anyway.
It works.
Just
I like it.
beams straight to the head. Constant headshots from Samus.
It's Mother Brain's chicken dance.
Yeah.
Not like that.
So it's getting close. Here we go. We're getting close. We got another
Come
player we just
on.
switched
Nice
to.
underneath
Also
the
doing
head
some
strategy
serious
there.
work here.
And this isn't even it. After this, they
Oh,
still
no.
have to escape
No,
the planet.
we're like halfway through.
Phase 1.
It's just TimZ88 and Sinister1. They're the last two players standing
Still
in
alive.
this
Oh,
underground
right.
elimination.
But now here comes
Go
the
for
tricky
it.
part.
Yep.
They got to run out of there. Oh,
All right.
Is anyone going to
audience
save
is
the Decora? I don't think so.
They're
Let's see.
shouting pro tips in the crowd. to
We've got
save
one of our
ammo.
players already into the escape sequence.
yes. Get out of there. Get out of there.
Get out.
Uh-oh,
Yeah.
somebody knows
Whoa.
about
Someone's using
some
their
shine
booster.
sparking. Who knows about that shine sparking?
Whoa.
Sinister1 is performing very well here. This last
Go
escape is
Sinister1.
Oh, nice.
all
You
of
get
his
straight
skills.
back to
This is
cover.
not easy. This is not
Great.
easy at all.
Now it's going to get really, really difficult.
The escape sequence itself is a kind of a maze. The screen is shaking. You've got explosions.
That's some amazing.
You've got steam.
attacking right there.
Yeah, look at that wall jumping, folks. This
That
is
wall
not
jumping is
easy.
impressive.
Oh, no,
No, that's right. It's okay to clap for that.
It's it. Samus came to represent for this tournament. Oh my god.
Oh.
Right.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, what?
Oh
Oh, what?
No, they can do it, I believe.
no. Samus is going for it.
Yeah,
Go for it.
I'm impressed by this.
This is very good. This is very good.
Okay, he's up there.
Oh no.
It's all right.
Watch out, Sinister1 is in trouble.
You got this. He's got it, folks. He's got it. He's just
Yeah,
toying with us.
just messing with us there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
No.
Oh, nope. Still there.
Okay,
Still there.
that's just a little.
standing.
It's all right.
Córrele,
Oh,
córrele.
there it is. Sinister had us worried there for a moment.
Go,
The
Speed.
super run,
Okay.
super run.
Okay. Okay, stick with it. You got this. You got this. You got this.
You can do this, Sinister. You can do it.
You got this. Keep it cool.
Keep it going. Keep it going.
I'm trying to keep
We're all
myself
keeping
cool.
our
I'm
cool.
nervous for them.
Venga, es
So people may remember that this is the original escape hallway from the original Metroid.
Yes.
And you're having to pass through old territory to make your way off planet Zebes one more time.
Do this. So Sinister and Tim
Wow, okay,
still
Timsy is also
Tim
in
is
that
in there.
final hallway,
All right.
making his way up.
anybody's game.
Close.
Ya lo tiene.
Again,
Ahí
for
está.
people who didn't know this game was coming, to be handling this in stride is super impressive.
Yeah.
So mean. Why would we do that to people?
We've got Sinister. He's made it to the surface of Zebes. He's heading
Sinister
towards
is
the
getting
ship.
close. Get it. Sinister is
Timsy's
getting
not
close.
giving up, though. He's still
No.
fighting hard.
It's anyone's game.
Get to the chip.
Kind of.
What a
And that's Sinister1 to the big shot to the finish.
Look at that.
Nice.
And that is it. Sinister1 has survived the underground elimination.
That's okay.
Wow.
Finishing with style.
Nice.
Well played. Let's hear it for Sinister1. And as exciting and amazing as that was, it's also heartbreaking.
That's so
My
cool.
delicate lump of coal that is my heart has been shattered because we have to say goodbye to four amazing players. Let's hear it for them, guys. TimZ88, Fernsig01, Essentia,
You guys
and
are great.
BSG 4000.
Good job, you guys.
Good
That
job,
was
guys.
super
Thank
tough.
you. Thank you. You played with power. Super power.
That was wild. I told you this underground challenges were going to get more difficult and the gameplay was going to get more crazy. All right, we're on to the next stage of our tournament. We're going to have 8 players in true groups of 4. I bet you want to know what they're playing. So, all right, let's see what our guys are playing next.
Stage 3. Mario Kart 8. Players, get your Death Stare on for the fastest kart racing in Nintendo history. In this custom 3-race cup, we're cranking it up to 200 cc's. May the best racer cross the finish line first.
Mario Kart 8. I think pretty much the crowd's reaction said it all.
Mario Kart hype.
Yes. And you know what? Not just Mario Kart 8. 200 cc right at.
Yeah, breaking levels on this one. Boost on 2, if I could just hand a little tip.
So
Okay, good.
we've got 8 players here in stage 3. 4 players are going to play on one full 3-course custom cup. Then the other 4 players will do exactly the same thing. 200 cc, all characters, karts, gliders, they're in, and all items are on. So basically, the winners are determined based on their scores and the points they earn across all 3 races.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
players will get to choose their characters and carts, which if this is anything like my living room, that means we're going to be here for an hour and a half as people fight over who gets the clouds and who gets the leaf.
Yeah,
yes, it's already
gotta
been
check
going
those
down
stats, you know. Gotta get that acceleration up, you know, gotta get that speed up.
Now the 3-course custom cup that they're going to be playing has Baby Park.
Yep. They're feeling those stages.
Animal Crossing.
Yeah.
And then the third one will be Big Blue. So I feel like the right choices have been made here.
Yes.
I'm excited.
Clearly. All right, we got some bike. Nice.
Yeah, tell us what you think about these choices here.
No, I'm loving it. I think I saw Peach out of the corner of my eye there going bike status. I'm a big bike fan in Mario Kart.
So it looks like we got Trihex, Cosmo, Bananas, and Aaron up there. I'm getting the thumbs up. It looks like we're ready to go. All right, here we go with the first round of Mario Kart 8, everybody.
Awesome.
And all our competitors huddled around one console. I think this is the first time they got within close quarters.
Oh, yeah. You get the elbows
elbow to
ready.
elbow.
Yeah. Here we go. The first race, Baby Park, a unique course here in Mario Kart because it has 7 laps.
And with 200 cc, it looks like our competitors are lining up, and it's over.
It's real quick here. Oh, so yeah, you're right. We do have 2 bikes, and there we see Aaron, Peach, Banana there, and Cosmo and Trihex. Some really crazy competitors here.
Yeah, it's lightning fast. Like, seriously, the turning in 200 cc is unreal.
What do you think? I mean, like, the first time I picked up 200 cc, I was like, it'll just be faster. But it takes a lot of good practice just to get really accustomed to how you should turn and how you should interrupt your turns and some of the
whatever route you're accustomed to is completely
changed. It's totally different. Your turning time is like completely thrown off. It looks like we got some boost items here for Cat Peach up there. Bananas has the boost items there. Oh, and a star for is that Rosalina there? Aaron playing as Rosalina?
Yeah. Aaron is in 11th place, so really needed that as well, but unfortunately didn't get Aaron too much ahead. Bananas is currently just killing it right now in 5th place with Trihex now kind of battling it back and forth with Bananas for that spot. And then Cosmo also trying to get back into the pack.
Yeah, and oh no, Bananas gets stuck on the turn, trying to cut the corner there.
And Trihex took a huge lead with that one. Yoshi doing some work. He's now gone into 1st place, and he crosses the finish line in first. That's huge, because remember, this is all based off points at the end.
Yes, and Aaron holding on to a golden mushroom there can boost as much as he'd like. Oh, they run into each other. Who's going to end 11th to fight? No.
Oh, wow.
Sneaks in there. So that's huge. Even coming in 12th and 11th, that's big because you got a point differential there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, huge. Trihex with that 1st place right off the bat.
Yeah.
Arguably, I think one of the maps that is probably going to be the hardest one to post scores with. When you've got all the other racers on there,
yeah,
a lot can happen and just throw you to the back of the pack.
Yeah. Baby Park is so awesome. Seriously. Just look at that stage, man. It's insane. There's so much going on there. But it's a lot of fun. It's just a quick loop right there.
Right. Over and over. So
over and over.
And every point, as you said, Weed, every point is absolutely precious because we have two different groups going, and
Right.
the top performers out of each group will be moving on. So
Right.
it's not just who they're up against at any given time.
Exactly.
the
It's
entire
all,
group.
it's all the points, like you said. And big ups, by the way, to everyone that's played so far. I know that a couple people didn't make it out of the underground, but man, congratulations on being
Solid
at the
gaming
Nintendo World
all around.
Championships
Absolutely.
for everybody.
here's some replays from that last matchup we just saw. Of course, is just the first course of 3 courses they will play. But Bananas and Trihex had that early battle where it went between 4th and 5th place.
Oh, and there's Bananas
then-
getting caught right there on the edge.
It was a rough go, and that allowed Trihex to kind of jump in and take that lead. So nice.
We're getting that thumbs up.
Yep, we're ready for the next round. We're going to go ahead and get it started.
We're going to
Basically,
Animal
we're
Crossing.
doing. Are you saying we're doing a really great job?
You love Animal Crossing too.
It might be one of my favorite games ever.
And you told me that you love this course also.
No, this Animal Crossing stage is great, but if you would go ahead and take a look at the villagers here, this stage is equally fun as it is absolutely terrifying. They are giant. They are huge villagers, man. I don't want anything to do with that, but I do at the same
I
time.
didn't realize the sense of scale when playing the first Animal Crossing. I didn't realize it was a land of giants.
Yeah, I thought me and the villager we were same height, maybe somewhere around there. No.
Oh, and a missed boost there.
2 of them, I think, from
I think
Trihex.
that was for Trihex, yeah.
And Bananas off the bat, but somehow now Trihex is like, whatever, I'm in first. So all 4 of our competitors, they kick off this.
Keeping
race
it real close here. And we got the Piranha Plant, which is actually a really nice boost. It can interrupt your opponents there. Even in the air, it doesn't matter. It's a really, really great pickup if you're trying to disrupt the opponent.
I'll tell you what, Trihex is coming out as a real early leader here in Mario Kart 8. He did the last course in first place. He's floating around 3rd. He was just passed by another competitor, but Art and Cosmo, they are really just trying to find, I don't know, they're trying to find something here.
Yeah, and it does look like Trihex is really keeping up with the last course there in first, or not in first, but in the lead as far as our players are concerned. Oh, and a Bullet Bill in the bottom for Cosmo, jumping a couple spots there.
Oh!
Manages to catch Bananas.
That was big. That almost went from like 10th to 6th place now. Aaron, who is currently now in 12th, is trying to find something to get back in this course as well. But Bananas holding the middle of the pack while Trihex is trying to lead his way through the front. He's at 3rd, and he's just got 2 ahead of him. So.
And we'll see what Aaron gets here. I was hoping for something a little more powerful than that.
Oh!
Boosting right into the wall. Not a great thing for Aaron there.
That's that 200cc that you feel right there, where you're like, I've made this turn 1,000 times, and then suddenly it's totally different at 200cc.
Oh, the wall is closer than I remember.
All right, Aaron's in 12th. Do you think we can, Aaron at least needs to bump it up a couple of spots if they can. Cosmo's moving forward, but another first place finish by
Trihex and Bananas.
Apparently the person to beat.
Maybe fired up the Mario Kart last week.
All right.
Oh, Bullet Bill, though, from Aaron.
Here we go.
Oh, picks up 11th again. Sneaks by Cosmo. Oh.
Aaron, so just every single time squeaking across, getting that one extra place, but Aaron.
Bullet Bill, man, cold as ice. Cold as ice, hot as fire, cold as ice. At the same time.
Man. Incredibly close again for those last 2 spots, and every point is going to matter as they battle it out in the 3rd round. And of course, we got 3 more rounds of gameplay with a whole other group coming up. Let's take a look at a replay here. What we just saw. I mean, this was. It proved to be okay for these guys, but that missed boost right at the top from Bananas.
Yeah, I mean, she definitely kept herself in the game the whole time. I was really impressed by how quickly she was able to get back into it. And I think really Aaron hitting the wall was that one that was just like, it hurts me right here in the heart, because like it's all happened to us a million times.
All right, the game is ready. This is the 3rd and final round for this group of Mario Kart 8. Let's hear it for them, everybody.
Is Trihex going to do it for the third time in a row, Justin Flynn?
I just hope he doesn't get too comfortable with that lead. Like Kevin pointed out, it's based on points. So you want to keep finishing first here.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that could solidify potentially.
And
There we go. Big Blue.
Big Blue looks to be a crowd favorite here. This stage is scary, actually, because you will just like fly off constantly. At 200 cc, I think we're going to see some people get picked up.
We look forward to it. Right off the bat.
There it is.
Go.
We do see the boost there this time for Bananas.
Bananas hit it this time.
And there is our first fall. Oh, thanks, Lakitu. What a guy.
He's gonna be winded after this round. There's much work to be done.
I'll tell you what, I mean, just you see 200cc so much on this map. And just in terms of, like, as you mentioned, a turn, an extra boost, it can change everything.
Bananas
Right.
trying to cut that turn a little too early, fell right off. Now Bananas in 8th.
And and look at Aaron coming up at 4th. Not happy with everything.
Of course, going with the Bowser glider for
Yeah.
style points, additional style points.
Aaron did a great job. Decided that he was unhappy being at the bottom of the pack and really bring it back. There's some blooper ink right there.
There it goes. Oh, the Ian coming up.
Trihex turn is so precarious. Sometimes it's almost an advantage to actually take it a little slower around portions of this course.
There are some very amazing Mario Kart 8 players that break down all the intricacies of things you can do in 200cc that you wouldn't expect that would help you. And they're amazing videos to watch.
Also loving the F-Zero throwback, man. One of my favorite games. And I also believe that Aaron is using the F-Zero card. Is that the...
Yeah, I think so. And Trihex had that first place spot for just a second. He's back down to 3rd.
Oh,
Aaron
man, the
Aaron's
third.
back. Oh, DK drops a banana. DKY. It is a fight for the front, though, right here. Bananas right in the middle. Aaron in 3rd. Trihex in 2nd. Cosmo trying to bring up the rear of that bullet bill.
Trihex snagged 2nd place. Aaron with 4th.
Cosmo with 5th. Very nice. That was a great
what
race by all
happened?
those players.
Huge comeback for everybody on that one. Really turned it around. All right, well, I don't think we'll know until the other races have completed.
We won't at all. Yeah, the Treehouse Wizards backstage have their work cut out for them. We're going to send this group. Thank you so much. You guys can go wait on the side here in a moment once you're clear, and we'll bring up our next group of gamers. But we've got some replays to look at as well.
Let's take a look at it.
Wild third group.
It was good. That was a great final race there.
Yeah.
I actually thought that might be the most diverse one in terms of where people are placing, but they were all really far up there.
Yeah, all right, we got the replays loaded. And this was the third race.
Oh, there's
here.
there's the Kidu coming to save the day.
Yeah, there was a lot of rescues in that one, but to be expected.
Yeah, absolutely brutal. And Yoshi with a huge jump there. Trihex maybe using some shortcuts. Trihex definitely looks like he's been playing some Mario Kart.
Yeah, absolutely. And, that's one of the beauties of the Nintendo World Championship is that, the areas that you excel in, you hope that those games show up so that you can really, show your stuff. But
I believe everyone's going into this blind. If I recall correctly, none of these competitors knew what to expect. And I mean, Nintendo has a catalog, man. So we've seen some huge diversity in the games they played, and it's incredible to see like everyone's different skill sets here.
All right, we're loading in our next group here. Again, this will be 3 more rounds of battle. The overall point total will determine who goes to the underground and who is moving on to the next stage of battle. We've got in this group John Numbers, Jackson Blackson, Mad Mage, and Packy.
And so far, all 4 of those competitors have performed really well. I mean, even in the case with Blastball, Packy was able to win himself in just by being the best player on the team that lost. So these folks are fighting for every chance to stay in here.
Meritocracy, yay!
They're getting ready and selecting their carts, and of course there's hires and whatnots. But from what you've seen, the game is ready, so we're going to hop to the game right now. But which carts would you guys go with?
I'm Cycle all day. I'm Rosalina, Cycle with the clouds all day, son. You know what I'm saying? Rosalina.
You can drop the mic. That's fair.
No, I think weight plays a huge game here in Mario Kart, and so Rosalina is one of the heavies. I mean, don't tell her I said that. Don't tell her. But she plays really heavy. But if Baby can go, we're hearing some people. Let's hear. Who do you want, guys? Who do you want to see? Oh, they want the Wario.
Someone shouted Packy. Pac-Man. I don't know what game they believe they're watching right now, but not happening. Oh, you're in some unbox.
Yeah, you got a couple cards here. There you go.
Little jet bikes for everyone.
Nice. All right. So crucial. Obviously, like you said, this is a big is important. Plus, some of the DLC carts are in there. We saw in there as well.
Yeah.
So they could mix
And
up.
everything is available to you. So for those that have spent so many hours outfitting their carts, they can get and set up exactly how they want to.
And I'm seeing those Animal Crossing wheels over there. Little nod to ACNL.
Now, here's a question for you guys, because the first group did have a slight advantage, or the second group does, because they got to watch the first group. At least they know the courses, what to expect. I mean, that doesn't account for experience you could have in the game, but we'll see how they do.
So true. I wonder if that will have affected which carts they're going with and their approach to these rounds. But
Exactly.
we're about to find out because we're going into the first circuit here. Someone's still cheering for Pac-Man. I don't know if he understands where he is right now, but regardless, we're at Baby Park. It's John Numbers, Jackson Blackson, Mad Mage, and Packy.
And we're going to find out who in this group has the Mad Mario Kart skills. Got
This is big.
Mad Mage, Jackson Blackson, and John Numbers.
And maybe a crowd favorite here with the Wario Kart.
Yeah.
Wario Kart.
I love seeing a Wario in there. Mad Mage taking first place.
Oh, and folks are, oh gosh, I mean, look at Mad Mage. Just watch him take these corners.
Whoa.
Look at the point where he's going. This is someone who obviously spent a good amount of time playing some Mario Kart 8 and at 200cc.
Yeah, this is really intense. We see Packy picking up a star here, can turn it around, cutting those corners, and getting the boost from the mushrooms. Triple shroom. Oh, John Numbers using some boost attacks, getting the villager to turn around here, throwing out a couple insults to the players behind him.
Mad Mage did drop into second place as that Bowser seemed to make a turn. And there is going to grab first again. Only 2 more laps remaining. John Numbers now on his tail in second and third, trading back and forth. And this is going to be the final lap for Mad Mage. It goes by quick.
Gets
He's
caught
in
with
the
the
bill. Oh my gosh! He takes the red shot in the last second. Unbelievable!
Oh my gosh! Here it is. Lap 7. This is the final lap right here. Crucial lap. John Numbers and Mad Mage battling for 5th and 6th.
Oh!
Wow!
Wow. Called that a little too early. Thought it was the last lap. Then it was 7, but still right into the wall. So crushing.
Dude, 200cc. It's the 7th lap every lap. That was a crazy
Big
one.
gas from John Numbers there. He's feeling the heat from that match. That was incredible.
It seems like it lasts 5 hours, but it really is like 30 seconds.
Yeah, it was really, really intense, and it's close right now.
Very close. We're still tallying all the scores from the first round, believe it or not. There's still a lot of complicated math to go, but we've got some replays ready of what we just saw. And Mad Mage was so comfortably in the lead for the majority of that round.
Oh, every turn from Mad Mage looked like perfection. I just think there was the one he might have taken. No, it was that. It was a shell. Okay.
Yeah, it was a series of unfortunate
his turns
events.
were impeccable.
And with
That
an
was just
inking.
so
All
brutal
right.
for Mad Mage.
The thumbs up is here. We are ready for the next round of Mario Kart 8. Here we go.
All right, John Numbers, Jackson Blackson, Mad Mage, and Packy going at it again, guys. I think they were going to the ACNL stage, right? Or the Animal Crossing stage.
Animal Crossing. We are back, and that was another sort of middle of the road one.
Little weather
Got
change
summer.
there. Little weather change. Looking
It's
good.
summertime after all, Jason.
Hey, I spent a lot of time at the beach in Animal Crossing. That's a fun place to be. Lots of fish there, Add into my aquarium.
All right, here we go. Second race. Pretty close, all the racers were, but remember that you're also competing against the times and scores of the first 4 competitors as well. And look how close it's second, third, fourth, fifth, right out of the gates here on this 200cc Animal Crossing.
Super intense. And John Numbers going with the flower glider there, looking great. Oh, and the turnaround from the villager. Rubbing his belly, giving a little giggle there. And Packy making it through.
Mad Mage pulling away.
Yep.
Second and third there in a battle for 4th and 5th going on between Packy and Jackson Blackson.
It is absolutely insanely close there. Oh, Resetti, look out. Resetti at the end. You don't want to run into him. You're going to have a bad time.
Either. Mad Mage did pick up that triple mushroom. It wasn't enough to let him get in front of Bowser, but he is still getting hit with the green shell off the turn. And that means that Jackson Blackson takes second.
It almost seems like the star. Oh, he gets a star through the lightning bolt. No way. Packy takes fourth. That's huge.
Oh my God! One too, pulling up from the rear in the previous
third.
matchup.
This is huge for Packy, man. He had the star. And the star is almost kind of a blessing and a curse here, right? If you're so fast with it that you're running into walls.
Final match, Packy's in second place. Bowser's been giving these guys problems the entire course. And will he?
Mad Mage, guys, holding on to a star, decides to use it right now. Oh, runs into the wall.
Uh-oh. He's coming up close. Now in third, going to the beach.
Off the jumps.
And takes first off of that.
So close, Packy.
He's going to be able to bring it home right here.
Right here.
One final turn.
Oh, into the rocks. That's going to slow him down.
Mad Mage
takes first. But Jackson Blackson, Packy, and John all very first, second, third, fourth. Is that what I just saw?
I think so. There you see it right there.
This is an intense heat right here.
That was a really good race. That
There's hot fire on that stage.
Back and forth. Yeah. Came to play.
You can see the size of relief the moment finish comes up for everybody. It's like, okay, it's done. We can get out of this foxhole and get ready again.
They're going to have to bring out 2 abacuses for this thing. Do you say abaci? Abacuses?
Yeah, we're going to use an Etch-a-Sketch, I think, at this point. Like, I have no idea how they're tallying it backstage. But again, the highest scores from each round of gameplay, they'll be moving on. And the rest will be headed to the underground.
Replay time.
Yeah, I mean, I think all we'll see during this replay is great racing because every single competitor had a great race. You know, obviously not everyone can get first, but coming in right on that
how about we get to the third round?
Let's do it.
I'm ready for it.
A thumbs up. You guys ready for the final Mario Kart 8 session? Fire away. John Numbers, Jackson Blackson, Mad Mage, and Packy. Who you guys cheering for?
Oh, the audience is torn.
Here a little Packy, I'm here a little Jackson.
That's good. I think I heard everyone's name from out there. So, Big Blue, we talked about it. You go fast, you can fall off the track.
Is that your strategy? Go fast and fall off the track?
I'm just saying you will. Like,
just let Lakitu do the work.
Unless you're going for the slowest time, Kevin. I don't suggest.
All right, Mad Mage coming out hot, firing off, taking these corners really tight, grabs a green shell. We'll have that defense early on. It's important to get the defense there. He's holding on to the green shell. Oh, nice, and manages to pick up maybe his opponent with that one.
Yeah, once again, 1, 2, 3, 4 with some shifting back and forth near the middle of the pack, but Mad Mage looked like he was going to come right out and just sort of run away with the lead, but John Numbers came right back in. Apparently has a good affinity to this map because he seems to just be way out in front, doing a great job.
And getting some speed boosts is Mad Mage, and there goes Packy on the glider. And Jackson Blackson loving the Black Shy guy there, looking awesome.
He's in fourth place too, holding onto a mushroom, looking for the right spot to boost because that's another thing. And 200cc here, boost can be bad.
Is John Numbers running away with it?
I think so.
He's got a gap there.
I think so. I mean, obviously, you always want to feel like you're in second place. That's how you should race.
Also showing a little love with the rear cam there, making sure you take it all in.
Well, he's the first right now. Coming on the third lap. Mad Mage in fifth, Packy ninth. Jackson Blackson looking for that third, bouncing back between fourth and fifth.
And he is there. John Numbers looking to take number 1 on this match. Can he do it? Yes.
There it is.
A huge finish for John Numbers. Needed that. Really needed those points.
He really did.
Mad Mage third. Packy, Jackson Blackson fighting at the end there. Packy having a tough time. Jackson manages to finish in 7th, and Packy with looks to be 10th place, I believe.
Oh, yeah, and a rough fall off there right at the end, but great job by all those players.
Still a lot of points, though. Still a lot of points for these guys because they all had high finishes throughout the entire game.
Absolutely. And it's going to take about a minute or so as they tally the scores backstage and we figure out who's going to the underground and who is safe. We're going to watch a replay from that last round. But again, as you said, I think it was just smart racing throughout. I mean, there's the the room for error, the margin of error here, there is none basically.
There
when
is
it comes to this course.
No, I mean obviously on 200, CC as well. But again, I mean, what do you think, Justin Flynn? I felt like, especially John, right? Like after Mad Mage taking first, and John Numbers came right back out and said, "Hey, I can do that too."
Yeah, no, DJ, you're exactly right. Everyone was kind of shifting back and forth here, and it was great to see all of our competitors like really doing well on these courses. Like this was an intense heat.
We saw Jackson Blackson with some interesting item management there. He's hanging onto that mushroom in the that last round, waiting for the blocks to come up so we could boost through and grab the next power up. You guys think that was a wise strategy, or should he have just used the moment he had and gone for it?
I think here you have to hold on to it because you never know. I mean, if you know the course, you know when the turn's coming up. But if you're kind of like in the 200cc and these turns are flying at you, you wait until you kind of see a little bit of straightaway.
Yeah, a mushroom can can be your worst enemy.
Yeah, straight up game
When
changer. Right
in most races you're like, mushroom's my best friend, but on 200cc, especially when you could just fly right off the map.
No, that's a brutal
Especially-
course.
Yeah, you can get a little too.
If you
quick
don't
on
know
it.
the shortcuts, you're just gonna fly off.
Guys, I'm getting some results here. We have some winners. You guys want to know? Yes. I'm being told that Trihex is safe. He is moving on. Oh, there it is. Mad Mage as well, and John Numbers. They will cruise into stage 4, and everybody else remaining will be in our last underground elimination.
Hey, they still have a chance. No one right now is eliminated at this point. Everyone that you just saw can still battle out of the underground.
Yep, we are ready. We're going to have 2 sets of 3 players. And as you said, Justin, no one is out. This is the last chance for our players to stay in this competition to become the next Nintendo World Champion. Let's see what game they're about to play.
Stage 3, Elimination. Balloon Fight! Or more precisely, Balloon Trick. Players must survive this harsh gauntlet of aerial action. The arm-clapping phenomenon with the highest score wins. May the best balloon fighter rise to the top.
What are you gonna do about
Balloon
it?
fight. Who saw that coming?
This is it.
Yeah.
This is the final elimination round. I'm gonna freak you guys out. This is your last chance at redemption. And so it's only right that we're gonna play the most bloodthirsty game of all, Balloon Fight. Originally released on the NES, our competitors are gonna be playing it on the Wii U Virtual Console. Now we have 6 players. First, we're going to have 3 of them play simultaneously in split screen, trying to get the top score.
Right.
And then we're going to bring out the other 3, have them do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, whoever gets the highest score out of all 6 of them, regardless of deaths, is going to move on to stage 4.
Right. We've got 6 players here. Only one's going to
5
survive.
of them are going home.
It's-
And that one player
again,
is
it's
going to
sad,
pop
but-
out of the pipe and move on.
Like a phoenix, they will be
like
redeemed.
A phoenix, they will rise.
Okay.
And they could possibly be the new Nintendo World Champion.
It's still possible.
All right, I'm being told that the gamers are ready in this first group. It's Jackson Blackson, Bananas, and Packy. And I saw the thumbs up. I think we're clear.
Let's do this. Let's fight.
All right.
I want to make sure everybody has their controllers and they're ready. Everybody's going to be playing at the exact same time. All right, they're ready. Are you guys ready for some balloon fight? Here we go in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
All right.
The most intense game in Nintendo history.
Somebody popped that balloon early.
And see, it doesn't matter if you die. It just
Right.
matters what your final score
You just got to
is.
hit that high water mark on your score.
And we don't want to get too low or that orange fish is going to jump
No,
out
there's
and
an orange
mess up
fish
your
down there. You
business.
can't see it. I've had
Mess up
nightmares
your
about it.
business.
Yeah.
Little fun fact about Balloon Fight.
Yes.
Mr. Iwata actually worked on development of this game way back when.
Nice.
So, uh-oh. Jackson Blackson just took a dive.
Not good.
Yes. Those stars are pretty, but you do not
Yeah,
want to
if
touch
you hit
them.
that game
Keep
over
fighting.
screen, keep going.
Just keep playing. Keep
The
playing.
thing is, you keep earning points every second that you're
That's
alive,
right.
but you get 300 points if you nab one of those balloons.
And our team of Game Wizards in back is keeping track of your highest score, so there's no worry about that.
Oh, avoid the sparks. No.
Yeah,
Avoid the-
further south. This
Oh.
is Balloon Trip, which in the original game, you
Love
just
balloon
there's
fights.
like an endless balloon runner
You go
type
as
thing.
long
Yeah,
as
you
you
just keep
possibly
going
The
can.
until
further you get, though, the more difficult it gets. So you're going to see those sparks moving up and down.
Jackson just got fried.
Yeah, eventually those sparks moves up and down and even side to side.
Oh, watch out for the fish!
Oh,
Good jacking!
big.
Play
Bananas
got eaten by the fish.
Bananas got grabbed.
But they need to just keep going. They need to not worry about deaths.
Just
Again,
go.
it's just all
Keep
about
going.
the top score. And at
All
3
about
You
minutes,
just got to play. You have the full 3
Oh.
minutes.
Bananas
we're
just
going to hear an
drowned.
air horn, and that's how you're going to know time is up.
The most.
We got somebody with over 4,000 points right now.
Very good.
No
very
pressure
good.
or anything.
This is that game. I don't want to get too graphic. This is that game where you start sitting like this. You're like,
Right? Yep.
you start to get that little butt clench going.
Oh. Spark
And
claims
Jackie-
another victim. It's okay, keep going.
Jackson Blackson's still continuing.
Not
He's
too
got
late.
over 6,000 now. Banana's racking up a good score too, though.
This is crazy.
Yeah, Bananas
Jackson
off to
Black
a
is
slow
just-
start.
I don't know where.
It gets
Jinx
vicious.
Bananas.
Oh, this is rough. This is rough.
Oh, see, they got
Wait.
the bubble.
The bubble will
That
stop
stops
things for a
things.
moment.
These players have left less than 1 minute remaining.
Keep going,
No, don't get too close to the water. Don't do it.
Wow.
Audrey. I know the orange fish
25,000
is
points
scary,
right now for
It's
Jackson
scary
Black.
for you, Ethan.
but
It's
we
very
talked
scary.
about
It's like,
this. We've worked through your fear before.
25,000.
Nice.
Oh.
Wow, over 10,000 points though.
Yeah,
That's a
good,
good one.
good. No one's hit that top yet of 25,000. But it's all about how many points you can
bubble.
get.
Just get those balloons.
Oh, careful, Packy.
Watch it.
30
Bananas is getting the
seconds
hang of it.
remaining.
Banana's working on a good score here.
Go, go, go.
Stay alive, people.
Oh,
Oh. And Banana's taken down. And Package's got eaten by
Another
a fish.
victim of the
No.
orange fish.
That
Why
fish
I'm
is
afraid
That
of him,
fish is
Ethan.
hungry today.
Nothing can save
10
its hunger.
seconds.
Give me that balloons. That fish want them balloons.
3, 2, 1. And the ship comes into port.
Wow, seriously.
Gonna offload some spices.
We have 3 more.
And the first round of the underground battle is done. That was Jackson Blacks and Bananas and Packy. Let's hear it for them. The Game Wizards backstage. They have the high scores ready, but we're going to move on to our next round of balloon fight. This is with Aaron, Cosmo, and Sinister One. Now, this is Sinister One's second underground challenge.
Yes.
He's fighting. He's covered in
Surviving.
matted fur and blood. He's staying in there.
No, he's got the eye of the
Survivor.
tiger right now. He fought hard to get off planet Zebes and escape that
does.
Super Metroid challenge. So we'll see what he can bring in
We'll
the
see if he
balloon
can
fight.
make his way back up to stage 4.
Yep.
Yes. Take a couple of those balloons and just float right out of the underground and get back up to the top.
Don't let that orange fish mess you up. You'll
Yeah.
be fine.
Such a close first round. I noticed Bananas struggling so much at the beginning, but at the end,
No, she was really
I
getting the hang of
think,
it.
I think she might have had one of the highest, but I don't know. Thankfully, it's not up to me.
Yep.
I do not know. The
There are
Wizards
actual
backstage have the
wizards
numbers.
Back there
Yep.
Working this all out.
Hats
They're
and
wizards.
stabs and casting magic.
Yeah,
It's-
and doing
We should have
math.
shown it. It's kind
Lots
of
of math.
amazing to behold, but you just have to look it up.
All right, we got the thumbs up. We're ready
we
for some
go.
balloon fight?
Right.
Yeah.
3 minutes on the clock. This will determine who moves on and who is going home. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Once again, the most
fight begins.
intense game in Nintendo history.
Oh,
Balloon fight.
I like that. That was nice though.
Yeah.
look, Cosmo's having
Oh, someone's
a lot of luck.
So his sister,
Mostly just doing
Cosmo.
vertical movement here.
Right? Cosmo's keeping it slow and steady.
Yes.
That's the way.
Those balloons.
Grabbing a lot of balloons. Oh,
Now those sparks are very pretty, but you do not want to touch them. So
Right.
unlike the wizard,
This
don't
is
get
a-
the star, guys. Don't get the star.
This game looks simple enough,
That's so
but this is a
twinkly.
great
I want
reminder that
Don't do it.
those.
stay away from the lights.
Oh yeah, you gotta stay away. Those early NES games did not play around.
No.
They looked cute, they sounded cute, and they were vicious as all get
It's
out.
very. It's like you get you're all pretty. It's pretty sounding. It's
Right.
beautiful, and then you get eaten by a fish. Like that
Right.
is messed up.
That's life, you know.
Right, Sinister charging back into things.
Sinister's doing good. Cosmo in some deep stars
Sinister
right
went
there,
for a drink.
and did a
Arden's
great
working on a good
job.
point total now. He
Oh, but
struggled a
then
little
he
bit
got
early on.
Cosmo goes down.
Found his footing.
Less than 2 minutes remaining.
Aaron is still going strong, going through those sparkles. Spark to sparkle. Making it right through.
Exactly. It's so deadly.
Yep. Aaron just got that bubble.
So the bubble pauses the game, or pauses the stage. So you can
You can kind of take a breather
take
for
a breather,
moment,
relax.
the balloon.
It's not always to your advantage, though.
It's the pit stop of your balloon trip. I got you. Go to the restroom.
Okay, dodge the fish though. I like
yes,
that.
all that.
Cosmo, dodge the
Aaron
fish.
again, getting another bubble.
Nervous whenever they get close to the water.
Oh, Aaron!
Oh,
Wow, Aaron!
wow. That was some amazing
Totally not.
dodge.
Oh, that was so beautiful. To only get taken out by one sparkle right after, one sparkle right after that. Oh, that was intense.
Oh,
Oh, that sound hurts.
such relaxing music
I
for
know,
such
right?
a
I'm just
bloodthirsty
like
game.
to sleep at this, but it's still so intense.
Less than 60 seconds left.
Oh, 1 minute
Got a
left.
minute, rack those points up. Come on, we know you can do it.
They've all been doing really well here. Some really good long journeys.
Some long balloon trips.
Some long balloon
Yeah.
trips, you know. Which
I
is,
like
you know,
how they're also flying at night, which is kind of like you'd think you would do this midday,
cool, very
but
chill.
They have those special glasses
Right.
in order to drive at night.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Also nice that the villager represents the balloon fight in Smash Brothers. You know, he puts on the
Oh, that is
Sinister.
some
Sinister.
expert
Sinister with a
dodging
good-
by
wow.
Sinister.
Sinister doing the
Less
nice
than 30
dodges.
seconds, guys.
Not gonna go down.
Nice. Bobbing and weaving.
Okay,
Oh, Sinister's so close. Bobbing and weaving those sparks.
Cosmo's ranking
You
up
can
a good
also dodge
score
this
here at the
so long.
end.
Doing good, doing
Coming up
good.
under 15 seconds now.
Yes.
Oh look, they're not.
That's it.
Very
So
close.
Cosmo's at that point where they took
Grab as many
all the
balloons as
balloons
you
away,
can.
but you get points still just by staying
Just staying alive.
Yeah, you just gotta stay
Get the
alive.
most
Just gotta
for those
avoid
balloons.
those
That's right.
sparks.
And that's it. That's time.
Woo!
So close. Excellent run by Cosmo there at the end.
Yep,
Good work.
he get a
Wow.
great run at the end. Yes, let's give it up for him, guys. Come on.
Yeah.
Balloon fight.
Good fighting.
Day that will live in
Good balloon.
infamy.
Who would have thought it would come down to balloon fight for anyone on this stage
Taking
today?
it back to 1984.
I was holding out for Mario Paint, but this is good. This works.
It's
I wanna-
fitting.
It's not over yet.
Oh yeah, it's true. Mario Paint can still show up for a
Yeah,
tournament.
you never
Let me
know.
see.
You never know. All right, they're tallying the scores backstage and deciding who can make it through. But remember, only one player is going to survive elimination, and it looks like it is in fact Cosmo.
All right.
Oh, good job.
So we say congrats to Cosmo. His balloon fight prowess has earned him a spot into stage 4 of the main challenge. And now, regrettably, we have to say goodbye to everyone else. Their journey ends here. Let's hear it for all of our players on stage today, guys.
Woo! Great work. Great work. Playing with power.
An incredible round for sure. All right, it's up to the next stage. You guys want to know what game we're about to play? I thought so. All right, let's find out what our next game is.
Stage 4.
Show me your moves.
Super Smash Brothers for Wii U. It's the ultimate showdown of Nintendo's greatest heroes and villains. But to win, players must do more than merely beat their opponents. They'll have to smash them off the stage. May the superior smashers KO the competition.
You guys ready for some Smash Brothers? Now, before we get to it, I'm going to round that up to a yes. Before we get to it, do you guys remember there was a bit of a tournament that happened on this very stage about a year ago? In case you forgot, I just want to give you a quick refresher. There was some interesting stuff that happened, so take a look at what happened last year.
Before we go, can I play you for glory?
Oh, no.
I suck at Smash. My opportunity is coming with Smash on 3DS. Because now I'm going to play it on the go. I'm going to be able to come back up next time and kick your ass. 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 Kick your ass.
Let him hear it, everybody! Ladies and gentlemen, Hungrybox and Reggie Fils-Aimé! I love you. Okay, Then I'll get to break it up. You know what's gonna happen. Keep your power gloves off of each other. Oh, okay. That is powerful. I might be pregnant. I'm not gonna lie. That was an intense stare down. Guys, President and Chief Operating Officer of Nintendo of America, Reggie Fils-Aimé. He is a very powerful man. And one of the best Jigglypuff players on the planet, Hungrybox. He is also a very powerful man. Today, you two will face off, and we'll see, Reggie, if you can make good on your promise from last year. You remember what it was. I mean, you saw it, right?
It's very clear. I remember it like it was yesterday. And I just hope you're hungry.
How's your tum-tum, Hungrybox?
Well, I just hope that your body is ready. And remember, Reggie, when you lose, no Johns.
No Johns. No Johns.
All right, are you guys ready for this epic showdown?
I'm ready, but did you hear that if I win, I'm prepared to offer you a job? Oh!
I'm an engineer, boy. I don't need it.
Man, you can drop this. No, don't actually drop it. All right, gentlemen, to your positions, please. Let's get ready for a big showdown.
Let's get ready to smash.
You guys ready to watch this? Now, before they start, I want to bring someone up to help call the action. He is one of the foremost play-by-play callers in the Smash Brothers community. You hear his voice every time you spike your opponent into oblivion. Someone called it out. You know who's coming out, right? Let's hear it for D1! This is yours, sir. Reggie versus Hungrybox. A job on the line that was already turned away. If it's available, Reggie, I will happily take it. I'll work for them in a second.
D1, welcome.
Thank you very much, everybody. Introducing. I just wanted to say something real quick. Nintendo World Championships. I'm like, hey, what's up? Hello. Time to play Smash with my sisters and my bros. Married to the scene, I can never let it go. Name is D1, you guess. Don't guess, you already know. Enough about me, now it's time to enjoy the show. Bars.
It's great to have you up here. You were here last year when this all went down, so tell us, how excited are you for this matchup?
I'm excited beyond all belief. Like, to be here a year and 4 days after Reggie called out HBox. And the funny thing, I didn't even think HBox would have called out Reggie at all. He came up to him and in front of thousands of viewers, not only here, but on the internet, and it actually happened. Reggie came back, and he's here to...
And they're ready now. They're ready now, so let's get to it. D1, you guys please call the shots. But it's time for Reggie versus Hungrybox!
All right, are we about to start a Final Destination? Of course. So here we go, guys. The match you've all been waiting for. Hungrybox, of course, using Jigglypuff, and whoa! Reggie already drops.
Oh, Reggie. Oh,
and we have
No, wait,
This is
who's
trophy on
playing
the field.
who? We haven't clarified.
Very, very true.
No, obviously, we got Reggie as Ryu.
Yeah. Versus Hungrybox's Jigglypuff. This man has been using Jigglypuff for years in Super Smash Bros. Melee and also now here in Smash for Wii U.
And Ryu just came out. There's a lot of hype right now. Videos you saw this morning. And now even a lot of the folks that are already playing, breaking Ryu down. You can see him live up here on the screen.
Absolutely. Ryu is such a technical character in Super Smash Bros. Right there, that uppercut that you go for. If you actually do the motion, you'll have invincibility and no landing lag upon landing. The Hungrybox is open.
Oh, he's looking for that rest, man. He wants it.
He's sleeping on Reggie, but he needs to be careful. Good forward smash and another stop down. Hungrybox right there. When you see Hungrybox rolling left and right in front of Reggie, that's disrespectful.
Oh, okay.
You could punish that. And there goes Reggie yet again. It looks like he might need the instruction manual. No shots fired, Reggie. Sorry. Good throw right there by Reggie, but he does not get the follow-up on Hungrybox. And it looks like Kevin Pereira might be coaching. Nice! No coaching's allowed, Kevin. And here we go. Nice down throw right there by Reggie. No follow-up again. He's just hanging back.
Confirmed. Reggie is pressing buttons. I went look. He's actually hitting things.
He's pressing buttons.
There you go, Reggie.
Nice pummel.
I feel like Reggie's moment is coming.
Now it's single elimination. If Reggie gets one, he wins. I don't know if you heard that. That's an on-the-fly rule, and it exists.
Oh!
Reggie with the boot!
That donkey kick sending Hungrybox off the stage. And again, right there, Reggie could have came back. Didn't use a double jump. Hungrybox taunting in front of Reggie. Do you know that this man is the president of Nintendo of America? Do you know what you're doing, good sir?
Oh, there it is, hit it.
Smash ball. Let Reggie have it at least. I don't think Reggie needs it though. Another drop, and we have a minute and a couple seconds left on the clock. Hungrybox playing rather patient. There's an opportunity to possibly take a stop.
Turn it on right now?
No.
Hungry,
Reggie
you don't seem to be
dropping
concerned
again.
about getting invited back next year.
Reggie, I always knew you were a fraud.
Oh! Shots fired. We can have him ejected, Reggie.
Speaking of shots fired,
I was very upfront when I said that I couldn't play Smash.
and right now Hungrybox.
He's a pro, Reg. We all think you're doing a phenomenal job. Keep it up. 30 seconds remaining. I think Reggie could still take it. What do you guys think?
Give Reggie all of your energy, people.
Maybe if there was like an 80s montage of a chant of Reggie's name, that would give him the power to come back. Reggie, the people love you.
The crowd's cheering for Reggie, but will Reggie be able to do it? Reggie can't hear you.
Showing the
5
hurricane
seconds
game.
left.
2.
Oh!
And Hungrybox definitely takes that one. Beautiful job by both contestants.
That was so close. We're gonna go backstage to find out who the winner was.
I don't think we need to.
Okay, good. The results are in. Congratulations to Hungrybox.
Thank you very much.
You just lost a gig, but you gained some serious rep. Thanks, Hungry.
Yes, I did. And Reggie, for being the president of Nintendo, you suck at Smash Bros.
Whoa!
Look.
Oh, gracious in victory,
look.
Reggie. So gracious.
So I spend 16 hours a day running a company. You spend 16 hours a day playing Smash.
You gonna hang out and call it with us? You guys ready for more action? 2 rounds, 4 players each to determine who the final 2 will be. And someone is going to be crowned the Nintendo World Champion. Let's get into it right now.
Welcome back. Great matchup, don't you think? Great matchup between those two.
Oh, absolutely.
No, you can be honest, D1. It's okay.
It was.
I'm glad we just got to see it.
Of course, I was happy to see both of those players go at it. Well, one of the players go at it. Just playing.
But now we've got the competitors who are remaining, and this is obviously a really big round because the elimination, the underground, it's gone. The last member, he survived through the elimination, and now he's here in the normal stages. So 2 maps, 4 players, and then based off of the scores over the course of these 2 maps, that will determine the final 2. So this is it, gentlemen. This is it.
And this has an interesting rule set here. I think we're going for fun. Around here.
Items are all on.
Yeah.
Any character, as far as I know. Yeah, it's fair game. So the 2 losing players that don't make that cut, they will just go home, and we will have the finals.
They're about to choose their players in this round. We've got Trihex, John Numbers, Mad Mage, and Cosmo. Someone just shouted an order for garlic fries. I have no idea what they're screaming. D1, do you hear it?
I thought they were saying John Numbers. John Numbers? I can't quite make it out. Well,
the crowd is turning angry.
I will say one thing.
They're flipping a car and setting it on fire now.
Cosmo, Trihex, John Numbers, these guys have a great following.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it was.
Here we go.
Roy is, I think,
was
what we
just
heard.
Introduced, by the way.
Yes, I believe. We did get a little announcement maybe earlier. What are you thinking, man? We got 2 new competitors joining Smash D1.
Ryu, Roy, actually
3, and
yeah.
Lucas.
We got Lucas as well that got released today. eShop, everybody was in there.
Yeah, everybody was. Update all the systems.
The moment the direct dropped, that was it.
That was it. There's a lot of us. It was awesome to see. And we got to see Ryu. We might get to see another character right here. And Town and Country, I believe, is going to be, Town and City, excuse me, is going to be the first map that we'll play.
Okay. All right, I got the thumbs up here. Looks like we're good to go. You guys ready for some Smash Brothers?
Yes.
Let's do it. Trihex will be playing as Toon Link, John Numbers as Shulk, Mad Mage as Falco. And I'm sorry, Cosmo, I did not get to see your character, but go ahead and start it up. Cosmo's playing as Roy.
Yes. Roy.
All right,
now,
here we
once
go.
they've chosen their characters, that's it. They will play these characters throughout all of these. So, take it away.
Yeah, interesting thing. Cosmo definitely plays Roy in Melee as well. So I'd like to see if he can get a good grasp of the character right now. This is probably his first time, if anything, trying out Roy.
Now, I mean, based off of this isn't necessarily your traditional one-on-one Smash, which you obviously see a lot of. So, D1, is there anything in particular that you would change about your play specifically if you were going in a situation where it's 4 players, items on a map like this?
Well, I myself, if I were playing free-for-all, I would be camping on the sides, letting people just basically waiting for a skirmish, and then jumping in there and capitalizing when the moment rises.
We already see, I guess, Falco at a 101, Toon Link at 86. Almost getting sent there.
And I believe Mad Mage is Falco. He was trying his best to go after Trihex when he was up in the air. Nice up smash right there, taking that quick stock off of Mad Mage, and I believe the sharp was John Numbers getting that KO.
Was he the first one to get on the board? Was that the first? Yeah.
Absolutely.
And that's interesting as Shulk, too, because I feel like in a 4-player match, Shulk has what he needs to get multiple smashes.
John Numbers, again, that is 3 KOs so far. Straight from New York City, this man is here in Los Angeles at the Nokia Theater, here to play. Another opportunity right here. He's trying to get Cosmo on stage, but Cosmo now trying to turn the tides.
And really, just like you said, playing the sides and looking for those opportunities.
Oh, a lot of items there for Toon Link.
And right there, Trihex tried to get Mad Mage with the star, but he avoids it. And Mad Mage just hanging on the right side. Beautiful! Again, John Numbers, this man is on fire.
Such a nice counter. All right, so John Numbers picked up quite a few already.
Oh, and looking to use the bat there, but unfortunately he's just dropped it.
And items changes this obviously considerably. That was a nice one.
Yep, great job right there by Mad Mage. He gets the dash attack, camera attacks.
And Schultz with that really strong side smash, just really, really nasty if you catch somebody with it.
Yeah, overall, Schultz is an extremely strong character, especially if you use the smash. That's when he's blowing the rest. Oh, Mad Mage.
Schultz has been in shield mode almost the entire game.
And all players looking like they have a pretty good grasp of Smash here. I mean, everyone's definitely put in their time.
Yeah, and I mean, other than John Numbers getting, that double smash up the side, like there hasn't been one particular player who's sort of like really taken it away.
Oh, it's bomb time.
Yep.
You won't throw that bomb right now.
Oh, sick usage by Mad Mage with the reflector.
Yeah, that was really good.
Just to get rid of that bomb. Oh, and there goes John Numbers looking for an opportunity to get that ground control down smash. That's another smart thing. So in like free-for-alls, platforms can keep you out of harm's way as well. You saw,
Toon Link stepping up.
Yes, Trihex.
He needed that too. I think that was actually his first points on. That was his first points on the board.
Beautiful counter right there by John Numbers, but he doesn't get the KO.
Oh, the recovery.
Nice follow-up. He gets the footstool. Tech chases Trihex and gets a forward smash. Cosmo looking really good right now, but I still believe John Numbers is in the lead.
I think so too. He's doing a great job. I mean, he really, he's not ever throwing out anything unless it is going to hit. He's being very meticulous about actually, how he's smashing and who he's smashing. And I'm pretty sure he is in the lead.
Less than 2 minutes remain here.
Great fair right there by John Numbers.
Oh,
his opportunity to get
John at a high percentage though. Could lose it. Oh,
great up smash right there by
Trihex. Really bringing it. Oh, but the payback. A little bit of payback there for John Numbers.
What? John Numbers takes back regardless. Oh, I think I jinxed him, guys. Apologies. Whoa!
The clutch double KO there.
These guys are realizing that there's nearly a minute left on the clock.
Darkrai
so
on the field.
Looks like we're coming up on 60 seconds left. This will determine which two move on and which two are eliminated from the competition.
Tried to get a fully charged forward smash, but it wasn't enough. Interestingly enough, Roy's fully charged neutral B can KO you at 0.
I say all Pokeballs only. High frequency. All Pokeballs high frequency, please. Thank you.
Justin showing that he's a big fan of Pokemon, of course.
All right. It's really important. Looks like picking up those assist characters there. Oh my gosh.
Wow, and that was an interesting play. Mad Mage almost getting forward smash, but that up smash allowing him to be safe. And Trihex coming down with the down air. Can't sweat it off.
Oh, Cosmo trying to pick something up here in the last 15 seconds.
Oh! And the final 10. I think 1, 4, 3, 2, 1.
My guess would be John Numbers, and I am correct. Congratulations to John Numbers winning with this show. Fantastic fashion.
But let's see how close it was, D1.
So to be clear, Schultz took this round, but he is not the overall winner. We still have one more round of gameplay to go. We got to tally everything up. Numbers will be crunched, and then we will decide which two contestants are going home and which two are moving on to the final stage of battle.
Based on KOs there, it looks still really close. Anything can happen in match number 2.
Oh, absolutely. And it was pretty interesting how John Numbers and another one of his opponents had 5 KOs, but the fact that he had only 3 balls, he managed to still bring it out ahead. He was +2 if you looked at the scores.
Yep.
What adjustments need to be made going into this next round of gameplay for these guys?
Seems like these players are going to definitely have to keep a lookout for John Numbers. I'm not trying to coach anything or anything, but he was getting a lot of KOs. If anything, while they're moving about on the stage, don't let him get those free opportunities to sneak in those smash attacks. He's been getting a lot of early kills, if you ask me.
All right, let's take a look at a replay now. Go back over some of the action that we just saw here on stage.
Oh, this is one of the first, I think, smashes coming up here.
Oh,
yeah, right.
Yeah, big send there from John Numbers.
And there's another one. When he got that double KO right there, that was really clutch.
Well, the range on Shulk sometimes can just be really tough.
All right, guys, it looks like we're set for the second and final round of Smash Brothers gameplay. Again, this will decide who is going home and who will be the final two, one of which will be crowned your Nintendo World Champion. Here we go. It's round 2, Smash Brothers.
Dreamland 64.
Yes, stage that is now introduced ever since Melee. I'm actually happy to see the stage back again.
As a reminder, we have Trihex playing as Toon Link, John Numbers is Shulk, Mad Mage is Falco, and Cosmo is playing as Roy.
Now, pretty interesting thing about this stage. I believe I heard the blast zones are actually closer, which means you can net earlier KOs, which might benefit John Numbers, who's been already getting some early KOs.
D1 and Smash Ball is on the field. This is huge with items on.
Oh, and it looks like Roy gets it. Will he get the opportunity to land, though? Oh, wait. Actually, no, it's not Roy. It is Shulk. Correction.
And, I think that's John Numbers who managed to pick it up. Would not want to be Trihex right now.
Yes. Right now, John Numbers is feeling it. I'm not too sure about Trihex.
I mean, John Numbers takes the lead again in game 2. So let me ask you this. Like, everyone is up against everyone else, but if you know who the leader is, there could be a way to, try to knock him down a peg.
Oh, absolutely. If anything, if you know that there's one person who's doing the best in the free-for-all, you should just all gang up on that. Don't let him get away with it.
The MVP strats here coming out.
I got to think of everything. This is it. I mean,
that's true.
2 people move on to the finals.
Are we talking the final 4 right here? We got the next world champion on stage right now.
Yeah, and all 4 really amazing competitors.
This is incredible.
But I think what happened is I don't think any of these guys actually want to collude. It looks like every man for himself.
Yeah, there's no like that strat is not happening. It's not going through their head. Like, let's
no
work
collusion.
together.
No collusion. Oh, Trihex trying to see if he can get Mad Mage off stage. That interception by John Numbers.
Oh, no, and Trihex can't recover there. I believe gets a self-destruct on that one.
And did you see how insane the knockback was from that attack by Cosmo? Roy's too strong. If anything, I actually heard Sakurai stated that Roy is stronger this time around. So people are going to have to be really careful around this sword wielding.
Oh, another Smash Ball hits the field, and a lot of time left in this match.
Oh, who's going to get it?
Whoa, the Smash Ball is underneath the stage.
The most troll Smash Ball ever.
Oh, man.
Well, Falco looking thirsty. Will he get it? Oh, too late. And a swing and a miss.
I mean, there's only been a couple of smashes so far in this matchup. I mean, but we see high percentages across 3. So I expect another potential double smash could actually happen here.
We got just less than 3 minutes remaining in the final round of Smash Brothers here.
Counter would have done it.
Great usage of that green shell right there by John Numbers, but it looks like Trihex is just coming back on stage. Nice avoidance of that 4th smash. John Numbers still gets the KO. And now we have Toon Link yet again with the final smash. At this time, he gets it.
That's who we really needed to get that against, too.
Oh, so it looks like John Numbers got his just desserts.
And was that Mad Mage with an assist trophy right there?
Hammer Bros.
Hammer Bros. Oh, why are you going to do that to Roy? How are you going to play Roy like that, man?
You got to welcome to the arena.
Yeah, welcome to
Gotta
Smash,
welcome to
Roy.
Smash,
Welcome
Roy.
to Smash. That's true. He has to get initiated. He just came today. I mean, I don't think he could just join the club that easy.
2-minute warning. This is it. This could be the last 2 minutes for two of these competitors here at the Nintendo World Championships. Only two will be moving on.
And right now, John Numbers is looking way too clutch. Usage of the smashes, the counter. Again with the counter. He's so consistent. Can anybody stop this man? Oh, Cosmo. Oh, God.
Who got the point for that? Alpha.
And the jump are allowing John Numbers to come from so far away. Great smash right there by Cosmo. Trihex.
Oh!
Have a hard time
Cosmo
there.
looking for the spike with the down throw there, and a smash ball again on the field.
Smash ball. Trihex. If you could get more than one player with his smash, if you could get it with his final smash, that'll actually assist him greatly. Let's see what happens.
Oh,
he's
before the
scheming.
storm. Saving it up.
Oh! And it's John Numbers again.
A huge pickup there. So John Numbers did look to potentially have the lead based on some of those early KOs.
I don't know. This is starting to look personal, if you ask me.
Oh, it's Obama snow on the field.
45 seconds
Show him that
remain,
blizzard.
everybody.
Show him that blizzard, Obama snow. You show it to him.
I honestly, I have no idea where this stands right now. You know, John Numbers was ahead. He got taken out twice, and there's been fewer smashes in this particular matchup. Like, this was anyone's game as far as I could see.
It's way too close to call.
Whoa, and this might be what Cosmo needed. But Shaw still manages to get back. That great recovery.
All right, 15 seconds.
Bumper on the field.
The final 10 seconds to smash.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That is time. I do not envy JC, who's backstage. He's got to crunch the numbers on everybody else. I think it's pretty clear that John Numbers had a commanding performance in both rounds.
He did, and I think it was well deserved too. He played very smart. I think he actually had a very solid plan going into that.
Yeah, and an interesting thing, back at home in New York City, he is a threat at numerous Smash events. So I'm actually not surprised to see John Numbers do so well here. Kudos to him.
All right, well then let me throw a hard one out there for you, D1. If you thought, you know, maybe based off of what you saw from the other three, you want to try to predict who else might be joining them in the finals?
John Numbers?
Yeah.
Maybe Cosmo. I hope you didn't hear me.
Ooh, all right.
All right, we're going to take a look at a replay now from that last round of action while the scores are tallied up.
And the big smash ball usage there, the big smash use. Yeah, I got a John Numbers. Huge. Love that one too. The whole gang joins in.
He got a solid, like 10 seconds to himself just for that.
Yeah.
It was just really interesting. Ever since John Numbers landed that one final smash on Trihex, Trihex had to reply with 2 final smashes to poor John Numbers, just to let him know how he felt.
Yeah. There it is. And we're getting a little glimpse at it right there, D1. Oh, onto the screen.
Oh, that final one, yeah.
All right, can I get our 4 contestants over here, please? Would you come on over here? Let's hear it for them, guys. The results are in. Just hang out right here. Excellent round of gameplay. You guys have survived through quite a lot this evening. But after the numbers have been crunched, the 2 that are moving on to the final round of gameplay, it's John Numbers and Cosmo. Let's hear it for him, and congrats to Trihex and Mad Mage. Thank you, guys. Played an excellent game. Excellent job. You guys can go ahead and head into the audience, and let's hear it for Cosmo and John Numbers, your final 2. All right. Yeah, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions, and they're all going to be answered very shortly. But first, we're not out of games, my friend. We got a whole sack of games back there. We just plucked one out for you guys. It's hot and ready, straight from the oven. We have a little coin here. We got a little heads, some tails. Who wants to call it? This will determine who's going to go first.
You want to call it?
Tails has a slightly higher chance. John has crunched the numbers. Cosmo, you're calling tails. Flip has happened. It's heads. Do you want to go first or second, John? All right, John's going to go second. That means we have to send you into isolation, John. So head that way to that chair. You are going to be going first, Cosmo. How do you feel right now?
I have no idea what's going to happen, so I don't know. I'm excited.
I promise it will be painless. We're all going to be friends on the other side of this. All right, to determine who is going to walk out of here, your Nintendo World Champion, let's find out what game Cosmo is about to be playing.
Final stage. Super Mario Maker! As the latest entry in this quintessential Nintendo franchise, the game encompasses everything it means to be a hardcore Nintendo fan. Passion, determination, skill, heart, and creativity. Super Mario Maker allows you to craft the Super Mario levels of your dreams, be they merry or merciless. The experts from the Nintendo Treehouse have created these daunting courses that would challenge even Mario himself. The player who finishes with the fastest times will be crowned the 2015 Nintendo World Champion. May the ultimate Nintendo fan reign supreme.
How do you feel about it now that you know the game, Cosmo?
I love Mario 1. It's my favorite Mario platformer. Mario 64 is cool, but Mario Maker combination, you know, it's not even out yet. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'll try my best and give it my best shot.
We think you're going to do just fine. Let's hear it for Cosmo. Good luck to you, sir. Go ahead and take a position over there at a console. And of course, so no one has an unfair advantage, of course, John Numbers is being blindfolded. We're going to pipe some music into his ears, sprinkle some rose petals, break out some candles, make it real nice on the stage for him while he's in isolation. We don't want him to hear anything that goes on in the stage, and of course we don't want him to see it, because these guys are going to be running through levels that they have never witnessed before. These were made by some folks at the Treehouse, and in fact, joining us right now as special commentators for this round, we're bringing up the guys who designed the actual courses they're about to play straight from the Nintendo Treehouse. Here's Morgan and Eric, everyone.
Welcome, you guys. I can't wait because you're going to explain to us the rules,
yes,
and then we get to see these crazy levels that you created. So tell us, how exactly is this final two going to work?
All right, so these two finalists will be playing through 4 courses that Morgan and I created. The courses start with the different game modes chronologically. So they're going to start with Super Mario Bros. And end with New Super Mario Bros. U. These different courses and obviously the different game modes, the players will have different kind of abilities as Mario. Sometimes you can wall jump, sometimes you can pick up shells, and other times you can't.
And they're going to take turns, so you guys are going to see the first player play through a course, and then the second player try it. So you guys are going to get to sort of participate in the joy of being a Mario Maker, which we've gotten to do, which is to see somebody play something for the first time, but then the second time to see somebody play for the first time, but you know what's coming, and sort of see how they figure that out. So it should be pretty fun. But then the final course, the fourth one.
Yes. So the first 3 levels, they will, alternate play. One person will be isolated. And the 4th level, they'll be playing simultaneously. The first 3 levels, you're going to, if you win, you get that 15-second bonus.
It's actually a 15-second head start. So somebody could win all 3 of the first ones, have a 45-second head start on that last split screen course when they're racing together, or somebody could, only win 2 and it could only be a 15-second head start.
Absolutely, and it all comes down just to that last course. So
when we get to that 4th course, you guys are going to see them start playing the game at the same time. Whoever gets to the end first is going to be crowned Nintendo World Champion. And once again, just so you guys are clear, each of the game modes has abilities specific to that original franchise. So we'll see how the players work through that. So, yeah.
All right, let's get to the gameplay right now. Here's Cosmo's first run of the first new level that you guys have put together in Super Mario Maker. Here we go.
Well, that looks pretty
very
familiar
familiar.
right off the bat.
Yeah, this is one that Morgan created. And
Whoa, wait a minute.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Party's over.
what?
What on earth?
Oh! I'm sorry. Are there?
Nice.
Is there Hammer Brothers on top of a bomb and with a blooper?
Yeah.
What did I just
Anything
see?
goes, man. When you get to make your
Oh no! Troll box. The troll box.
Oh, he's bouncing
everything's
those
fine.
hammers.
Everything's fine.
Cosmo's doing a great job. So
Oh!
Guys should have
Cosmo
remained
goes
quiet.
down to the flames.
A
Oh my
testament
gosh.
to you guys. Cosmo had the biggest grit up there
It
just
really
now.
is.
So
And I think that's also the thrill that people are going to get when they get this game at home. Is like the first time you like. I don't know. I always wanted to put a Hammer Bro inside of a question block.
Oh my gosh, dude.
That is so
He's nailing
sadistic of
that.
you guys to tease them with the flagpole on the other end of all that fire. At the
Oh!
and now the beauty
I
of
don't-
this is this is just determining the time advantages for the final stage.
Yes.
So I can
Yeah,
only
and I'm told
imagine
these get increasingly difficult as they go on.
Yes.
It's going to get more
I'm
difficult.
guessing.
And again, these guys are going to have they have basically 5 minutes to post their best time. So we'll see what happens.
All right, so here's the
I'm
part.
trying my hardest to talk about the stage, but also not give John potentially any hints, although he is in isolation.
Yeah,
Here we go.
So he has no.
Oh, okay.
He's trying to go for the big.
There we
There
go.
it is.
It's over it.
Watch out,
Flames.
Cosmo. Watch out. Why the arrow
Oh my
pointing back?
God.
What
Because
do you
the
guys-
treadmill changes.
Looks like
Uh-oh.
he's trying to.
Trying to figure it out.
I just want you guys are sick. You guys are sick and twisted.
Uh-oh.
We got
Gotta
some
be-
little treats here. Sort of a.
Uh-oh.
No.
There it is.
Oh, you really wanted to go down the.
Oh no! Say this is not real.
No,
Oh.
all the way back.
Oh no, Cosmo!
It's all right. He's working it out.
Oh my
He's got up to
goodness.
5 minutes to try to complete this first stage.
At the end of the 5 minutes, whoever has made the most progress
Oh,
will win that round.
wow. Wow, you guys.
Yeah, my mind is blown away right now. This is crazy. And you can see the diversity of the engine
Oh,
here.
yeah.
You could just do anything with Mario. It looks
really-
like this is absolutely crazy.
He seems
And-
obsessed with that grinder right there.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I heard some
think he
people in
just
the
has to
audience
go for it.
yelling some things out.
Cosmo still
Trying to
has
give
a
him
smile
hints.
on his face. I would have had a controller through a window.
I think we all remember the
but-
first time that we maybe played, the first level of the original Super Mario Bros. Or any of those courses for the first
Oh.
time.
Goes for a haircut. I'm a snowblood.
I mean, that's also the beauty of like watching someone play through it the first time is they start to figure it out. Oh,
Okay.
Might be honest with you.
Well,
Long
you
way
got
to
the
go for a
coin.
coin, guys.
Oh my
Good job.
gosh.
You really never know what you're gonna find in Super Mario Maker.
Ooh, that Goomba. Sometimes that
These
first
guys
Goomba
are playing for the
is
Nintendo
hardest.
World Championship, and they're getting killed by Goombas here. So at the end of the day, it's like
All right, guys. Cosmo has 1 minute left to get as
1
far as he
minute
can
left.
or complete the level.
All right. Well,
if he can't complete it in that 5 minutes, that means all the next player has to do is even complete. And he's gonna get that advantage. Obsessed with that.
Leap of faith.
Oh,
boo.
boo-hoo.
Oh, boo indeed.
Right. I think so. Let's think about it. So Cosmo made it past the blooper Hammer Brothers
Wall.
Yeah, he made it all the way to
crazy
that
creature.
pipe at the very
And then
end.
there was what else did we saw another creature? Oh, that's right. He did make it all the way to the
Made it
pipe.
all the way to the pipe, and then took the treadmill
Of course,
all the way back.
Of course,
to the
yeah.
beginning.
Oh, there it is again. I could look at that monstrosity all day.
But that's what's crazy about Mario Maker is you can make anything, any monster you want, because you can attach them all to each other.
You want to make sure that guy was still in there, just to make sure. You never know.
Could have changed. Could have been a star this time, you know.
Oh. All right, guys, we're coming up on about 20 seconds left for Cosmo. He needs to just gun it.
He's gonna have faith in himself.
You have to just build speed there, right?
Yeah.
And that's what.
Oh,
I mean,
no,
but
he's going back.
you have
Looks
to
like he's
time
following
those
the arrows
jumps.
here
For Cosmo.
All right, we did see him make it to the end of the treadmills. We saw him make it to the end of the treadmills. So
Yeah,
he did make some pretty good distance there.
It's true.
All right, so now John Numbers is going to come out from isolation. Cosmo's going to head back in there. He'll put on the blindfold and the headset so he doesn't know how John does. Guys, is John in for a cakewalk? Let him know. John, it's fine. Just run. You'll be good. They saw. It's easy. Piece of cake. All right, so again, John is going to have his 5 minutes now to get as far as he can in the stage. You guys know what he's in for, but try not to spoil it for him. Let's discover it along with him. Of course, the winner of each round will earn a 15-second head start bonus in the final stage where they are racing head-to-head against each other at the exact same time. The game is ready. Are you guys ready? John is ready. All right, let's start it.
All right, I'm really looking forward to see how John handles this one. And I just have to, Morgan and Eric, you know, when we first started about this and you told us the vision for the finals, like I didn't even expect anything this hard for the first one. I was like,
Yeah.
probably, you know.
Well, it's funny because we had a lot of help from Treehousers working on these courses, you know, getting them ready for this. And we actually found the point where we made them too hard and we made it a little easier. So.
Oh my gosh.
It can be hard when you're making courses to sort of find that fine line. So I think that's
Right. There are also different kinds of difficulties. Sometimes you just need to figure out what you need to do. Other times it's like a technical platforming sort of thing. So every player is going to handle it differently.
Both players, for the first try, getting to similar spots.
Yeah,
on
and
the map.
it's really interesting because John hasn't really been going for blocks.
Oh, he's caught on the treadmills.
He doesn't trust the arrows.
Oh, whoa! Real close to the fire.
This part's a little tricky. There's a lot of confusion. It's like, do I go up? Do I go down? What do I do here?
Yeah, and
because there's a lot going on.
He's working on it here. Really,
just don't go over there. You don't. don't
That was insane!
But look at how quickly John goes back to that spot. He's got it, figured it out. Now he's just got to nail the timing on those jumps.
What a moment, though. You guys, you were holding out on us. You knew that was hiding there the entire time. Here he goes
He's
again.
onto something here.
John Numbers. Oh, snap!
Morgan is the master of trolls.
And we all knew that warp pipe was coming. We all knew.
See, and here's where you see that, you know, once you sort of, again, you guys remember, like, he kind of knows, now he knows what he has to do, but you still have to do it.
Yeah. That does kind of change everything.
Did you guys put a single power up in any of the question mark blocks?
I guess we'll find out.
There'll be one room, Kevin, that has like 1,000
Feel the
boxes.
flow now. He's really putting together a nice run here. He actually,
here we go.
He's putting together a really good
This could
time
be
on
the
this.
run.
Bam!
Oh,
Two. Get the puck.
Oh, my goodness!
No!
John Numbers!
Oh!
I think
So
he's got this time. He's really, and it's really interesting to watch these guys in the top players. He's really starting to flow in this first section. You know,
Totally.
he's starting to really piece it together.
I think that if we, you know, Cosmo, who's got a great history as a, you know, someone who's played these types of games and speed runs them as well. Like, I think we have our two perfect competitors up there for the finals.
John seems to have the timing down.
Oh! Two. Come on now. Three.
But wait.
But wait, there's more. I love the coin shower at the end. Oh, everybody's on their feet. Wait, John, hang out.
That was amazing.
That was awesome.
John, hang out right here. Congratulations, man. You got the 15-second head start, but there's more to play.
I know. 15 seconds for each round?
15 seconds for each round. So your next course is up. John is going to go first on this one, then we're going to swap, and Cosmo will take the stage and try to play this next course. Guys, any thoughts on what John's about to come up against?
This is another course made by Morgan.
Yeah,
This
I
is
made
going to
the
be
first
Super
two.
Mario Bros. 3.
This is Super Mario Bros. 3, so you guys again are going to see some. Sounds like we're ready to go.
right,
Just
let's
as you
do
guys
it.
watching here in the audience and at home, you're going to see again like it's the Super Mario Maker. All 4 of these game styles are in there, and you're going to see all those different quirks come out.
All right, well, John Numbers has the 15-second head start in the final round. Let's see if he can double that lead right now. And our second stage of Super Mario Maker. Update the wiki, by the way. That is the official title now.
Oh,
okay.
Not sure when the last time he drove a group of clown car is, but we're testing all their skills here.
He's doing a pretty good job now.
Okay.
That's one thing about Super Mario Maker is any enemy you want, you can then drop a mushroom on it, and it turns into a big enemy.
Smart play, John. Smart play.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
Wow, expert.
Nailed it.
Very nice.
I thought the homing bullet bill.
Oh, snap.
Whoa.
That was really close. Morgan hates question marks and
goodness.
power-ups, apparently.
You can.
I can just feel you guys working out issues in these levels. You're definitely getting some therapy here. Oh, there we go. Get it.
And he did it.
Get it.
Nailed it.
Nice. Put on the brakes.
Well played.
Look at this.
Power up. Yeah, you guys asked about it. Obviously, that answered your question there.
Yep, there it is, the first one.
Caught up on the saw blade there, but makes his way back.
Oh, he's running for it.
Can he make it? Yes!
Well played. Well played.
Oh, he was on a roll there.
Dude, the thwomp too strong. Thwomp too
That
strong.
looked like a pretty good first attempt.
That was pretty good first.
Okay, I was going to go to because I was like, not knowing the rest of the level, that could have been like 1%. So.
That was really, really good first attempt.
Narrowly dodges the chain chomps there.
And that strategy, getting hit and still going for it, sometimes you have to do that in Mario. You know, you just got to...
Oh! No. So heat-seeking bullet bills, I think I'm seeing
That's
as
actually
Yeah,
a bullseye
those are-
bill.
Oh,
That's the
okay.
official name.
For those in the know.
Well, sorry.
Oh, geez.
So incredible when that blind run, when it's pure instinct, how
Yeah.
far you can get, and now you know what's coming up.
It's hard.
and you start
Sometimes you
second-guessing.
get
It
through
almost
things that
becomes-
first time, and it comes easier than maybe it should have, and then you got to get back through it just to get back to that. You get to that farthest point, but
Well, there's that part up there with the 2 bullseye bills fire, and I felt like John kind of got through that almost in like just scared, running scared.
Yeah.
And now that you know it's coming, it's suddenly like, oh well, how did I do it last time?
Yeah,
Here it
this
goes.
is-
They
this
curved
section
around.
right here. Oh,
It's rough.
Sometimes when you're playing Mario, you just kind of overthink it, you know? You just kind of like feel it in your bones.
Pro tips from Eric.
Hey,
You just got to feel
I played a lot of Mario.
Art gets by real quick there.
Yeah, the speed differences
oh, watch out.
from run to run are awesome.
You hit those spikes, you get stunned and knocked back for a while.
Oh, there we
nice.
go.
Smart play.
Oh, whoa!
There it is.
Nice.
Oh, that was actually, he was stunned because of the sumo bro. He hit that.
Yeah, the Sumo Bro
Yeah.
stomped and stunned him on the
Stunned
ground.
there.
A lot of things at play when you start to piece all these different Mario pieces together into a course.
And just look at how fast John is going through this. Yep.
John, pyramid of dry bones goes by.
Should we just all leave the theater and prank Cosmo right now?
Whoa, man.
Thought.
Nice.
There we go.
Okay,
All
he's
right.
on to the next section. Here we go.
He's back to the ground area.
I don't know.
You see, there's some ice you could break behind there. I don't enough.
I don't even know if I trust these arrows anymore. They got arrows going in all kinds of directions. Am I even supposed to go down there? Like, what am I doing?
Now he knows that power-up's coming up.
All right. Shuffle across.
Oh!
What's a little
nervous.
Everything is fine. Everything is fine.
All right, 30 seconds remain. Let's see if he can eke out a little bit further than the last run.
If he hurries, he can make this.
He's doing really well right now.
Get that boot over. There we go.
Ooh, do you switch boots is the question. No, there's no time.
Whoa.
What the?
Yeah.
We got an upgrade here. He's on the move. He's on the move right now.
Bootception.
Out of time for John. Out of time.
Wow.
I love it.
Let's hear it for John Numbers, everybody. All right, now Cosmo is coming out of isolation. He has no idea what awaits him in the second round of gameplay. So Cosmo, just so you know, John Numbers was able to complete the first stage of the Mario Challenge. Right now, he's up 15 seconds. This is your chance to get back. Again, one of these guys is about to be crowned your Nintendo World Champion. I'm not going to tell Cosmo how John did, but we know exactly how far he has to go. We got the thumbs up. We are ready. Let's begin the gameplay. Good luck to you, Cosmo. Here we go.
All right, Cosmo, feeling it out. Just
I love it. You have scared the players, right? There was a very cautious start to that level as a result of.
Oh, he's cutting it close here.
Yeah, it is one thing to start you in the...
Whoa!
There we go.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Whoa! Skating. Been
Got a
nice.
lot of buddies that want to hang out with him right now.
Oh!
Cosmo!
You're an animal.
I don't know if he planned that or what, but...
Oh!
He just skips it. Smart move. I guess that's
Amazing. Cosmo, you know he does not want to do that. And now he has to.
Okay.
He's learning though. Every run you learn something and you take it into the next run.
Yeah.
a little
Taking
bit.
the exact same strat as John.
A little less cautious though. You can see now he's just moving fast. He knows he's under the gun. He's under the gun.
Absolutely. He knows.
Oh, waited too long.
He's down 15 seconds.
That was
Has plenty of time here though in the second round.
Yeah, and I mean, you guys saw by what, like the 5th or 6th attempt, John was just racing through this section. I completely expect Cosmo will kind of figure out his pattern as well here.
I love this guy. The biggest smile ever in the face of adversity.
I like how he doesn't need to go up there, but he decides just to
abandon ship.
Abandoned ship.
All right.
And when you guys are building these levels, do you sketch out exactly how you want it to go, or do you start with a single idea and thought and then branch from there?
I mean, I think people are going to love that about this game is that it's like you could start with an idea, or you could, like I was like, I'm going to make an airship course. You know what I'm going to put at the start? Koopa Clown Car. And then just go from there. Like, what?
Whoa.
Wow.
Nice.
That is how you do it.
What's crazy is you can make it in one game style.
Wait a minute.
Wait a second here. I told you guys. What? Cheap.
I mean,
you are cruel. You're a cruel man.
If they let us make, I mean, Nintendo's letting us make, everyone's going to be able to make their own Mario courses. This is what you're going to get.
I shudder to think what's going to happen.
I would just
Everyone
have
gets
oceans of Hammer Bros and tons of question mark boxes that you just can't reach.
Exactly.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Geez.
All right.
No
Crazy.
fear at the
Nice.
sumo
He's
break.
got 2
No
minutes
fear.
and he's pacing it up now. You can tell Cosmo's going for it,
Interesting.
avoiding every question mark block.
Careful now.
Nice.
Nice. Good recovery.
All right. I think he's got it. I think he's figured it out.
He's got it.
You got it.
Very nice. Good. A little shuffle.
Love that wiggle.
Okay.
All right, guys.
All right.
This is it.
This could be the best chance Cosmo has here.
Oh, he's probably feeling good right
All
now.
right. How? Oh, nice.
Oh,
wow.
Cosmo going-
Oh.
It's turned around a little
It's
bit.
a little squirrely when you're riding that stiletto there.
Whoa! Expertly dodged.
Oh, he loses loses his boot.
Oh, careful, Cosmo.
Big boot.
A little sketchy right now.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Oh, it's getting close,
Very
guys.
good right now.
Oh, let's hear it for Cosmo, guys, if you think he's going to take it.
What's happening now? So he cleared it. Cosmo wins. It's even. Woo! It is all tied up.
You did it, babe. You did it.
Woo! I love this game.
That was awesome.
That is great. Congratulations, Cosmo. You just wiped out the lead that John Numbers had. And once again, Cosmo will now play the third round first. Then John Numbers will get his shot. And then the two of them will go head to head simultaneously. And one of them will be crowned the Nintendo World Champion. Now, do you guys think these levels get progressively more difficult?
They do. This next one is going to switch it up a little bit. You'll see what happens.
We'll see.
So this next one's going to be in the style of Super Mario World, and I don't want to give away any hints, but they're going to have to make some decisions that are going to affect the outcome of the match.
Interesting.
All right, Cosmo, you good, buddy? Excellent run. We're all cheering for you. Let's hear it for Cosmo. Here we go. The third round of Mario begins now.
So, Morgan and Eric, since 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Let's make a deal style.
He fell
You
into
better
the
get up there,
trap.
buddy. Oh, no. Get to that door.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Oh, no.
Mix it out.
The trash compactor in Star Wars.
Right now, both players are at an even advantage because
they
1, 1,
negated
1.
each other's advantage, so somebody's going to have a 50-second head start in the final, somebody's not.
Oh, God. Run. Run, Cosmo. Run.
Oh, wow. Be careful with that P block, my friend.
What is going on down below? What is happening down there?
Oh, is he gonna? Is
Don't
he
feed
gonna?
those trampolines after midnight. Okay. Okay.
Oh my gosh!
What?
Oh my
What?
He made it through really quick, but
All right, Cosmo. Making it. Oh!
ran straight
He
into
stubbed
it.
his toe on the coffee
enemy.
table after surviving everything else. Let's see.
Okay, so he goes right to 4.
4 here. Nope. Let's go back to 3. Oh! What?
That mushroom.
And that's what's crazy is, like, I've never seen anyone actually pick up the P block, and I've seen this level played like 40 times. And you never know what's going to happen when you introduce a new player to your creation.
Now, how long would you say on average does it take for you to make a level like, let's say, with this complexity?
You know, it really varies. I mean, sometimes you'll just, pump it out level like in 10 minutes. Other times, you'll have dreams at night, and then that will like change. You'll go back the next day and play it again and change it.
I love hearing the audience yelling out some what they think is the best approach here.
Right.
They're screaming, "Get the shell!" Hank the wizard.
Audience screaming out some hints here.
Got to be careful here, though.
Oh! What What do you think was
I
going to
saw it
happen?
coming. I saw it coming. It's a lot easier when you're
That's
watching.
true. That's true. Especially, you know,
you mentioned
the
it before,
pressure.
but Cosmo, like every time he gets like rollback, it's like he's smiling through it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All right.
All right, he knows what he has.
Taking his time.
Slow and steady. There we go. Excellent.
Taking a moment here to assess the situation.
Nice. Oh.
He's got it.
Well, not too bad of a reset there. He's got 2 minutes remaining here to get as far as he can, or hopefully beat the
Nice.
level. Oh.
Very nice.
Very nice.
But wait.
What?
Oh.
What?
Wrong door.
Oh my God! That was incredible. What's behind this? Nope.
Not quick enough.
3 Bowsers, no thank you.
Well played.
I could not be more impressed with both of these guys.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with this run by Cosmo.
Really are bringing it.
I was hoping that thing would come back.
Oh,
Nope.
You got
Missing it.
there it is.
Nice job, Cosmo.
Nice. Clutch.
He's got 60 seconds left.
Uh-oh, watch.
Gotta watch out for that.
Oh,
wait, what?
Oh, how about that? He gets a new helmet.
Wait, what?
That just happened.
Oh, he's still got to make this one.
Go, Cosmo!
He's going to do it.
Oh, he falls.
Oh,
He's taking the alternate path.
it's
Ooh, but he's
Seconds
second. Hurry
remaining.
up.
Oh, no. How close is he? Is he near?
We'll see.
Oh no, he's got it.
Oh my gosh, this jump right now.
Nice. He makes it through.
Get there, buddy.
Oh, what? What?
Is that?
Hey!
Nice.
All
He
right.
cleared it with only seconds remaining.
Very nice.
Nice.
Nice job, Cosmo. Let's hear it for him. Woo. All right, John, it is your turn, buddy. Now, John, so you know, the 15-second head start, that has been eliminated. It's all tied up. So if you can beat Cosmo here, then you'll regain the 15-second advantage. Right now, it's even. If you can win this one, though, if you can best Cosmo's time, you'll have the 15-second advantage. If you don't, then Cosmo has the advantage. All right, John has 4 minutes and 44 seconds to complete this course. That was Cosmo's time. John's ready. You guys ready? Commentators are ready. Let's get it going.
Yeah.
Here we go.
All right, so while Cosmo's been really consistent, John has sort of surprised me because I feel like his brain is all over these. He's just kind of figuring them out rather quickly. So this one has a lot more options, though, and not just a linear path. So what do you guys think? You think John's going to show us some impressive stuff?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, he's been consistent the entire time. It took stage one really well, so I think he's been able to adjust.
I really like how you see, the different ways they're playing. Like, especially that first time through, they're kind of sniffing it out, sort of feeling it out.
Wow.
Makes it crazy. There's entire sections of this level that we haven't even explored.
Yeah.
Whoa. Never seen that happen.
There it is. Nice.
Wise.
That sound is just nightmare. Nice.
Oh, watch.
Oh!
Bounce right out.
That was awesome because John made that part of it level himself. Like, you guys just made the springs. He threw that on there.
That was That's kind of the random chaos that can happen when you throw all these elements into one level.
Yeah, that's what's really cool about this game in general. Is like, yeah, we all kind of know how all these things work in Mario games, but you start putting them all together, and like you press play, and you're like, whoa, what? I have no idea how a sideways trampoline is going to bounce off a music block and hit a power block and sideways and hit you in the face.
Yeah.
You never know what's going to happen.
Well, this
And you
time
get to
is safe.
decide which enemies you can wear as a hat. That's a thing that can happen now.
Yeah.
It's technically more of a helmet. But
A helmet, yes.
Oh,
There we go.
There you go. See if you can figure it out. Oh.
let's see if John makes the same mistake. Nope.
Figured it out. Wow. Well played, John.
Very nice, John.
Feeling it.
That's the thing. These levels, you know, you can make anything you want. Some levels are more cerebral. Some are more, you know, kind of reflex. And this is definitely more kind of cerebral level than reflex based.
Right. Trying to game it a little bit there, but
There we
very
go.
nice.
Very nice. Crowd
He's
goes
got
wild.
2 minutes left.
Almost fell that little side flip. Just side scope for 7. Nope.
Nope, another nope door.
All right, 8.
Oh, that was a close one.
And maybe 6. Sort of looks calmer.
A little bit. Grabs the
Nice.
power up. Here we go.
Oh, who knows about this sprint jump? That's definitely shaved some seconds off there with the
Oh,
sprint
look
jump.
at this guy.
Picking up stuff all over the place. There's
Gets
that
the
helmet you were
helmet.
talking about.
Go, John!
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Clearing it.
He's feeling good. He's taking the high road.
Oh, falls right through.
Oh, let's see what he does. Is it cold
Oh,
in
he's
here?
glazing this.
In these jumps here, he's got some trouble coming. but
Take some damage.
Oh man, now
He did that really quick.
I
I don't know
think
the
this time.
official time, but I
60 seconds left on John's face.
Did it.
He sees it. That sweet ticker tape. John Numbers takes it. He'll have a 15-second advantage as we go into our 4th and final round of gameplay to crown a Nintendo champion. Get on up here, Cosmo. Did you guys save the worst for last, or? I have no idea what awaits you, gentlemen. You guys will be competing side by side, head to head. John, you'll have a 15-second advantage. You get to go first, then Cosmo, you get to play after 15 seconds, all right? Basically, yes, good luck. Or 3 times. You could die several times from what we've seen. These courses are brutal.
Yeah.
And let's just take a quick second to remind these guys, you're playing New Super Mario Bros. U style, and you're going to have some things that you didn't see in those first 3. You're going to see wall jumps, air stalls, ground pounds, all that kind of stuff. So we'll see if this is going to really put all of their Mario skills to the test.
Well, are you guys? Is that kind of how you thought the 15 seconds would play out? Because, you know, I kind of figured we'd probably have a back and forth, and then we'd end up with 15.
Yeah, it's really hard to say. If one person dominates all 3 rounds, they go into that last round with a 45-second advantage, which is huge. This 15-second advantage is still going to make a difference, but it's going to put them on more equal footing. It'll be interesting to see how quickly, you know, the person with that doesn't have the head start is going to catch up.
It's interesting. It also gives Cosmo a chance to watch, though. He can take
Right.
that 15 seconds to see what awaits him, which
He's
with
going
you
to
guys
learn it.
behind the
He's
whole
going to
who
learn it in
knows?
his mind, but his thumbs are not going to have learned it in the same way.
All right, guys, here we go. We've got a stopwatch over here, correct? So
I do.
you'll be queuing for 15 seconds as we go. Again, this is it. This is the final round of gameplay. One of these guys is going to be your next Nintendo World Champion. Is it John Numbers? Or is it going to be Cosmo? All the bragging rights, the trophy, a surprise await. We even have a special guest. It's all coming up right after this. Here it is, the 4th and final round of gameplay. They're going to go head to head. Are you guys ready? We've got the thumbs up. Here we go. Again, Cosmo, you'll have to wait 15 seconds. You'll begin in 3, 2, 1, go! 15 seconds starts now.
Nails the wall jumps.
Yep.
All right, player 2 starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, go.
All right, Cosmo is now in.
And you know what? That 15 seconds seemed like it went by really fast. So I feel like we have hit that equalization point already. Let's see if Cosmo can get through here.
And again, Cosmo got to see exactly what was waiting for him after the first string. Having trouble with the first set of jumps, though. Not quite getting the timing down.
John Numbers is blazing this right now.
Looking good right now. I know these guys have played a lot of Mario courses in their day, but I'm not sure they've ever played one where there's a goal pull at the end and also a Nintendo World Championship trophy.
Oh, no. Falls through there.
Oh, no.
And now you mentioned there's different tactics here, and of course different techniques. They can also wall jump, they can air stall.
They can ground pound.
Now, John looking like he's taking his time, playing it really safe at this point.
Well, this is
Really
interesting.
enjoying that lead.
Yeah, you can get some sense of where your opponent's at. So, maybe that is, more beneficial for John at this point, knowing, well, Cosmo's still back.
Oh, John Numbers.
Oh, chased by the Wigglers.
A little dramatic.
I am fully clenched right now. I could crack a walnut with the butt cheeks.
Oh, Cosmo having some trouble in that
Cosmo
first
having
section.
trouble with
still.
those wall jumps at the start.
The thing is, this course gets harder before it gets easier, so you never know. He could catch up. Oh, he is.
Buddy
Oh,
behind,
look how
yeah.
fast
Gotta
he's
go back
running
and
through
grab
this.
him.
Yeah, John Numbers is really piecing it together here.
Oh! Cosmo still trying to make his way past the saw blades.
Chasing Yoshi down.
Leave
Yoshi,
no friend
please.
behind.
Manages to solve the riddle of the.
John Numbers understanding that Yoshi trick
Nice. Smart
instantly.
play by
Wow. Oh. Had to put the troll in there.
Oh, John Numbers a little ground pound there just for style.
John Numbers making great progress right now.
All right,
There we
Cosmo
go.
out of the first obstacle.
Cosmo finally making some nice progress here, too.
Oh, there's that wall jump. Cosmo's struggling to get past that first area, but he's making his way. But John Numbers right now.
Look at that. That's not an easy thing to do, and he's just making it look so easy.
John, in a few of these areas, has looked like he's played this stuff.
He's played this a couple times. You can tell.
I would not have made it past the title screen.
Oh, Cosmo.
So close. John
So
Numbers
close.
looking really solid. Starting to wonder if John Numbers maybe broke into the treehouse last month. So
Yeah, like we played this
really
beforehand.
solid
He's
right now.
tearing this up. Ooh.
Just can't quite get off that block.
Now the Get Mind games begin.
Ooh. Those wall jumps are tricky.
Does he have a plan?
Ooh. John Numbers nameless.
Cosmo's
Oh.
really working here.
Yes, Cosmo makes it through.
Wow, look how fast. That is incredible.
Oh.
I've never, that's incredible.
John
Wow.
Numbers,
Oh, look at
John
that.
Numbers is looking really solid right now.
Oh, but he's up against a big Bowser. And you can't run through this big Bowser.
Bowser, if you want that Nintendo World Championship trophy, you're gonna have to take out Bowser.
The number of times I have Little John.
Oh, he's taking him out. Fireballs just laying into him right
He's
now.
gonna do it.
Oh,
Seems to be so
oh, he
close.
took him out.
Ladies and gentlemen, John Numbers!
He drops the axe.
That's it. That's a wrap.
There you have it, John Numbers,
Nintendo World Champion.
2015 World Nintendo World Champion.
They're on their feet for their new champion. Let's hear it for John Numbers!
Drop the mic. I gotta give it up. That's incredible.
Cosmo. Guys, come on over here, please. Come right this way. Let's hear it for Cosmo as well. What an incredible fighter. Man, you battled, man. Great job. Great job, Cosmo. And John, congratulations. You are, in fact, the Nintendo World Champion for 2015. How's it feel, buddy? Feels pretty good. Yeah?
I'm sorry.
No, why would you apologize? You just crushed Mario.
I'm a little speechless, that's all.
You're allowed to be. You're a champ.
I'm a champ?
Yep. I wish I had a belt for you. I wish I had something other than congratulations. You know what? I do have something else. Because me just saying congratulations, that doesn't feel like enough.
Hey, I read Twitter. I saw.
What? Oh, you what?
What?
What'd you see on Twitter?
The statue. Or do you have?
Oh, there's more than just a statue, my friends. I mean, a statue is great, but if I were to hand it to you, that'd be child's play. So let's bring out a special guest to give his congratulations to you. The reason for the season, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Shigeru Miyamoto.
Hi. Hello, everyone. I am having fun. Great, great. You're both amazing. ね、本当に来てくれてありがとう。
Yeah, thanks for coming so much.
Thank you.
What a shout of appreciation that was.
スーパーマリオができて30年。
So it's now actually 30 years since Super Mario Brothers came out.
だから僕がゲームを作り始めて30年ですね。
So that means I've been creating video games for 30 something years now.
未だにゲームを作っててすごい楽しいです。
And I think making games is the funnest thing in the world.
はい。で、ね、ゲームを遊ぶのも作るのも楽しいっていうので、スーパーマリオメーカーを作りました。
And since playing games and making games is so fun, that's why I wanted to make this game, Super Mario Maker.
今日はね、2人がすごいプレーをしてくれて、Thank you for great play.
And you guys did an amazing job today, and thank you so much.
これからもね、任天堂のゲームを楽しんでください。よろしく。
Please keep enjoying Nintendo games. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Miyamoto. And John and Cosmo will be enjoying more Nintendo games, and they'll be enjoying them on the go because they've each won an autographed new Nintendo 3DS XL signed by Mr. Miyamoto. So Cosmo gets one of those, and John is going to get one as well, which Mr. Miyamoto can sign right now. And that one is for John as well. And he alluded to it earlier. It was leaked on social media, apparently. But hey, why not? You can't be a champion without some sort of belt or some sort of trophy to signify the fact that you defeated everybody. And we have that right here. Here it is. Oh, that is hefty. That is significant. Here it is, the trophy that is going to John Numbers, your 2015 Nintendo World Champion. That is yours. John, I think Miyamoto wants to give you something, by the way. There you go. There's your 3DS. Congratulations to everybody. How about a round of applause for everybody that was on our stage today? This is just the start of a huge E3 for Nintendo, so do not forget to watch their digital event on Tuesday. John Numbers, your champion. A huge thanks to our commentators, to Eric, to Reggie, to Mr. Miyamoto, and to all of the great developers, all of the teams who made the games that we got to enjoy on this stage and that we're going to enjoy for years to come. Thank you all for coming out, and thank you so much for watching online. Good night, everyone.
Reggie, this year we want to make Nintendo's experience at E3 better than ever. Of course, we've got our digital event on Tuesday.
And there's an expanded Nintendo Treehouse Live event.
This year, we're going to feature even more games and guest appearances by our developers.
And fans will be able to play Mario Maker at Best Buy later that week.
Right, but we want to do something even bigger. What do you think, Reggie?
I've got it. We're going to bring back the Nintendo World Championships. It'll be the first time we've done it in 25 years, and I'm going to compete.
Reggie, you can't be in the tournament. You're Reggie. You work for Nintendo.
Not anymore. I'd like to introduce your new boss, Tanner, my successor.
How is this going to work?
I don't know. Ask him. He's the boss.
When you're playing with power, you gotta give it all your best. When you're training for tomorrow, there's no time to rest. And so high in the sky, you will fly, don't you cry, you gotta hit it with some zest. You're a virtual tiger on the back of a big lion that is riding a falcon, that is flying through some fire.
What?
You're a digital eagle that is in a big
These games are great.
We can make a game that, so well, you can make a game that you could do anything.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Reggie! I realized something when I was training with all of those classic games. Nintendo's great. I really had the best job in the world. Tanner, I have to ask you something. Would you give me my old job back?
But what will I do?
Do you have any skills?
日本語喋れますよ。
Oh, great. Bill, you're fired.
Tournament kicked off right, so that in order to do that, we got to learn about the rules, how they're going to win. So joining me tonight, giving incredible
Welcome to the Nintendo World Championships 2017. Now, please give a warm welcome to our host for the evening, Andrea Renee.
Hello, everybody. How is everybody doing tonight? Yes. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm Andrea Renee, and you are watching the Nintendo Championships 2017. Oh my gosh. We have so many awesome competitors here on stage. We have a fantastic live audience here in the Manhattan Center Grand Ballroom. Are you guys doing okay? We've got millions of people out there across the world watching on streaming services and, of course, broadcasting live on DXP. Basically, everybody's watching us right now. You guys aren't nervous at all, are you, players? No? They're like, nah, we're good to go. But we have 24 players on stage here, as you can see, across 3 different categories. We've got some special invitees down here in the front. We've got an actor, we've got a WWE superstar, and a bunch of other cool folks. Then we've got our 13 and over category, including returning champion John Numbers. And of course, our 12 and under who I'm really hoping are going to kick everybody's butt in this competition, including kids as young as 8 years old, which is crazy to think about. Yeah. So I was 8 years old when I played my very first video game. So I work in video games, so a lot of times people are constantly asking me, Andrea, what's the first game that you ever played? And I get to tell the same story every time. It was Super Mario Brothers on the NES. Who started their gaming career with that? Right? Classic. My dad bought me the console as a kid, and I'm sure lots of dads out there bought their children consoles as well. Now, he says he bought it for me, but let's be honest. He bought it for himself, and he let me play it. So that was very nice of him. So I'm really pumped to be here. Nintendo is awesome, and I'm so glad to be working with them tonight. We have lots of great games lined up for you guys. We've got some old school games, some new school games, some games you're never going to see coming, some games I've never even heard of before. So we've got some surprises is what I'm trying to say. So in order to, you trying to guess? You trying to guess? You're not going to guess. Trust me. You can try. Oh my gosh, they're losing it in the front row, ladies and gentlemen. Well, listen, we got to get this tournament kicked off right. So that in order to do that, we got to learn about the rules, how they're going to win. So joining me tonight, giving incredible play-by-play, is a wonderful group of casters who are going to be up in the balcony, and they are led by the one and only Jordan Kent. Jordan, take it away.
Oh, Andrea, thank you so much. An electric crowd here. The batteries are charged. I'm joined up here with Audrey and Morgan of Nintendo Treehouse, and before we get going on what the stages will be, let's break down the rules for the 2017 Nintendo World Championships. 24 competitors, 6 stages, 1 champion. But here's how things are going to work out. Stage 1, as we mentioned, 24 players will get started. From that, we'll eliminate things down to 16 players. 8 of those players will go down to Underground number 1. We'll break that down here in a second. Stage 2, 16 players will battle it out in another game. From there, we'll kick a couple more down to the Underground. That'll be 6 more players in the Underground. Now, if you win in the Underground, you advance to the next level of the Underground. Getting to stage 3, the stakes will get even higher, as we now have 12 players remaining. Of those 12 players, we will kick off about 4 of them, and they will join the 2 survivors in the Underground 3. Then we get to stage 4. Now we're just left with 8 players. At this point, we'll kick off half of the players. 4 of them will go back down to Underground number 4, where they will battle with the 2 survivors in the Underground. And then stage 5, as we mentioned, 4 players left above ground at this point. We will eliminate more of them, half of them, as we mentioned, and then we get to our final Underground. 4 players remaining. Only one of those can emerge from Underground 5 and join our 2 other survivors in a 3-player finals. That finals also will feature 3 games in the finals. 1 person will advance from that first final game, leaving 2 other players left to duke it out in a survivor match. And from there, we head to our championship game. 2 players standing controller to controller for the right of being the 2017 Nintendo World Champion. A lot of information there, Audrey, but let's start with this whole concept of the Underground. How is that going to work out this
The
evening?
Underground is the player's chance at redemption. They may be out of the main stages, but if they're good at the games in the Underground, they still have a chance to fight their way back to the finale.
And Morgan, you obviously look at the fact that we're looking to crown a champion. Some of these players, they might be really good at a specific game, maybe a specific genre, but what's it going to take from this year's champion to emerge victorious?
That's right, Jordan. I think we're going to test these players. We're going to test their whole range of Nintendo abilities, and they're going to have to channel that focus with this crowd, the energy of the crowd, the pressure of the moment. They're going to have to overcome the other players and their own nerves and sort of get their thumbs to become champions.
As we mentioned, 24 players, 6 stages, 1 champion, and 1 fun-filled evening. But before we get started, here's a special video message.
Hi, everyone. This is Reggie from Nintendo. Welcome to the Nintendo World Championships 2017. Nintendo has the greatest fans in the world. The Nintendo spirit of fun, competitive gaming thrives in everyone who's attending the event in person and in the millions more watching on Nintendo's Twitch and YouTube channels and on DXP. We've got some great competitors lined up, and I can't wait to see how they handle the current and classic Nintendo games we're going to throw at them. I'm sorry I can't be there with you in person, but I'm extremely busy working behind closed doors on the top secret, highly anticipated. Congratulations to all of our qualifiers, and good luck to everyone competing.
Thank you, Reggie. I'm sure about the first 3 rows are going to play that video back 37 times to try to read your lips right there. But you mentioned, Morgan, all of the competitors that we have. We've got 13 and over. We've got 12 and under. We've got some invitees. But one familiar face, John Numbers. Your impressions on what he was able to do in 2015 and what he can bring this year.
That's right. John Numbers, our defending champion. He won the Nintendo World Championships in 2015. The champ is back. The champ is confident. The champ has been training. And if John Numbers can go back-to-back, he will become John Legendary.
John Legendary, the 2015 champ. And Audrey, this is a pretty big stage now.
A little bit, yes.
What will these players have to focus on as they continue to play in quite possibly the biggest spectacle of their lives?
And the thing about it is they can't let the nerves get to them, and you can't be good at just one Nintendo game. This is the Nintendo Championship, the Nintendo World Championship. You have to be good at all Nintendo games, so they really just have to be ready for anything here.
And Morgan, you're with 24 competitors, some of the best in the world. How important is it to kind of focus on what you do and not get distracted by what everybody else is doing?
Well, I think they just saw that bracket as the audience did and the crowd watching, and they saw that, you don't have to win the first round to advance. You just don't need to finish in the bottom. So how does that affect their strategy? Are they playing every round to win? Are they playing every round to advance? We'll see.
All right, we've done our part. Let's get to our first stage. But to throw you a little bit of a curveball, stage 1. Not just one game, not just 2 games, but 3 games in stage 1. Here's Andrea to introduce the first one.
That's right, Jordan. This is going to be so exciting. You guys, I'm pumped to see what you're going to do. All right, Nintendo World Championships 2017. Are you guys ready to find out what the first game is? All right, let's find out.
Stage 1, Game 1. The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. In this wide world of adventure, the hero Link must complete many unexpected tasks, much like our players in this competition. And the first one is Shields Up and Surfs Up. Any hero of legend worth their salt can ride a shield. But which of our fearless competitors is the shield surfing master? Time will tell. Each player will be scored based on their time at Selmy Spot. May the way of the hero lead to shield surfing glory.
The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild, Selmy's Shield Surfing. Let's take a look at the rules for our first game in Stage 1. Here's how things will work out. We're looking for the fastest time down the mountain. Players are ranked based on their finishing times. Points are earned based on rank. So, for example, if you're first place, you're going to get yourself 24 points. Second place, 23 points, all the way down to 24th place and 1 point. However, you have 3 minutes to finish this in one attempt. If you do not finish it in 3 minutes, that's 0 points. If for some reason you're Link and you run out of hearts, that's 0 points as well too. So these players certainly going to have to carve their way down the mountain. And Audrey, you look at Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild, one of the most expansive adventures that we've ever put our thumbs on, and you look at what these players might be facing when it comes time for shield surfing.
And that's the thing. You may know your way around a Master Sword, but you're nothing in Hyrule unless you're proficient with shield surfing. And these players are going to have to do the same thing that Link does. They're going to have to be quick on that shield. They're going to have to use the paraglider well, and they're going to have to choose between the easier route that's a little bit slower and the faster route that's full of obstacles.
Very good points. And Morgan, obviously, with 24 players and 16 advancing, what's going through these players' minds as we talk about risk-reward as far as maybe taking a challenging but quicker route or being a little bit more conservative?
Yeah, I think it comes down to their personal confidence level. Is this their game? Is this where we're going to make their mark? Or are they just going to make sure they finish and avoid that dreaded 0 points?
Well, let's get set to kick off the beginning of the 2017 Nintendo World Championships. The players are set to go. So players, ready, go! And we oftentimes talk about a very fast start being important in shield surfing. These players getting set. We always like to make sure everything's technically sound, ready to go. You've got 12 competitors, 2 sets of 12 ready to go for the most part. Everyone's getting queued up as well too. And you want to make sure that they're comfortable with the controls. A lot of things that Link can do on this shield. And you want to make sure, as we said, you get off to a good start. That could be a precious second.
And it's true. You mentioned every second, every decision counts in here. So if you don't get on that shield right away and get right down that slope, you might not find yourself on top.
It's very true, and a lot of different things Link can do. And obviously, you want to make sure as well, too, Morgan, that you're comfortable with the way that you're going. This isn't necessarily the stage to try something brand new.
Yeah, I think our competitors are going to find out right away that when you're under this kind of pressure, your thumbs don't work the way they usually do. You might have a little input lag between your brain and your hands. So they might take the first few moments just to make sure they know what they're doing before they start really trying to push that time.
We continue to get things dialed in down there, making sure all of our players are comfortable and ready to go. Make sure our officials are ready to go, because you're going to get a lot of players here, Audrey, finishing within the same time frame. Our judges have to make sure that they record that time, because that could be the difference between 1, 2, 3, even 4 points.
That's true. This comes down to the millisecond. If everybody's going down the similar path or making different decisions, it could be wildly different. We're going to have to see what happens.
Now, Morgan, personally, I have to ask you, how good of a shield surfer are you? I know you've had your hands on this before.
I actually love, I was a snowboarder growing up. I did that a lot, so I actually love this. And I like that this sport takes a shield, which I think shields are kind of boring, I mean, how fun is it to block somebody? But you throw that on the ground and jump on top of it and you're surfing. Now we're having fun.
I don't know. I like blocking, Jordan.
Yeah, I like to block some Lionel attacks as well, too. Make sure that doesn't get to me. And as we continue to get them dialed in and set to go, you mentioned this stage. It's 24 of the most competitive players here. And it looks like that we are set to go for Zelda Shield Surfing, our first game in stage 1. The players are ready. The officials are ready. So let's kick it down to you to start things off. And you see the 12 box on the screen right now. It's all about the time that the game clock shows you. So they might start at different times. But we see right now, Sunny K at the top of your screen struggling to get the start. But Kyle W having no issues whatsoever. And that's a strong start right here, Audrey.
Absolutely. We already see some people. They're doing tricks. They're feeling good. So these people that we're seeing, this isn't their first time shield surfing.
You're on a big stage. Why not show off? Meanwhile, Bailey trying to just explore some of the agriculture in Hyrule right now, hopping back on that shield. Marco R looking like they've got no issue whatsoever. And Anthony, watch out for that boost. No, Anthony. Morgan runs into some wildlife right there.
Yeah, nobody told the Moose or the Wolves, there's this competition going on, so they're going to have to watch out for that.
Keep an eye on Austin in your top right, doing a fine job making his way down the mountain. No issues whatsoever. And Tuberon as well, too, doing just a fantastic job. They're already through the end of the early beginner part here, Audrey.
It's true. And they're doing a great job of finding the good downslopes. That's where you're really going to shave off the seconds here.
Austin showing off, doing some tricks right now, trying to avoid some rolls. But there's a rock, but no! Runs into some grass at this point, and this could be a tricky course sometimes. As Austin, though, going on the paraglider, but then pulling out the sword. Keep an eye on Kyle W right now. And Morgan, we saw this from some people going this route using the paraglider and going perpendicular to the finish line.
Yeah, I think this is a good strategy right here. And the paraglider, gives you a chance to sort of spot that finish line. But also when you're in the air, you're going slower. So you can't spend too much time up there getting your bearings.
And it looks like Dan S is our first finisher as we hear the whistle go, but we're waiting for the other 11 to go. Still Kyle W huffing and puffing his way across the finish line, 1:32. That'll be a solid time. And don't forget, there's a 3-minute time cap. Let's check in with Anthony right now. Anthony seems like he's on the straight and narrow path, looking at those 2 goals. And here we see early on, Audrey, that risk reward paying off for some players.
Absolutely. We saw there running out of stamina is a real danger there, but they made it work and they got a great time.
Anthony, though, going by Lizalfos, and that finishes right there. That's an important finish right there as well, too. John Numbers finishing as well, too. So already kind of our top half of these 12 competitors crossing the finish line. However, Morgan, unfortunately, some of our players, they're getting stuck, but it's important to finish underneath that 3-minute cap.
Exactly. Yeah, as long as you finish, you're going to get something. 24th place is worth 1 point, not finishing worth 0.
Austin's got about 45 seconds to try and find the finish. Plenty of time. You might as well get as many points as you possibly can in this first stage. However, Audrey, tick, 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 tick. You got to start being a little concerned about what's happening.
And that's true. I think the important thing to remember is that these players might be amazing at some other game, but shield surfing might not be their thing.
Bailey's on the last round right there, a quarter of a heart left. Meanwhile, Austin still trying to find the right path. It's not too late yet, but Link taking the steep way down. Trying to avoid some enemies right here. Hits the wall, though. Why not go climbing for a little bit? Got to be persistent, though. And this is the difficulty we talked about here, Morgan. Sometimes this, with the weather and you talk about all these drops, you can get a little disoriented.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you might think you know the way from point A to point B, but then you got a moose in your way, and then you go the wrong direction, and suddenly you've lost all track.
And that is the 3-minute cap. So players who have not finished yet, unfortunately, will get a 0. However, some impressive times that we saw there. Some players finishing. You see John Numbers in the top 4 as well, too. So not bad for the first game in this first stage, but I think what we saw, going back to that term, risk-reward, that might pay to be a little bit more conservative and just finish here, Audrey.
I think so, especially in this first round where you're really just trying to survive. Some people went the risky route, didn't pay off.
And you look at some of these jumps, some of them a little small that you can manage, others that you need that paraglider for. And Morgan, it seemed like the players that really got off the main track looking for something interesting found themselves in some trouble.
Yeah, you can see oh, this has got to be the right way because it's downhill, it's funneling, and then the minute you find a dead end, you don't know how to get out of there.
Or you run into a moose. That happens as well, too. As we're transitioning to our next 12 players, let's take a look at the leaderboard after that first round of Selmy's Shield Surfing and Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. And Cole, Dan, Marco, Kyle, those are your top 4. Meanwhile, Bailey Osden, unfortunately, not getting any points, but John Numbers finishing ninth. Keep an eye on him, your 2015 champion. So, as we discussed, we saw John Numbers finish with a fairly good time, but that was only good for 9th place. So, it seems like we had a very competitive first group here, Audrey.
Absolutely. You may think you do well, you can pick Selmies, but there are some people here who may be shield surfing in their spare time.
Cole's a little bit better than Selmy. So, we've seen one group go here, Morgan. When you take a look at that strategy, do you think it pays off to try and do something a little risky, or do you stay in that middle of the path and maybe just play it a little bit safer to the chest?
Yeah, I think you still got to stay in your own lane. You know, they're going to find out a lot in this first round, sort of how they react to this kind of pressure. And, you know, I think it's less about maybe trying to win this round as just like find your own focus and just figure out where you need to be to like make it deep into this competition.
Try to survive and advance. And as a reminder, first place overall, 24 points, 23 points for second place, all the way down to 24th place. You'll get 1 point. Players will have 3 minutes to finish the course. If you run out of hearts or you don't finish, you will get a 0. So we'll get our next 12 players suited up here and ready to go for their run down the mountain. But you talk about kind of getting that first taste of the championship action here, and it must be a relief for some of these players to get that first game and get a good performance under their belt.
Absolutely. Remember, some of these players have never performed for a large audience under these bright lights, so maybe they've got the shakes out of their thumbs and they'll do a little better in the next.
And it's a very loud and encouraging audience too, which is great. Certainly
great
brings energy up in here. It makes for an unbelievable atmosphere as well too. We're getting our next 12 players all situated, as we said, to go. And, you know, we look at this first stage. We mentioned there's going to be 3 games here, Morgan. So with 3 games, what happens if you don't do so well in shield surfing? Maybe you don't perform like you thought you would. Is there any reason to panic at this point?
I don't think so, because 16 move on, 8 go into the underground. So you at the end of the day, if you get 8 or 16th or 17th or lower, you still have a chance to come back into the underground. And top 16, you don't have to win. You just need to stay in the game.
And it's a very interesting point you make, because maybe you don't perform as well as you would like to, but then you don't have to press it necessarily when you look at these next 2 games that we'll soon reveal. But before we get to that, looks like our players are ready for our second group of players for their run in Selmy's Shield Surfing. So players, are you ready? Let's go ahead and go. Taking a look at the 12 box right now, that start is very critical. We saw some of our players not even hop on the shield early on. For example, Kyle H taking a little bit of a stroll before he hops on the shield. However, Wyatt not wasting any time. And you look at the top right of your screen, Wyatt already, Audrey, going down that left-hand path.
Absolutely. He's doing great, finding those down slopes. So that's probably going to make for a good time.
You've got your speedrunner, Yellow Killer B, on the bottom left of your 4 box right here, doing a terrific job of just sticking on the main path. Let's go ahead and switch up the view right here. Looks like a lot more of our competitors kind of sticking to that more traditional route here, Morgan.
Yeah, I think that they may be reacting to what happened in the first round. You think, if I can just finish, all I got to do is finish, and I've got something in the pocket for the next round.
This is the second set of 12 competitors in Selmy Shield Surfing as we're on the first stage of our 2017 Nintendo World Championships.
Are those boos we're hearing, Jordan? No, those are mooses we're hearing.
And you take a look at About a minute in right now. Kyle S. going down the grassy path. Hey, the shield will still work on that, of course. But we noticed that some of those top times were low 130s in that first group, so you got to start hoping you see that finish line as we see a couple Les Alfos right there. And nobody yet has cleared this finish line, but we see Jeff G right now going past some more wildlife. Oh, dear. Watch out for that Les Alfos as well, too.
You have to be ready for
there's
anything.
the finish line, though, for Jeff B. Using that paraglider, and Audrey, what we saw there was not using the paraglider the whole time to expedite Lee's descent.
And that's a really great strategy because the paraglider is slow. So if you kind of, there we go.
There's Wyatt.
Wyatt finishes. Jeff finishes. Why so Sarah so close? And as we mentioned, very stiff competition. And if you think that you're going to get a high 140, maybe do well, it might be tough. It's a Butterfield finishing as well, too. Kyle H crossing the finish line. So it seems like this group is having a little bit more success finding the goal here, Morgan.
Yeah, I'm impressed. I think Wyatt A won that round, and I believe Wyatt was our fastest qualifier in the under 12 bracket.
Wyatt, very impressive work right there. However, AB still got some chance, though. This is good for some points, though, because you got a couple zeros in that first group. You can finish here. You're going to get at least 3 points here, Audrey.
That's true. And here, you just want to go for something. You don't want that zero. Just get to the end.
Oh, Lake running out of stamina. And, Abe trying to refill that stamina meter, climbing some rocks. Maybe you can find some leverage, use that paraglider to get down to the finish line. However, there are some points at stake, and you don't have that many hearts, and you have your standard stamina bar, Audrey, and that's going to make it very tough to scale some of these mountains.
Yeah, you just have that one stamina wheel, so it's going to be hard to get all the way up that mountain, but everyone's cheering for Abe.
The crowd is chanting Abe's name, trying to support Abe to the finish line to try and get some points. You can't pass up this opportunity, but 3 seconds left, unfortunately, for Abe, and you know it was a valiant effort. However, shield surfing can be very difficult to try and understand. But Morgan, like you said, maybe you don't do as well as you'd like to. You still got 2 more games in stage 1 to turn things around.
Yeah, not all is lost. These guys, again, we got 3 games in this first round, so this is only a third of that. And again, you just don't want to finish 17th.
Audrey, your impressions of that second group, it seems like a lot more than finish that race roughly within the same amount of time.
Yeah, we saw a lot of people making proficient use of the difficult route. They really knew where to go and how to get there quickly. So that was a really great group.
We saw great use of the paraglider, trying to use that and deploy it so you wouldn't take damage on the fall, but also falling as fast as you possibly can. And it seems like anything low 130s, you're going to be pretty good, but there are a lot of people in that 130 range, Morgan. So this leaderboard is going to be very interesting to see.
Yeah, just to remind everyone, the people in both groups are competing against each other. So we're going to, on the back, our judges are putting all 24 of those times together, and then we're going to stack them up top to bottom.
Our judges are punching their calculators and using their protractors and figuring out all the math that is possible to give us a ranking right there. A live look at them. Lots of coffee and caffeine going on in that back room, working very, very hard. But so far, we saw the general skill of everybody here, and I think it's safe to say we're in store for an incredible championships. Looks like we're ready to take a look at our leaderboard. So where are the standings after the first game in stage 1? There's your top 24, a couple of zeros, but that's okay. Still plenty of room to make their way up. But Cole, Dan, Thomas, 360, Chris M, and Marco are your top 5. But keep an eye on spots 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Not a whole lot of room to operate there. It's going to be very tight and close. So your thoughts on how bunched up we're going to be at those 15, 16, 17 spots, Morgan, as we get set here soon?
I don't know. Looking at this spread, it actually doesn't look too bad, because if you're looking from 17 on down, 0 to 8 points is a pretty narrow spread. So if I'm at the bottom, I maybe don't feel too bad. But if I'm Cole G, Dan S, Thomas G, 360, Marco, I feel pretty good right now.
It's such a good point, because maybe you did get a 0, unfortunately. Well, you're only 7 points away from still qualifying, and there's 2 more games left to be played in this first stage. So no reason to panic, no reason to fret at all.
That's true.
But we mentioned 3 games. You guys ready to see the second game? Here is the intro for the second game in stage 1.
Stage 1, Game 2. This round will determine who puts the most smash in Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. In this home run contest, players will be scored based on the distance they hit the sandbag. In other words, time to put up or strike out. May the heaviest hitter swing the game.
This place just absolutely erupted here. Super Smash Bros. Wii U home run contest. Let's take a look at the rules for this one. Each player will get 2 attempts each. We will go in groups of 12, and in that group of 12, we'll divide them into 3 groups of 4. First group will go, second group will go, third group will go with their first attempt. Then we'll snake it backwards. Third group will take their second attempt, second group will take their second, first group will take their second. We're scoring based on how far they hit sandbag. Points are earned based on ranks, similar to shield surfing. Furthest distance, 24 points, second furthest, 23, all the way down to 1. However, if you hit a couple of foul balls and get double zeros on both your attempts, that is a 0, of course. And Morgan, I think a lot of people familiar with Super Smash Brothers, but tell us a little bit more about what we'll expect to see in this home run contest.
Yeah, so home run contest, sort of a different beast. Smash Bros, you're fighting against one person, 8 people, whatever. You're beating up on other players. This, you're just beating up on Mr. Sandbag, and you've only got 10 seconds to do damage and then get 1 hit in to sort of send him flying. And that 10 seconds is going to go fast in this kind of pressure-packed environment.
You mentioned Mr. Sandbag. Don't worry about him. He can take a lot of damage. Don't worry about Mrs. Sandbag and the 2 little bean bags at home. He'll be all right. Looks like our players are set and ready to go. So here's our first group of 12 in the home run contest, starting with that first group of 4. Now, Audrey, they get 2 attempts, and you get 10 seconds to do damage on Sandbag. How do you judge between doing damage and racking that up versus going and timing up your smash attack potential?
I'll be honest, in this first round, I think you've got to play it a little bit conservative. You want to make sure you get a hit in at all.
A couple of Roys, a Ganondorf, and a King DDD as we get set. 3 seconds left. And looks like Wyatt A got a hold of Sandbag. Let's see where that goes. Back. And just like the crowd in the game, the crowd in here pumping this up. 48-66 for Wyatt A, knocking that one out of the park, sending a souvenir to somebody. And that's what we've seen with Roy here, Audrey. Is you get a really good attempt if you just time that special beat.
Yeah, Roy's our boy for a reason.
Roy, Ganondorf, and Ganondorf.
Oh.
Asa Butterfield with a nice connection. Yellow Killer B getting some work. Abe and Santiago, everybody getting a hold of Sandbag. Santiago, though. Oh, Abe and Santiago above 3,000, and already, Morgan, we're seeing some impressive distances.
That group as a force and put on a show right now, and I feel like if I'm in the next group, I'm sweating a little bit.
The crowd is loving this as the third group of 4 gets set to go. We've got you, Ganondorf, to Roy, and you get it. Another Roy, Stephen G, doing a fine job comboing that Sandbag. Let's see if Ganon's the reverse Warrock punch by Stephen G. Gonna send this thing sailing. However, Thomas Dream misses. Let's see how this goes for Steven.
Oh, and look at 360.
360, Chris M. launching that Sandbag to 58-46. That is your leader in the clubhouse after the first attempt. Perfectly executed right there.
That's our leader in the clubhouse. I don't know why he's 360 Chrism. He should be 5,800 Chrism after that one.
And you look at how technical it is, especially with some of these characters, Audrey, but it seems like these players have some experience playing some home run contests.
These players know just how to time their final attack. We saw earlier some people struggling with Mr. Sandbag, getting in position for the last hit, but these guys, they knew what they were doing.
Now, they will get a chance to change characters for their second attempt if they would like to, but Morgan, there were some people that got zeros as well, too. So what's your approach as you get set for your second attempt? Are you aggressive still, or do you try to at least get a score out there?
I think you got to get something on the board. What we saw happen a couple times is when you're beating up Sandbag, everything's going great. He's right in front of you. You're doing damage, and then the last hit knocks him behind you. It's really difficult to get back in position and get that last hit and do all that in like 1 second.
Such a good point. And Audrey, with that final smash, whether somebody's using the home run bat or using one of their special attacks, it's important to think about the physics as far as where you make contact with Sandbag.
You have to absolutely think about the positioning, think about the timing. You might be trying to get a really good Warlock punch in there, but then you're half a second too late and you don't get anything.
As we continue to get things set to go for this next group, there are so many little fine details. And Morgan, you have to execute so many things in 10 seconds. You start to feel that internal timer tick faster and faster and faster.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to see these guys. It's like damage. Wait. Okay, where's Sandbag? Okay, do that last hit, and it comes at you quick.
360 Chris M has your leader right now at 5,800, but here comes Stephen G. Has the Sandbag at 135, and the reverse Warlock punch. Everybody's sending Sandbag sailing right here. Let's see where Sandbag ends up. Oh, 360 Chris M. Yet again, another monstrous shot. We might have to give Aaron Judge a phone call here because that is very impressive. 58-20. Remarkable performance right there. And what we saw second time around for everybody. Here's the second group, their second attempt. 3 Ganons and a Roy. Let's see what they can do. It looks like Abe E getting some great damage on the sandbag. Gonna have to time up that Warlock punch. Abe E with the reverse Warlock punch. Let's see where it goes. Santiago missing the bag, but all 3 other competitors sending that thing flying.
Yeah,
5,800.
Asa got off a real nice.
Asa Butterfield, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my
sending
goodness.
that sandbag across the country. 7,800 for
Come on.
Asa.
Why use a bat when you can use a flaming sword? He
Listen,
said.
he sent that one across the pond. Let's be honest there. Impressive work by Asa. All right, our final 4 at this point. My goodness, we've had some monstrous scores. Let's see what Wyatt can do with a charged attack from Roy. And why so Sarah, unfortunately, not far, but keep an eye on Wyatt. That thing's going to be sailing for a moment here. The tension builds, and Wyatt with a very solid performance. 5,300. So Audrey, all across the board, some unbelievable performances that we saw in this first round of the home run contest.
Yeah, we're seeing people who have great control of their characters. They know just when to hold to the last second of that final hit and then send Mr. Sandbag flying.
And Morgan, it seems like what we're learning is you can put a lot of damage on Sandbag. However, it all comes down to how you time and place that final attack to send it sailing.
That's right. You got to be in position for that last hit. You might you have a plan and it can go haywire really quick. But man, I'm super impressed by that first group. I think they brought it, and I can't wait to see what this next group does.
They're transitioning to the next group on the stage, and just like shield surfing, we're going to see a lot of scores that are close. But to be frank, these scores are a lot higher than I expected. A lot of times we were practicing ourselves, and we thought maybe 1,800, 2,000. No, it seems like you've got to crack at least 3,000 to get into the top 10.
That's true. And something like this, where you only have a handful of seconds to make your mark, I really thought that a lot more people would just miscalculate and end up with zeros.
Let's take a look at the leaderboard after the first group of 12 has gone with their 2 attempts in the home run contest. Asa Butterfield, the leader in the clubhouse, as we said, followed by 360 Chris M and Wyatt. All 3 of them some monstrous hits. So it's going to take a lot from this second group to sneak into that top 3. Meanwhile, Santiago, Kyle, and Why So Sarah in spots 10, 11, 12. And so if you're backstage, Morgan, and you hear the roar from the crowd, what's going through your mind as far as, I'm going to have to maybe dial it up a little bit more when I get set for my
I feel that. I think that like some of these guys might have been thinking, hey, let's just knock something out there, 1,000 or so. And now that you're feeling, I don't know. I think they might see some risk taken now.
And we clearly have 2 characters that are very popular, Roy and Ganondorf. And so it looks like the players are ready. I'm sure we'll see some more Ganondorf. So let's kick it down to them as we go to our first quad box. Remember, first group of 4, second group of 4, third group of 4. Then we'll snake backwards as we get set for our 10th and home run contest. There's so much excitement here, Audrey, with this crowd, with these players as they get set, making sure that the judges are ready to go. Players choosing their control scheme, choosing their players. Let's take a look. We got 2 Roys and 2 Ganondorfs right now. You see Roy on your bottom left getting some nice combo damage. Gonna get a chance to charge that special B. Let's keep an eye right there. Dan S sending it sailing. However, Sonny and Cole both strike out, unfortunately. Kyle with a nice launch as well, too. But Dan's gonna keep on going. Dan, 5,300 with Roy, and just like that, Audrey, you take your time and you charge that special.
It really paid off there. We saw Ganondorf's a popular choice because he's so powerful, but he's so slow.
And we've got the crowd chanting John Numbers' name. Let's see if he can bring it.
Let's go to our second set of 4. You see John Numbers on the bottom right going with Ganondorf, going to try and connect with that reverse Warlock punch. John Numbers perfectly timed with Ganondorf. You got to lay out and let this one fly here, folks, as they're going nuts.
When you do it with Ganondorf, that was flawless.
That was perfect. Last possible
John
moment.
Numbers, however, it's great, but still, don't forget, Asa Butterfield over 7,000. So John Numbers, 6181. That's going to be good for second place overall so far. Very impressive performance by our defending champion.
Yeah, absolutely. He pulled it out, but you got to keep an eye on the kids as Asa is proving.
Austin on your top right with Ganondorf trying to time up that Warlock punch. Austin! Nice connection by Austin as well, too. Zerk sending it flying, and then Emil also. Let's see what Austin can do. The youngster trying to bounce back from shield surfing, and that's a very solid score. 42.99 for Austin. Very impressive stuff. And Morgan, just an example of maybe things didn't go your way in shield surfing. Compose yourself and knock it out of the park.
You know, I'm super proud of Austin right there. He had 0 points coming into this round. He just knocked it out 4,000. He's probably feeling a lot better, and he's in our last group, so they're going to go right again. He gets a chance to just put something on top of that.
Yeah, anything over 4,000 is going to do very, very well for this group. And as we mentioned, the second attempt for this group, they can change characters if they would like to, so they'll go ahead and get that figured out. But Audrey, I'm still just in shock of how impressive and how well-timed some of these attempts have been.
It's been absolutely incredible. Some people know just how long they can hold out that final hit, and that is really where you get that distance from.
Sounds like the players are ready, so let's send it back to our third group of 4 for their second and final attempt in the home run contest. Austin had the best hit out of the group of 4 last time. Zerk with Ganondorf, Emil with Roy, and then you have Tuberon with Roy as well, too. Tuberon going to get a chance to charge that special B with Roy, going to send that flying. And Austin yet again connects with the reverse Warlock punch. However, Emil and Zerk, unfortunately, let's see if Austin and Tuberon can improve on their last performances. Oh, Tuberon! We've got a new leader, ladies and gentlemen! Tuberon sending it to 84.65.
Wow.
Just when you thought it couldn't get any better, there you go. Great stuff right there. Our second group of 4 with their next attempt. Very good stuff right here. You see Bowser making an appearance. Let's see if John Numbers can climb up a little bit higher. John Numbers connecting with that Warlock punch. This could be something special here. Meanwhile, Anthony and Bailey, they strike out Marco at 1664. But look at John Numbers. The numbers just keep rolling for him.
Oh!
Yep, stand back and admire your work right there. Going to flirt with the top spot. 65-43, Audrey. That could be good for top 4.
Not bad numbers right there.
John Numbers showing everybody why he came back as the defending champion. Let's go to our final group.
Now, we had a couple zeros in this round. They've had to sit on that this whole time, so let's see if they can all put something out there.
Those zeros can certainly shake up the leaderboard. We see Sonny K doing some nice combos with Ganondorf right here. Trying to get, Sonny K misses with the reverse Warlock punch. That could have been special. Kyle W, however, very great attempt with Roy. You see Cole soaring to over 3,500. Kyle W, don't sleep on Kyle W.
It's a nice one.
Over 6,000. Wow. Morgan.
And I got to say, I'm proud of Cole right there. Cole was sitting on a 0. He was the last group to go, had to sit on that 0, and he knocked one out 3,500. That's going to feel really good.
I'll be honest, I'm running out of fingers to count all the 6,000s that we had here, Audrey. Very impressive stuff from all of these players.
We've got some really high scores here, and some people, like you said, Morgan, who started with nothing and came back and proved themselves.
And that goes to show you just the resolve, and especially from some of our younger competitors. This is a huge stage for them. And we saw in the case of Austin, gets a 0 in shield surfing, but comes back and puts up one of the more impressive scores here. You got to feel good about yourself as you get set for our next game, potentially.
Absolutely. Never count yourself out. It's not over until it's over.
Certainly is it. It'll definitely shake up the leaderboard a little bit more. As we said, our judges will tabulate those scores. We'll get you an update here shortly. But now we talked about things being competitive here, Morgan. And after all of these scores, it's really going to be interesting to see how those spots kind of 13 through 18 shake out.
Yeah, so right now they're taking their scores from the first round, the first game in this round, stacking up those from the second, putting them together, and then we're going to see that total going into the last round. And I feel like that round, the players really came into their own. I feel like they got some confidence. Most of them knocked something out there. I think they're all going to be sort of peaking for in time for this third game, which I'm excited about.
We've applied our advanced algorithms and have gotten the scores tabulated. Let's take a look at the leaderboard after our first 2 games in stage 1. And Tuberon, your leader at 24, Ace of Butterfield second at 23, John Numbers, your defending champion in third at 22. But keep an eye on spots 14, 15, 16, 17, yes, even 18, separated by just 5 points. So it could be any.
Yeah, and those, to clarify, this is the scores just for the game 2. So these have not yet been added to game 1. So it's still maybe a little bit in their head of mystery where they stack overall.
Very good point. We will certainly combine those scores, but that shows you how everybody did in game 2. And we'll obviously add all those up, and then you're going to throw in a third game into that mix as well, too. And so, Audrey, it kind of makes this third game potentially very important.
That's true. If shield surfing wasn't your thing, if you didn't hit a home run, you're really keeping an eye on this third game, and hopefully it's just right up your alley.
And now we've talked about managing your energy level basically here, Morgan. And as you get set for this third game, maybe if you're on the bottom looking out, you've got to be probably pretty aggressive in this next one.
I think so. They need to be aggressive and go for the goal at gusto, but at the same time, you don't want to get too high or too low because this is still just the first round. So maybe winning this round, you don't want to peak too early.
And fortunately, this isn't a single elimination tournament. You get more than one life here. And Audrey, break down for us again how that underground is going to work out when we get done with this third game.
So the underground, as we've said, it's a chance for these players to fight their way back. We don't know what games are in the underground, but if it's something that they're good at, they could stay in the game. They could work their way through the underground and make their way back to the finals, and they could still have a chance to be crowned Nintendo World Champion.
And that's got to be a good feeling, Morgan, because there's probably already a lot of pressure on these players. However, when you get a chance to go to the underground, you know that you still have a chance to redeem yourself. But before we figure out who's in the underground, we still have one more game. And for that reveal, let's toss it back down to Andrea.
Jordan, wow, what an amazing first 2 games in this stage 1. And now I think this might be the great equalizer in game 3. So I think we need to find out what this game's going to be right now.
Stage 1, Game 3. Metroid, Samus returns. Planet SR-388, the setting of Samus Aran's latest mission, and also the final battleground of Stage 1. The skills of all competitors will be tested in this do-or-die encounter with the dreaded Diggernaut. Only the players who reach the end will be scored based on their times. May the most seasoned hunter claim the biggest bounty.
Metroid, Samus returns, the Diggernaut sequence is pretty deep into this game, and this is certainly going to be interesting. Let's take a look at the rules for this one as we get set to figure out who's going to be advancing in Stage 1 and who will go to the underground. It is a race against the Diggernaut. Players will have 6 minutes to finish this aspect of the game. Here's how the scoring is going to work. If you finish this sequence in under 3 minutes, you are going to get 24 points. Doesn't matter what order you finish in, as long as it's under 3 minutes, you will get 24 points.
And that is a good run.
That is a very impressive run if you can do that. 3 to 6, you will get 12 points. Still a lot of points. We saw how close it might potentially be. 0 points if you do not complete it at all. As we mentioned, the finish line is hopping into, what did we term that area at the end of the stage here?
That's the hidey hole. It's waiting for you with those 24 points if you're fast enough.
The hidey hole. But I know, Audrey, Metroid is your jam. So tell us a little bit more about this most recent iteration, what we'll expect to see from these players.
So this is a remake of Metroid 2 from Game Boy, and Planet SR-388 is a cruel place. Samus is going to have to use all of her abilities to their fullest, and so are these players. They're going to have to use the spider ball to go up walls and ceilings. They're going to have to use their missiles. They're going to have to use their new Aeon abilities and use their lightning armor to defend themselves from damage. So there's a lot going on, and they're going to have to be just on top of all of it.
It's certainly a lot of things to juggle, and so in order to kick this one off, let's send it back down to you, Andrea.
Much, Jordan. Everybody is set down here on stage. Watch out for that Diggernaut. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
And this is basically divided into 3 sections where you're avoiding the Diggernaut. This first section, Audrey, does a really good job of introducing the players to what abilities they have to use and sort of the pacing that Samus will have to take in order to escape out of this sequence.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't just run and gun in this game. You have to be methodical. You have to really think about the obstacles ahead of you. And players are going to be put to the test. They have to eyeball something and know what to do right away.
Quick reminder about how this score, you see the clock on your bottom right. If that is 3 minutes or above, when someone finishes, they'll get 24 points. 3 minutes and under, they'll get 12 points. Right now, all the Samuses are making their way. We'll see who's victorious in our third game of Stage 1.
And what's great about this game is we actually announced that this game was going to be part of the Nintendo World Championships 2017. So these guys, this might not be a complete unknown quantity, but maybe they're not super familiar with the Diggernaut.
You see Marco R making his way through the first puzzle section, and Audrey, those puzzle sections, that's where you can really try to separate yourself from the rest of the competition.
That's true. That really puts your Metroid knowledge to the test. You need to be able to see that. So, oh, I need a grapple beam there. You need to see the red block. I need to use my missile there. So, oh!
Sam is taking some damage, but has the lightning armor. Gonna have to hurry up and use those more fall bombs because that drill is hot on her heels. Using that wave beam to go ahead and mow down some enemies, plow her way through this second section right now. Doing a fine job of using that lightning armor Aeon ability and the grappling beam to get to our second and final puzzle section, Audrey.
Yeah, remember, this isn't the Chozo Snugglebot. It's a Diggernaut. He's after you. He wants blood.
So the second puzzle section, kind of an order of operations. We see Emil getting to the second section as well too. Remember, doesn't matter the order in which they finish. You just want to finish either in the first 3 minutes for 24 points or the second 3 minutes for 12 points. If you do not finish by the time the counter goes down, you are disqualified, 0 points. You get unlimited tries. Here comes Emil though, making their way through this section. Got to watch out for the enemies using a Morphball bomb. Got to be careful because Audrey, Samus doesn't have a lot of energy.
Absolutely. You have to be careful. You have to know how to use all of these abilities. And you see some people here maybe not pulling out the spider ball when they need to. Maybe not.
Looks like John Numbers is done as well, too. We'll have more here in just a second with the other competitors. And it looks like Zerk trying to make his way through the second section. Still got time. Oh, Anthony getting into the hidey hole, and that's good for 24 points right there, Morgan.
That's huge. That is huge, and that probably punches his ticket to the second round.
That's absolutely right. Oh, but Dan gets grinded up by the Diggernaut. Now here comes Austin. Austin using that lightning armor, getting through the section here. Now it gets really tricky here. Austin falling down, going to have to make his way back up, avoid that, use the grappling beam. Nice work by Austin. Another grappling beam. Gonna have to hurry up. No! Austin getting damaged by the spikes right there, knocking him back. That's gonna have to reset things.
We see here a moment's hesitation is really tripping people up here. They didn't know to use their lightning armor on those red flowers, and it cost them damage.
You hear the warning signs for Zerk. Zerk gonna have to activate the lightning armor, but no! and Morgan, there's so many things you have to juggle as we see Kyle W getting up to the hidey hole.
I don't know, it's up to the judges, but I think he's got 24 points.
Of the high jump food, Samus makes it in there. Meanwhile, Sunny K. This is the third section, Audrey. This has really tripped a lot of people up here.
Yeah, the third section, the first part is a walk in the park once you get to the third section. It's fast, it's furious. Diggernaut is caught on your heels, and if you don't use all of your abilities right the moment when you need to, that Diggernaut's going to get right up on you like
not
Sunny.
able to get out of the morph ball, gets caught by the Diggernaut. Dan S using that lightning armor, making the way through the plants. Got to climb up on the ledge with no, too slow. And Morgan, there's not a whole lot of room for error in this section as we are seeing on multiple occasions.
Yeah, we're going to start to see a lot of restarts stacking up in the same spots. These players, that's going to get in their head, and they know what they have to do at this point, but can they do it under this kind of pressure? Diggernaut does not care.
Let's see if Zerk learned his lesson from last time, taking some damage from the spikes. Going to have to go down. You still have some time, Zerk. Zerk avoiding that. Going to have to watch out. Drops down. It still ain't over, Zerk, but you got to jump backwards into the Diggernaut, and no! Zerk! That's not someone you want to go see again. The Diggernaut, you don't want to pay it another visit. Here comes Sunny K using another grapple beam. Going to have to jump up, use this high jump boost, get through, and now Sunny K is in a mad dash. It's the final stretch of the 100 meters here for Sunny K. Sunny K up in the hidey hole. That's going to be 12 very critical points. And Morgan, anybody that finishes here, that's also going to help them very well because we might not have all 12 make it all the way through.
Finishing this is critical. You know, you don't want to have your Nintendo World Championships bump you to the underground thanks to the Diggernaut.
Dan S doing some gardening, making his way through the red plants as well too. Bombing that hole, gonna have to go backwards. Use that grapple beam. You've got one more grapple beam ahead. If you're Dan, go ahead and jump up. Use the high jump. And Dan S might be sprinting to home, but no! Got to get to the hiding hole. Dan S, you gotta finish your dinner right there. You can't leave any peas on the plate.
There is time for another. You can still finish this, so there's a minute is enough time to do the third section.
Just enough time for a couple of retries, maybe one more. Let's see if Zerk has figured out the puzzle that is the third and final stretch of the Diggernaut. Zerk going down below, avoiding those spikes that spelled his doom last time. Now going upwards, falling down through the disappearing block. Zerk having to jump backwards, use that grapple beam. No! Zerk and Morgan, there's so many things. I mean, you're married, you have kids, you have a job. It's like juggling all that stuff.
It's true. Like, these guys are so, at this point in the game, you have to use every ability that you have at this point. And Samus, it takes a lot to juggle all that stuff.
Emil, no! Emil getting caught. And now you look at how this leaderboard could potentially shake up. And Dan,
huge.
Dan gets the 12 points. Very impressive right there and critical. But now we're down to just 12 seconds here, Audrey, and might not be enough time for some of our competitors.
It's true. Those disappearing blocks right there are tricking a lot of our players, and we're finding that the people who aren't making good use of their spider ball are having a really difficult time here.
And Zerk, that's going to be not enough time right there. However, Zerk, I don't think you're in that club by yourself. A couple other competitors not finishing in. We quickly saw the heat kitchen turned up, and that
I am sweating, and I'm not even playing the game.
Oh my goodness! And I think what's impressive, Audrey, is a lot of these players made the mistakes multiple times in the third section, but they learned from their mistakes and they were able to prevail.
Absolutely. You really have to learn from your mistakes. All you have to do is make it to the end to get some points. So if you figure out where a disappearing block is, spider ball around that thing next time. You'll be great.
Looks like they've got the leaderboard updated, so let's go ahead and give you a look at that as far as our results from Game 3, Stage 1, as we mentioned. As we get those graphics filled out here in a second, we're still crunching some numbers. As we see, we've got 12 more of our competitors coming up here soon, and we'll get you those scores here in a moment, but a look at some of our competitors. We can tell you that John Numbers finished in that first 3 minutes, as well as a couple of other players, so 24 critical points, but even just finishing with a minute left, Audrey, that was good for 12 points. Now, we'll remind you, we'll have our next 12 going here shortly. They're going to go ahead and get their consoles configured as we continue along at the 2017 Nintendo World Championships. And just some absolutely great stuff that we're seeing right there, Morgan. And I'm with you. I need a little water right now to kind of calm myself down, because I think our attendees in the front row here are jumping out of their seats every single time we see somebody get close to that Diggernaut. But it goes to show you just all the different skills you have to see. Just in this first stage, we've gone from shield surfing to a home run contest to using one of Samus's what seems like 42 different abilities to escape the Diggernaut.
Yeah, and it's cool about this section is it sort of reminisces of what we did in the last Nintendo World Championships, where we had the escape sequence from Super Metroid. And what's cool about, Metroid has a lot of exploratory gameplay. Maybe you're not running and gunning the whole time. But when you've got something chasing you, suddenly it puts everything under pressure. And that's what's cool to see execution.
And that's such a good point, because, Audrey, we've played a lot of the Metroid games, and you sometimes take your time as you're exploring and checking everything out. But in this sequence, it's such a juxtaposition of what you typically do in a Metroid game.
And that's the great thing about escape sequences in Metroid game, and this one as well, is that it kind of pushes you. You have to be methodical and thoughtful and patient, just like in the rest of the game, but you also have to be pretty speedy.
So, Morgan, I got to be honest. When you first played this section, if you were anything like me, were you just fiddling around with the controller trying to figure out, okay, I got to use this ability, I got to use that, and sometimes you just have to be decisive and pick away.
So I tried to get to this sequence myself, playing on the plane out here. I couldn't even get this far. It's that hard.
I think it's even harder trying to do that on the plane. Well, it looks like our next 12 competitors are set to go, so let's send it down to you, Andrea, to get things started.
Thanks, Jordan. That was such a close race. The judges are hard at work backstage. They actually had to go back and rewind something. It got so close to the cutoff. So we have our second set of competitors getting ready to take on the Diggernaut. Is everybody ready to go? All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
I think what we learned this first time around here, Audrey, it's not really the first two sections that get you. It's one little stretch in the third section that's tripping everybody up.
Absolutely. You kind of want to just speed your way through the first two sections to some extent, so you can give yourself plenty of time to solve all of those puzzles and get past those perilous obstacles in the third part.
You're taking a look at the 12 box right now. Kyle, Wyatt, Kyle, and Why So Sarah get things going in this first section of Metroid Samus Returns. Kyle H right here using that grapple beam to pull that block away. Let's remind you of the scoring. If you finish with that timer showing 3 minutes or higher, you're going to get 24 points. 3 minutes or less, you get 12 points. If you do not finish, you get 0 points. That's going to play a huge role in which 16 of our players advance out of this first stage in the 2017 Nintendo World Championships. And right now we see Kyle H making his way through this first puzzle section. And Audrey, once again, it seems like the players that understand Samus's abilities and can dial those up when they need to are having the most success.
Absolutely. That's the key. Not only just surviving this part, but to making good time. You have to know exactly when to use her new abilities, especially. That lightning armor is going to save you so much time, and that spider ball is going to cost you if you don't know how to use it.
Yellow Killer Bee making her way through the second section. Asa Butterfield grappling beam across as well too. Santiago, it's pretty close right here with these four competitors as Yellow Killer Bee gets to the second puzzle section. Let's zoom in on Asa Butterfield, avoiding those red plants, going on the bottom side. Now remember, Samus has 0 energy tanks, just 99 energy. You can't take too many hits here, Audrey.
Absolutely, and you only have so much Aeon that you can use as well. So if you're just running through, taking damage in your lightning armor, you might run out until the end when you really need it.
Critical moment here. Nice.
Asa Butterfield getting to the second puzzle section, but Morgan, it's important to get to that third section as fast as possible because very few of our players are going through in one clean run. You want to give yourself as many attempts as possible before that timer goes out.
Yeah, if you're shooting for 24 points and you have confidence in this section, you can take a death in this section and still make it under 3 minutes, but yeah, you're right. You got to get to this section to be able to do that.
Here's Santiago A making their way right? You see the morph ball bomb, and here's the part that gets a little tricky. Let's see if you can finish it out. Then Santiago A. Oh, it looks like Santiago A could make a mad dash to the hidey hole here, Morgan. Got to get up there again. Santiago A. Very impressive. 24 huge points right there. Meanwhile, Why So Sarah still trying to put the puzzle pieces together, make their way down through the bottom. But Asa Butterfield, very impressive run right here, trying to get those 24 points. Asa Butterfield.
Fantastic.
And what we're finding here is you've got to remember to pull Samus up at the tail end here, Audrey.
No, you can't rest until you're in that hidey hole.
Stephen G, this is the tricky part we've seen from everybody. Getting hit by the spike, that's one grapple beam. Another grapple beam. Stephen G using that grapple beam to get rid of the block. Now let's put on those track spikes and close things out as Stephen G trying to get to that hidey hole. Stephen G!
Barely made it.
That was beautiful. I believe that's, wow, unbelievable.
That's like when you get home and your curfew's 11, you get in at 10:59 basically. Very impressive stuff.
I think that might be our youngest competitor in the competition, Stephen G. That was fantastic.
My goodness, getting home for dinner before curfew. Kyle S, meanwhile, still trying to figure out that first section. It can be tricky. You've got more than one way to get through here, but no, Kyle S going to get hit by that Digger Knot. It's a tricky section, and Audrey, if you have never played this game or if you haven't got to this part, it can be very difficult to figure out the order of operation.
It's very difficult. You have to have Metroid in your veins to be able to make good time in this part.
And Why So Sarah falling victim to running out of energy. And we've talked about that. You've got to manage your energy. You've got to manage your items, your Aeon abilities. There's a lot of things to take care of here.
And there's a lot. And it's too bad to lose because you've lost health when you're doing so well solving puzzles.
Looks like Why So Sarah and Kyle S are our only two competitors remaining, but they still have 2 minutes left. And it looks like Why So Sarah still can't figure out how to use that lightning armor, and that's vital in order to finish this section here, Audrey.
Absolutely. If it was that lightning armor, she could have made it to the end by now.
But let's see if they can learn from their mistakes. Kyle S still trying to go in morph ball mode. Can't quite figure out the morph ball bomb right there. That's unfortunate. Why So Sarah, meanwhile, really just trying to solve that puzzle of the lightning armor. And Morgan, as we said, there are so many things you have to factor in, but then you also consider the stage, the competition, the music, the energy, a lot of stuff to process.
That's right, and I think that we're seeing these guys start to, you sort of hit a wall, I think, about this time after 5 minutes or so. You know what you have to do. You want to do it. You keep butting your head against that. This is tough. You got to see these guys really buckle down.
Why So Sarah has a chance at the grapple beam. Nicely done by Why So Sarah. One more grapple beam. Not a wave beam, but no! You can wave bye-bye to that attempt right there, unfortunately. And that's what we're seeing here, Audrey. The shuffling through the different abilities and not being able to dial up the correct one.
Samus has so many different abilities. You have to know exactly when to use each one.
Kyle S at the first puzzle sequence. There's 53 seconds, so a clean run maybe for Kyle S. However, Why So Sarah could be the last attempt here. Making their way.
Finally has that lightning armor.
And that's critical because there's so many red plants that you have to navigate. You've got some fire from an enemy as well, too. 38 seconds left for Why So Sarah. That is enough time at this point in the stage, but you can't have any more mistakes. It'll be pencils down here in just a second. Why So Sarah? You're going to have to grapple and another grapple. Why So Sarah? And then have to shoot up, jump up. Why So Sarah? No! Why So Sarah was oh so close right there. And it's just, you got to shift. You're in morph ball, then you're standing, then it's grapple beam, then it's your regular wave beam, and then it's using the high jump boots, and you got to process so much information.
You really do. You have to, it just has to be second nature at this point.
5 seconds left, and unfortunately, it looks like both of our competitors remaining, Why So Sarah being one of them, won't be able to finish in time, unfortunately. So that'll do it for those two. Valiant efforts indeed. The blood of the Chozo flows through you still. But we looked at some very clean runs right there, Morgan, and some very impressive stuff when you look at just how much you have to continue to manage and really not panic at those moments and make the right decision.
Yeah, we saw some, like, I think it was Stephen G finish with, I mean, just a sliver, and he got those 24 points. I think we had 3 or maybe 4 get the 24 points there. So between the two, I mean, there's going to be, I think with the 6 or 7 people that got that 24, they punched their ticket to round too. So I'm really curious to see how this leaderboard shakes out.
Sounds like the leaderboard is ready to go. So let's go ahead and give you a look at what happened after this most recent stage 1. Here are the total scores. You see your top 16 in just 4 points separated Abe from Anthony for 16 to 17. And so very, very close as far as what's going on right there. But for more from the floor, let's go ahead and toss it to Andrea, who's standing by with one of our competitors in just a moment as we get things figured out here. But I look at how tight this competition is, especially at the top here. And Morgan, some of these more impressive gamers, it's going to be very close to the top.
Yeah, I think like 360 did a good job in most of the games. Kyle W did great. Wyatt, I think, was one of our fastest competitors in the Mario Kart qualifiers, and he knocked it out of the park in a lot of those. Ace of Butterfield, one of our invitees, just crushing it. So, man, it's going to be exciting to see. And the defending champ, just solid position at 51 points.
Let's explain this underground before we toss this interview here. You see the bottom 8 players, Anthony, Osden. We're going to go ahead and transition to the underground here. And let's see who's going to be battling it out in our first elimination underground. That's Anthony, Osden, Emil, Zerk, Sunny, Weiso, Sarah, Kyle, and Bailey. They will make up the underground, where if 2 of them are victorious, they move on to the next underground stage. So your thoughts on the tension that might be built as we get set for the next underground?
Yeah, they might be feeling nerves right now, but remember, this is your chance to battle your way back. If you're great at whatever game this is, you could still make it. You could still be the champion.
Well, as I said, Andrea's standing by with a word from one of our competitors. Andrea.
Thanks so much, Jordan. I am here with Brian and Austin, who traveled all the way to New York from British Columbia, specifically for the Nintendo World Championships 2017. Yes, exactly. That's a long way. Brian, what does it mean for you to bring Osden here and compete with all of these people on such a big stage?
It's been a whirlwind experience. It's started several weeks ago at the qualifiers in Seattle. We've had the time of our life. It's a world-class event, and Nintendo's made this a world-class experience for us. I am living a little bit of my dream through Osden from when I was younger and watched movies and the Nintendo World Championship. And yeah, Osden's super excited.
Austin, are you excited to be here, having a good time?
I'm having the best time of my life here. Thanks, Nintendo, for making the best games, and I want to work for you one day.
You hear that, Nintendo? Reggie, are you listening? Austin wants a job. All right, I'd love to know, Brian, before we kick it back, what kind of games do you and Austin like to play together at home?
Well, the game we play together the most is Mario Kart 8 and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. But what do you do to me? You always school me every time we play.
It's okay. It's what I did to my dad, too. Now, I'd love to stay here and chat with you guys, but we have the first underground game to play, and we're going to find out what that game is right now.
Underground Stage 1. Balloon Fight! After its surprise appearance in the Nintendo World Championships 2015, Balloon Trip Mode is back. Competitors must dodge electricity, escape man-eating piranhas, and pop some balloons while they're at it. With 3 minutes on the clock, they'll have as many chances as they want to set a high score. The top 2 players will stay in the competition. May the fiercest balloon fighters keep their heads above water.
Some good old 8-bit action balloon fight as we welcome up our good friend Bill Trennan up to the set here. And Bill, just your early impressions on all the excitement we've had with the tournament so far.
This has been incredibly exciting. We can hear the house from back of house. People are going insane. The competition in Metroid blew me away. That is an incredibly challenging segment of gameplay, and to see that many people get through it, I was amazed.
Very impressive stuff, and we do have to get to our first underground game, which is Balloon Fight. So here are the rules for that one here. It'll be 3 minutes on Balloon Trip Mode with unlimited attempts during that time. It's simple. The top 2 highest scores will advance. And you look at Balloon Trip Mode here, Audrey, and what does that spell out for our competitors as they get set?
So we gotta see the players. They're gonna have to avoid all these balls of electricity. They're gonna have to collect as many balloons as they can, and they're gonna have to stay away from the fishy at the bottom, or else they're gonna be fish chum.
Some very important things to keep in mind with the scoring, though, here, Bill. Each balloon is worth 300 points. For every second that you fly, it's worth 20 points. So for you, how do you gauge going after balloons and being aggressive, or maybe just trying to stay afloat for a while?
Well, and that's, I think, you're in the underground. Only 2 people are going to survive. I think you have to go for the points. And of course, as you collect balloons, they change color. That's going to impact things too. We're going to lose, a chunk of our players here. 2 are going to survive. But we do have good news. Everyone who's here today is going to be receiving a very special certificate. Those of us who have played in the tournament. So even those who drop out here after Balloon Trip, they'll still be receiving their certificate, proving they're a part of Nintendo history, including 2 special players. We have Bianca and Tyler, who are alternates who've been waiting in the wings in case anything happened to one of our players, but they'll be receiving one as well.
That's great stuff, Bill. You certainly love the Nintendo community, everybody coming together for these amazing World Championships. But let's get started with our Balloon Trip mode. So let's go ahead and toss it back down to Andrea.
Thanks, Jordan. All right, our first game in the underground, a shot redemption. Our players are ready to go. 3, 2, 1, go.
And let's get started with Balloon Trip mode as you take a look at your 8-box. And the controls on this one here, Audrey, you got to really feather that A and B button because you got to stay in control of your player the entire time.
That's true. If you don't feather that button, you're gonna go up, you're gonna go down. You have to have really precise control over your guy there.
And we see Osden taking an early exit, but you get unlimited tries here, which is very important. And so, Bill, with those unlimited tries, you can't panic if you pop that balloon early on.
That's right. And, unless we've got somebody who's really talented going all the distance, you're going to have a chance to get back in it. Unless, of course, the fish pulls you under.
Emil hitting a star and getting hit by the fish, but we're looking for the top 2 scores in Balloon Trip. Zerk collecting a whole bunch of balloons right there as if he was at the zoo. That's going to help his score, 4,800, flirting with 5,000 at this point. And Audrey, I see a bubble there. What will that do?
If you go for the bubble, I suppose we're never going to find out, Jordan.
So that 60-30 by Zerk looks like it's one of the higher scores we have so far. 1:50 left in this one. And Bill, we see a lot of times these balloons might put you in a precarious situation. And for our players, they've got to manage all the risk and process everything that could happen.
That's right. And of course, as you see, the lower you go, the likelier you are to run into that fish. We do see the bubble. If you hit that bubble is going to stop those electric bolts in place and perhaps make it a little bit easier. But yes.
Oh, why so Sarah turning into some chum for the fish right there. Sunny K, we saw the 60-30 from Zerk. Looks like Sunny K can make up some ground with the whole cavalcade of balloons right there. And that's going to go ahead and put Sunny K above the 6,000 mark, but no! However, hope is not deflated. You still get another try. 1 minute left still in this one, and you start to think about how aggressive you need to be at this point, as Emil is over 6,000 as well too, Audrey.
Absolutely. You need to stay calm, stay precise, and honestly, go for as many points as you can. This is your last chance of survival.
Sounds like we've got 3 competitors that are pretty close to 6,000 points total. They've got 48 seconds to sort things out.
I'll say the certificate, right? Or do you not want me to repeat that since Bill said it already?
And we've got 40 seconds left in this one. Anthony getting things popped right there, unfortunately. Looking for anything in the 6,000 range at this point. 30 seconds left. 8 players, 2 of them trying to hold on to their championship hopes and hope that they don't float away as we get set for the final 20 seconds. Why so Sarah can put out an impressive score if they can just get through the stars. Yes! Look at the finesse, the movement, the agility in the air, but no! You hear the buzzer, and that's not a good sound with 10 seconds left. Anthony, this could be something special if you can just grab a couple more balloons. 5 seconds left for Anthony. Got to sprint and get some balloons at this point. Try to get that bubble, Anthony. That could be huge to get 6,000, but no! Anthony at 59.30. And our judges, I do not envy their job after this because they've got some scores to figure out at this point. And it seems like, Bill, when you get to that section and the stars start to move, it gets a little bit trickier.
Generic toss?
It does. The stars can move. They can move in different directions, and you've got to kind of be able to track those as you're trying to fly through. It's a very challenging situation.
And so we'll get things sorted out here with the leaderboard. The top 2 finishers, the 2 highest scores here, Audrey, will advance to the next stage of the underground. But the competition, even at the underground level, my goodness, it is very tight, as we saw a lot of players right around that 6,000, high 5,000 mark.
Absolutely. The competition is fierce. Nobody can relax, not even if you're in the above ground, not if you're in the underground. You have to stay on your toes.
And very difficult stuff. And Bill, we continue to talk about the wide array of skills you need as a player. And you go from shield surfing to home run contests to Metroid Samus Returns, running away from the Diggernaut, to balloon fight?
That's right. I actually hope that maybe it was a bit of a relief for them after the stress of that timed and very, very dangerous Diggernaut chase scene, to be able to come into the underground and see something that's at least familiar from 2015, but maybe the last thing that we see that's super familiar from that underground.
And what's awesome is everything's so exciting here because you have so much at stake in the championships. Let's take a look at a replay from Balloon Fight and just some very exciting moments. But Why So Sarah float away. You look at this moment here, Why So Sarah navigating those moving stars, and just when you think caught in the corner to a twinkly doom, able to avoid it right there. And Why So Sarah bumping that score up, and especially in this type of game, Balloon Fight, every pixel matters here.
Absolutely. If you lose control for a second and you just let go of that A button a little too long, you could find yourself in the twinkly doom you mentioned.
Well, it's that term of rinse and repeat we discuss here, Bill. The fact that maybe players who aren't too familiar with this game get a chance to maybe hit the stars a couple times, and then they're able to re-rack things and get better control of stuff. But let's take a look at our leaderboard after that first underground. Absolutely exhilarating. Kyle S. and Emil move along. It was so tightly contested right there. My goodness, impressive stuff right there. And it goes to show you, whether you are in the regular stages or the underground, it's going to be very stiff competition here, Audrey.
Absolutely. These players have a lot in store for them yet.
And it's so exciting when you see a classic game like this. And Bill, for a lot of these youngsters, they were just a twinkle in their father's eye when Balloon Fight came out, and now they're playing this game that's 2-3 times older than them.
That's right, and hopefully they're learning to appreciate the absolutely fantastic theme song of Balloon Trip Mode.
This is true.
So 2 players advance. Unfortunately, that means some players have to go home. There can only be one champion. For more on that, let's toss it down to Andrea.
Thanks, Jordan. This is definitely the sad part of my job, having to say goodbye to people that didn't make it through the underground. But congratulations to Emil and Kyle. You guys did a great job. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. You made it to New York. Thank you so much, everybody. All right. So Emil and Kyle will be moving on, and Jordan, we have so many more games to play yet tonight. Tell me what's next.
Lots of exciting stuff to get to as we get set to do a little bit of a talent swap up here. Eric, how you doing? Eric from Treehouse, everybody.
What's up?
I do love the kid and play haircut right there. Absolutely fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm a product of the 80s, and it felt fitting considering we are bringing this back.
Absolutely. Well, we've gone through stage 1. We've gone through the first underground. Let's get set to find out what's in store for stage 2.
Stage 2. Super Smash Brothers for Wii U. Icons from The Legend of Zelda, Super Mario Brothers, Metroid, Fire Emblem, and many other classic series face off in this celebration of all things Nintendo. 2 groups of 8 will fight it out, and the top 6 players in each match will move on to the next stage. The rest will drop to the underground. Time to turn the volume up, turn the items on, and show us your moves. May the best Smasher knock out the rest.
Well, a game that probably needs no introduction, Super Smash Brothers for Wii U. 8-player Smash. Let's take a look at the rules before we get all excited and break stuff down here. Here's how it's going to work out with 16 competitors still remaining. It's going to be a 6-minute match, items on score attack. And how that works is you get a KO, you get +1 point. If you get knocked out, you lose a point. If you get a self-destruct, you're going to lose 2 points. If for some reason you get an itchy trigger finger or the dog sits on the controller, you hit pause on accident, that's -1 point. The top 6 players in each match will move on to the next stage. It's going to be 8 players on the stage, items on. And so, Bill, let's start with you here. A lot of people very familiar with 1v1, Fox only, Final Destination. This is going to be so much different here, what we're getting set to see. How do you even start to explain and break down 8-player Smash items on?
You know, it is not easy to do. 8 players, there is a lot going on. You have items all over the place. You even need to think about things like, how big is my character? Am I big and strong? Do I have a big KO that I can hit? Am I just a target if I'm playing a big character? The other thing, you really want to think about, what is my final smash? With items on, there will be smash balls, and there certainly are final smashes that can get you more KOs than others.
And you mentioned those items, Eric. There are a lot of items. Some, let's be honest, they're better than others.
That's true.
What items should these players really keep an eye out for to try and grab in order to help propel themselves to victory?
You know, for me, in 8-player Smash, my first pick of the item, if like a hammer drops, I'm running straight for the hammer, because you grab the hammer and you're basically just like, knocking everyone out who touches it. And it has a huge range of motion. I think that's the item to look for.
What are you supposed to do with the hammer once again when you get it?
I do something like that. Something like that.
And so, Bill, you're talking a little bit more about character selection. With 8 players, we've seen in very competitive play, you have that space to use your combos, to be very technical. How is that going to change? And you've got 8 people, and essentially you always have somebody near you trying to knock you off the stage.
It's a challenge. You know, when I'm playing 8-player Smash, the first thing that I do is I look at the percentages. You look for those high percentage opponents. You try to take them out first. That's where you're going to get the KOs. And when you're playing a score match in time, that's how you're going to come out on top.
Now, there's a term we're going to use called mobs. Smitty, at every point of this entire match, we're going to see about 5 or 6 characters just beating in on each other.
Right.
How important is it to kind of avoid those, but then also maybe you throw your hat in the ring every once in a while?
Yeah, I mean, you want to basically stick to the outside of one of those big, scrums in the middle of the match where everyone's taking tons of damage, and rush in. If your character has a rush attack and can basically just clear it out, maybe knock out a couple of them, that is a great strategy.
Sounds like the players are ready for our first round. 8 players, Smash Big Battlefield items on. That's right, score attack. And let's pick it up. Pikachu, Cloud, Bowser, Peach, Pikachu, Falco, Rosalina, and Luma. Then Captain Falcon. Keep an eye on big old Bowser, 60% already. And you talked about keying in on percentages, and already in this one, Bill, you've got Captain Falcon and Bowser both getting close to that KO range, close to triple digits.
That's right. We've already seen Bowser flying off the edge there. He's made it back. That's why at A. Very, very big move by Tuberon. He's playing as, is that
Cloud with a very nice KO on Bowser. You start to see the assist trophy being used as well, too. The Spinies from Mario. Pikachu with a Thunderbolt. Going to go ahead and send Rosalina and Luma flying. However, you see Bowser trying to protect the edge on the right-hand side, but here comes a barrel into play here, Smitty.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see Rosalina and Luma, and it depends how heavy that character is. Like a heavy character, it's harder to knock off the stage, whereas a light one, maybe Pikachu at 104%, if you can target Pikachu right now, you can just knock him out.
Keep an eye. Rosalina and Luma 135, Pikachu 143, and another Pikachu at 121. A butterfly kiss will send him sailing at this point, and yes, Rosalina and Luma, they're going to go ahead and get KO'd. You've got Bowser trying to do some damage, knock people over. You've got Genesect coming out and helping everybody. Those Pokeballs can be very important. And already, just a minute and a half into this 8-player Smash, you see the challenge that every player is facing. Whew. Now we see Peach using that bomb, doing a lot of damage right there. However, no items on the field at this point right now. Both characters, all these characters, Lipstick popping up right there to the left. It's going to go ahead and do some damage. If you hit them, going to sprout that flower. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, Cloud and Peach trying to juggle on that edge. You see Falco at the top as well, too. And early on, Falco doing a fine job here, Smitty, at 106 even.
Absolutely, and you really have to, pick. Oh, Falco, as you said, you just said it. You got screen splattered just like that. But I mean, some of these characters have great recoveries. That means if they get knocked off at the stage at a high percent, they're able to make their way back. Others, are not so fortunate.
Captain Falcon getting the help of an assist trophy right there. Bowser set sailing to your left. Oh, here comes the blue shell thrown by Pikachu without the hat. That blue shell will seek out the leader. It caused some major damage. Goes to show you the Cloud's looking pretty good. However, Pikachu trying to spam those Thunderbolts on the left-hand side.
So that's a good thing. Sorry. Because Cloud was targeted with that blue shell, it means he's in the lead. It means other characters might want to think about taking him out or trying to get some sort of advantage on him. And he's got another KO right there.
Tubberon as Cloud is cleaning up shop right now, Bill. And do you see that concerted effort? There's our first smash ball on the stage here, Bill.
That's right.
And it looks like Captain Falcon has that smash ball. Here comes the blue Falcon, but misses. Woo. Fire bar on the field right now that's going to help a character that doesn't have a whole lot of range on their regular normal attack. Pikachu going to go ahead and throw that. Peach going to go ahead and knock Bowser to the right. Rosalina and Luma sent sailing. Cloud trying to focus on Captain Falcon. Just under 3 minutes left. Top 6 will advance. We've got an item box in the middle right now. Could be filled with lots of goodies. And Bill, you look at this point as you start to get close. This Cloud, says Pikachu sailing. Bill, you look at this point. Maybe if you haven't got many KOs, how aggressive do you want to try and be?
Well, I think if you're anybody other than Tubberon, you want to be really aggressive, and you probably want to go after him because he's in the lead. He's the winner of our SDCC 2015 Kids Tournament, and it's clearly showing here that he knows what he's doing, even in 8-player Smash.
And Smitty even being defensive as we see.
He put them all together.
That comes up huge.
Oh, the double!
That
got both of them.
Who
was that?
Absolutely critical. Great performance, and as we see, grabbing those items is going to be the difference as Tubberon with that super scope, but no! Bowser going to go ahead and get a KO since Captain Falcon's flying to the right-hand side of the screen. You see Bowser just hanging out on the right-hand side. Smitty, what else are we seeing here?
So it looks like we just saw a fairy, and I think who picked that up? Maybe Pikachu picked that up, and that's going to heal a huge chunk of your percent. When you stay at a low percent, you can actually take those risks and start attacking more.
Every bit of healing absolutely helps. Bowser going to go ahead and take Pikachu for a dance. Sends Pikachu sailing. Cloud on your right-hand side. Tubberon, your leader early on so far. And there goes Pikachu up against your screen. It might be hard to tell, but you got Pikachu with a mushroom down at the bottom. There's the beehive. That Cloud's going to go ahead and try and throw at Captain Falcon. Bees, your firearms are useless against them, Bill.
I tell you, right now is the time to be looking at those percentages, seeing what you can do to get those final last few KOs in. We're approaching just a minute left in what is really a chaotic match.
There's the smash ball. It's the drumstick of all the items. Who's going to go ahead and grab that? Pikachu with the hat going to try and get it, but no, Cloud misses. That smash ball could be the difference in advancing or not. It's still up for grabs. Oh, it looks like Falcon
come on.
That's it.
Yeah, was that the double? Oh, Bowser dodged that.
Ride with the blue Falcon and Captain Falcon showing Falco who the true blue Falcon is. Meanwhile, you've got Pikachu at 152. We'll see you later right there. By you, Pikachu. Peach at 86, Captain Falcon at 84. Bill, you got to be really aggressive with 30 seconds left here.
You absolutely do. Looking at these percentages, you've got a Pikachu and a Peach, as well as Captain Falcon, that would be potentials for KOs in these final minutes. Rosalina also with her floatiness high up on the screen. What we just saw, a good potential target.
Tubberon going as Cloud has a home run bat, so you don't want to connect with that. We saw what it did to Sandbag. However, Captain Falcon goes flying to the left. That's going to go ahead and cost some points, and that's star for Tubberon. The rich just get richer as we have 4 seconds left. Let's see if anyone can get one more KO before the timer expires.
Ooh,
and that is time.
Yep, look at that.
And Tubberon is Cloud. Very nicely done. There's your top 6. Tubberon, Wyatt,
8 KOs.
Marco.
+7.
Although we got a tie for 7th, and so don't forget, there is a tiebreaker. We will go to damage dealt, followed by damage taken to figure out that tiebreaker, so we'll let our judges figure that out. Once again, you see Rosalina and Luma, Captain Falcon, they're both at 7, but that's not going to matter because we do have our top 6 because Jeff B finished at 6. The top 6 of this match will advance to the next stage. And initial thoughts of trying to follow all that action right there, Eric.
Tubberon just dominated. You could see him just like clearly, okay, this person's at 80%. I'm going to go after them. And obviously that paid off. He was at +7. Everyone else was only at +2. I mean, that was the closest.
And Bill, the ability to point someone out that's got a high percentage, be able to navigate all the chaos that's going on, and it almost seems like you have to find those moments where an opening is there and then make the most of it.
It's true. And while you're doing all of that, you've got to pay attention to what's happening around you, who's coming after you, because even if you've got a target in mind, it's very, very possible that you could have any kind of chaos happening in between you and them.
We saw the items, the assist trophies. There's a lot to manage out there. And sometimes with those assist trophies, you're 7 opponents turning into 8 opponents. And this is score attack mode. And so you will see the final scores. The top 6 will advance to that next round. We'll have our next group of 8 competitors go here. But Smitty, it kind of seems like the items take such a precedent, and that if you can get those 1 or 2 items that can turn a match, maybe it's a smash ball, maybe it's a home run bat, maybe it's a hammer, that can make the difference.
Yeah, I mean, that hammer, the home run bat, if you can get like a bomb and throw it in a huge cluster, that's going to knock everyone back. And if they're at high percentage, it's going to knock them straight off of the stage.
Let's take a look at some of that action that just took place in that first round of 8-player smash. You see Tuberon and some of the items that we're going to see here. What do we see in form right here, Smitty? As you know, this isn't just your average everyday item, basically.
Yeah, so this is an item you have to actually collect 3 different parts, put them together. Then that gives you the ability to target. And you can see hit Falco and Pikachu there, knocked them both clean out.
And those items, Bill, that you can get multiple KOs. I mean, that's going to make such a big difference when the top 6 advance. I mean, really only 2 people are getting knocked out every single match, and something like that can be the difference maker.
Absolutely. And what we're seeing in these top 6 are 2 of our players from overseas. 360 Chris M, talented speedrunner from Germany, and Dan S, who is a great Splatoon player and tournament organizer up in Canada. Obviously, we've got a global component to this tournament. The 2 of them moving on means that they still have a shot at this.
Hence the term World Championships, of course. Now, let's be honest, something else happens in these matches. If I were playing out there, they would call me the wounded deer. If you are a very talented player and you maybe see someone that's struggling, Bill, do you seek them out to try and get some easy KOs?
That could be a strategy that comes out to play. Personally, I would be more likely to go after somebody who's in the lead, because if I take them out, they get a fall, and I get the plus point for that. And so that's definitely going to impact their score overall while helping me.
That's true. I've played quite a bit of Smash with you, though, Bill, and I know that you are heartless. And, you go after the weak and the wounded. That's
Are
your style.
you saying you're the weak and the wounded?
I walked right into that.
Well, Bill, the other day we had a chance to play, and using Mr. Game & Watch took us all to school, so it's certainly great to learn some lessons from him. But really, with these 8 players and all that chaos, how important, Bill, is the defensive aspect, trying to keep that percentage down to a minimum as much as possible?
That's a definite strategy, staying out of the fray, minimizing the percentage damage on you, because the lower that you can keep that for a longer duration, the less likely you are to build up numerous KOs over the course of the match. Certainly, we know other people within the treehouse who they execute a strategy of sort of play on the edges and then swoop in for the KO and then get back to safety on the edge. And that's really, I think, the smart way to play, but maybe not as honorable.
And we saw some of those larger characters, and in the example of Bowser, doesn't fly as far when he gets hit here, Smitty, but you're such a big target that if you're in the middle of some of those mobs, you're taking on significant damage.
You are, but Bowser has a lot of great abilities that can rush into the battle. He has one actually that's butt stomp. You basically, fly up into the air and then just crash down. And if you can crash down on a huge group, you have that ability to just clear it out.
Sounds like the players are ready for round 2 of 8-player Smash, our 8 remaining players in stage 2. So let's send it down to them as they get set. Remember, this is score attack. Top 6 will move on to the next stage. Every KO, every self-destruct, it matters. Let's take a look at our characters. Roy, King DD, Ganondorf, Bayonetta, Mario, Schultz, Little Mac, and Link. So keep an eye out for them. 10 seconds into this one, we have a party ball already. That's going to be a lot of items coming out of there, Smitty.
Let's see what we got. Looks like we've got a fire bar sword.
We've got an ore club, a star rod, and a cuckoo, of course, because why not? We go ahead and see King DD already using a lot of those down.
Numbers getting hit with those cuckoos. You see that?
Numbers with the cuckoo. They're going to attack you just like they do Link in any of those Legend of Zelda games. Meanwhile, you see Asa with Ganondorf. Don't forget, Asa was at EVO this year. Very proud that he wasn't completely terrible there, as he mentioned. And there goes Roy, your first character to get KO'd in this second match of 8 players in stage 2 here at these championships. And now we have a lot of players at triple digits. Looks like this is going to be another highly contested battle decided at the end.
So looking at Little Mac is a great character. He hits really hard. He has almost 0 recovery. You get him in the air, you kind of knock him off the stage. Him getting back on there without suffering a KO is really tough.
mentioned Little Mac with 0 recovery. That's tough. And there we see that blue shell taking on Bayonetta. Bayonetta sailing to the right. Let's see if Roy and Bayonetta can recover. Meanwhile, Kyle playing as Link, able to recover as well too. Oh, Little Mac with a KO on Link. And there's our first smash ball of the match. Bayonetta trying to get it. Looks like Bayonetta has it. And look out, folks. Let's see if Bayonetta can take advantage of this final smash.
She should really be trying to target Roy Little Mac at this point.
That looks uncomfortable. We'll just put it that way. Oh, there's a golden hammer to the right as Little Mac sends King DDD going. However, Thomas G with the golden hammer going to go ahead and rack up a lot of KOs. Very important. Now, we also see John Numbers playing as Shulk, and we hear about a counter move that a lot of these characters have, Bill. How does that work out?
Now, certainly in an 8-player match, a counter can be a big advantage, especially if you're in the middle of the mob, people are attacking. You can use that to clear them out, potentially even get a KO or two.
Shulk with one of those powerful counters in the entire game. We're at around 3.5 minutes left, so almost halfway. Remember, top 6 scores advance to the next stage. It looks like Little Mac falling off the stage as well, too. Link trying to hold on. It's anybody's match at this point so far.
The single comes out.
And we see the Tingle Assist Trophy and all sorts of flowers coming out over there. Meanwhile, King DDD trying to hang on to the far left, trying to avoid getting juggled. And we see John Numbers with a beautiful air juggle. Kyle able to recover. But let's see if Kyle can make it back from this. Numbers yet again with Shulk knocking Kyle to the back, but Kyle won't quit. Meanwhile, Bayonetta juggling Link to the top right of your screen. Let's see if Link can get back on stage. And there goes Mario, unfortunately, sailing. King DD using the freezy right there, getting hit by that. A lot of characters in that KO range here at this point here, Bill, and it's starting to get a little tricky. You look at characters like Bayonetta, and you start to maybe target them as you see them having more success.
That's right, and certainly as you're at this point of the match, you're probably losing track of who's got what from a KO standpoint, so all you can really do is focus in on those percentages.
Shulk getting a couple of KOs right there. Little Mac with yet another one. Oh, we see some explosions in the middle as Ganondorf gets sent flying. King DD trying to hold on. King DD, Eric, very good recovery for a heavy character.
Yeah, absolutely. He's very floaty, so you get knocked off, you're able to float back without falling down.
Very floaty. I love the technical term here. See Chespin, the assist trophy, helping out right there, but there's a smash ball. Whoever gets it's going to turn the tide. Let's see if Link can use it.
I was going to get another. Ooh.
Link has that smash ball ready to go. Let's see if Link wins.
Yeah.
Yes! Captures Bayonetta in the Triforce, and Ganondorf gets hit with some residual damage. That's a critical KO on one of our leaders here.
That was. I felt like Bayonetta may have been in the lead there. She was getting a lot of KO.
That next bomb doing some damage as well, too. But then here comes Little Mac, going to transform with that final smash. And the little puncher has already got more power right there as Santiago sends him sailing. Don't forget that killer eye causing some damage, too. Ganondorf losing the opportunity to use the assist trophy. We've got 1:30 left at this point. And Bill, you start to think about, do I stick to the edge? Do I go in the middle? If I'm maybe one of those players that seems to be getting knocked off quite a bit, how aggressive do you have to be?
If I'm getting knocked off, I'm probably taking one of those 2 middle platforms towards the middle, not near the edge, but certainly not as high up on the stage that's going to send you off the top.
Ganondorf going to unleash the assist trophy. Got Midna helping out right there. However, you've got Link sending King DD flying to the right of your screen. Take a look at your left. Thomas G and Numbers. 2 players playing exceptionally well. Bayonetta trying to juggle Shulk. Shulk using that defensive Monsanto art that's going to go ahead and prevent him, Smitty, from flying as far.
Yeah, all these characters have really unique abilities. Shulk is able to actually, get into defensive mode, get into offensive mode, get into smash mode, and use that to his advantage.
And Shulk had a couple of critical KOs, but yet another item that you have to piece together there, Smitty.
Yeah, that was a big one.
You've got the ray gun up for grabs with Ganondorf. Why not? That makes sense. Ganondorf with a ray gun. King DDD on the far left, sending some projectiles, trying to do some damage from the edge. 10 seconds left. Who's going to go for that critical KO and try and move themselves up into the top 6? Who's going to be able to do something special here? It looks like, almost in. No. Everyone's going to be safe at that point. It? Who's our winner? I think Shulk.
John Numbers.
John Numbers. very impressive showing. They had a second, and let's take a look at our top 6. You've got numbers. Santos,
Wow.
Paco. Oh my gosh. Thomas G, Ace of Butterfield, Cole G, Kyle W. They're all going to be safe moving on. But Shulk, plus 12. What can you say about that? Very impressive performance by John Numbers.
Numbers knows what he's doing, and he's executing flawlessly.
Now keep in mind, John Numbers is a competitive Smash player. He is the 2015 NWC champion. He is also a competitive Smash player. I think he was even playing at a weekly just this week.
Of course, I think it would make sense that if you're familiar with Nintendo, you're going to be very familiar with Super Smash Brothers. So you saw that leaderboard right there in the standings of how they did after Smash. They're going to go ahead and create some standings here for us to take a closer look at. But we see the high level competition. And even though there's a lot of chaos going on, Bill, you still have those moments where high skilled players like Numbers can go ahead and juggle and use combos. Let's take a look at our leaderboard after stage 2. Your top 12 competitors that will be moving on to stage 3. However, there is an underground, and we've got 4 players that are going to be moving on to that next stage of the underground. Let's see who it's going to be. You've got Kyle and Emil that survived Underground 1. They're going to be joined by Yellow Killer B, Abe, Steven, and Kyle. So they're going to have to certainly figure things out. And yet again, though, Bill, you get a chance with these players, even though they maybe didn't place in the top 12 in Smash, they get another life here in the Underground coming up.
That's right. Of course, the Underground is where the curveballs come in. You've got to be prepared for anything. You don't know what it could be.
In that Underground, we saw a balloon fight in the first one. Very exciting stuff right there. And Smitty, you look at the fact that, okay, maybe I didn't do what I could do in Smash, but I get another chance. And for more on the second Underground, let's toss it back down to Andrea.
Thank you so much, Jordan. I am still suffering from sensory overload. There was so much happening on the screen at that one time. Did you guys have any favorites from the last round? Okay, I can kind of make out what you're saying. I see a number sign in the front here. I like your hat. Very nice. Well, we are going to get going on the second phase of the Underground. This is, of course, where these players have the opportunity to potentially get back into the competition. So let's find out what they're going to play next.
Underground Stage 2. It's Bird and Beans. Don't even try to pretend you saw this one coming. The higher a player can gulp a bean, the more points awarded. But watch out, Fallen Beans will break the platform. The 2 players with the highest scores stay in the competition. May the most versatile fans, or the hungriest, reach the top.
What? Are you kidding me? Bird and Beans. Raise your hand if you've heard of this one. If you're here joining the event right now, hey, a couple of loyal Nintendo fans heard of this one. But before we break down the explanation of exactly what we're going to see here, let's talk about the rules for Bird and Beans, our second Underground. You'll have 3 minutes to get the highest score, unlimited attempts. The top 2 advance to the next stage of the Underground with the highest score. And so, Bill, let's start with you on this one, man. Bird and Beans. What's the object of this? This looked pretty simple, but what are the players going to be doing?
It looks simple. It is deceptively deep. You move left to right. You're shooting your tongue out, trying to grab green beans that fall from the sky. They're worth points. If you grab a white bean, it replaces a brick that a green bean may have knocked out if you missed one. If you happen to grab a flashing white bean, it will eliminate all the beans in the sky and replace all the bricks. Of course, it starts off slow. It speeds up as your points go up. And I tell you, if this had been released in the arcades back in 1991, we might be playing Super Puro these days instead of Super Mario. It's that good.
Go ahead and put the quarters up on the machine right there as you wait for your next turn. And Audrey, not all beans are created equal. As Bill pointed out, there's different things that they do, but there's also things that happen if you catch them at different levels. What about the scoring in Bird and Beans?
That's true. The higher you catch the bean, the more points you're going to get. So if you catch a bean right near the top, you're going to get 1,000 points. So there's something to kind of staying in the corner and trying to get those high-hanging beans, if you will.
There's a lot of strategy going on in this one. And early on, Bill, the fact that we use that term that we use with Balloon Fight, rinse and repeat. There's not as many beans falling in the beginning. So you would think that you have a chance to get those thousands. At what point do you maybe say, listen, this isn't my best run. I've got to try this again and still use the allotted time that I have?
I mean, that's a very good point. I think if you find yourself grabbing beans really down low, you need to really change your focus, because you're going to get, it drops. The closer it gets to the ground, the fewer points it's worth.
Sounds like we're ready to go here for Bird and Beans. So let's send it down to Andrea to get started here with stage 2 Underground.
All right. Has anybody in the audience actually played this game? Ah, there we go. Fantastic. All right, players, are you ready to eat some beans? Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Well, Audrey, the first thing you'll notice is that the soundtrack to this game is phenomenal, as well as the sound effects. And we see early on that you're just trying to grab those beans, but it's not a very forgiving hitbox as well, too, here.
No, it's absolutely not very forgiving. And especially if these players, for some reason, haven't played this game before, they're really going to have to be filling it out right now.
And there you go right there, Emil with an early reset right there. Yellow Killer B getting a lot of beans. Critical. Couple of 300s right there as Yellow Killer B still with a clean platform, getting those hundreds. Those certainly matter. Another 300 for YKB. And you don't have a whole lot of beans on the stage at this point, but Bill, as you said, it's going to speed up here real soon.
Yep. As soon as you start grabbing a couple of thousands and you get that score up to around 4,000 points, not only does it speed up, it starts to brighten up, and the background can actually become somewhat distracting.
It's a very good point. And Audrey, also, your bird doesn't move the same speed all the time. Let's have more here shortly.
Yeah, that's true.
As we are taking on Bird and Beans, as you get further along, as your score increases, as you continue to plow along, your character's going to move a little bit faster, Audrey.
Yeah, the beans are going to fall faster. Your little bird there is going to move faster. So everything's just going to amp up until you're just grabbing beans for dear life.
And what we're seeing here with the controls here, Bill, you have to hold down that button to extend the tongue. It's not just one tap. You've got to have some finesse.
That's right. And the longer you hold it down, the farther it goes. But you cannot move while the tongue is extended, and that puts you at risk.
Oh, Abe getting hit by a bean and having to restart. Under a minute and a half left. We're halfway. It looks like Yellow Killer B had the highest score so far, above 2,000. However, Stephen G is starting to threaten that. Getting a couple of 10s. That's not going to really make up a lot of ground. 1:14 left on the clock. Stephen G, his bird with not much of a perch to move on, could really use a yellow bean. There you go. 106 left for Stephen G, just hanging on to 5 platforms that'll keep him alive so far in this World Championship, but over 2,500 at this point. But when you start to get to 3 platforms here, Audrey, there's not a lot of room to operate.
You're really feeling the heat with 3 platforms. You want to go for those white beans, repair some of those panels. Oh, there they go.
And the beat's starting to drop as that timer ticks down. Stephen G trying to be one of our last 2 survivors in the underground to move on. Our bird trying to do everything he can to get those beans. 35 seconds left for Stephen G. Let's see if he can hang on.
Oh.
Stephen G falling, but here comes Kyle Less looking very good with a couple of 100s right there. He's at the 3,000 point mark. That could be enough to move on. We'll have to see. However, you start to see the background develop. 15 seconds left. It's going to be very close here, folks. Kyle trying to get those beans, do everything he can. 1 high bean here, Audrey, could make a huge difference. 6 seconds left for Kyle. Can he get to 4,000 in 4 seconds? Kyle trying to do everything he can to get those beans. And Kyle with a critical 100 at the end. And that'll be 3 minutes time right there. And Bill, as we saw, it is much more difficult than it looks.
It certainly is. Really the key is getting those beans as high up as you can, because you can really rack up points quickly. I think we're going to end up seeing a high score in the 5,000s. But if you're really good at angling and getting those higher beans, you could clear that very, very quickly.
And that's very interesting right there, Audrey, because I think some of the highest scores we saw were 3,000 or 4,000. That's essentially 3 to 4 beans. And if you can time it perfectly, but takes a lot of finesse to get those 1,000 pointers.
It takes a lot of finesse. And if you can just manage to get to that 5,000 mark, as Bill mentioned, you'll get that flashing bean, and that can change the score for you. That can clear the beans, repair your platforms, and get you a whole bunch of delicious points.
And I believe we didn't see anybody get to that 5,000 mark, so our judges are going to have to determine who had the 2 highest scores that'll move on to Underground 3. And once again, Bill, we look at all the skills needed from all of our players here at the World Championships, and you throw a definite curveball, maybe even a sinker in the form of Bird and Beans, and it just shows you that some of these players, though, that might not be too familiar with it are so good at adapting on the fly.
That's right. And we saw that Yellow Killer Bee, she is a streamer, a speedrunner. She is playing a lot of classic games. She was one of those players that was pushing that score higher, and we'll see if her versatility is going to be able to pay off in this round.
Yeah, you mentioned that term, versatility, because, Audrey, there are players here that they're maybe very good at Smash or maybe really good at another game, but it's a matter of surviving until that game comes up for them where they can really shine.
Absolutely. You can't rest on your laurels at all. You have to be prepared for anything. You even have to be prepared for beans.
Bird and beans. I think we're gonna see the downloads tick up just a little bit for that one after that. So let's take a look at our leaderboard after Underground 2. Who will survive and advance? Emil and Yellow Killer Bee. They move on to the next Underground. So very impressive stuff right there by Yellow Killer Bee to stay afloat. Emil absolutely shocked. And we just saw those last couple of beans at the tail end able to propel Emil.
Yeah, those last beans made all the difference and clearly got him out of the underground or further on.
Great stuff in the underground, Bird and Beans. You never know what to expect here at the 2017 Nintendo World Championships. And just great stuff that we saw right there, Bill. When you look at a game like Bird and Beans thrown into the mix of everything, it's exciting too to see how they tackle that challenge and a concept of this game that seems so core, so simple. There's so many finely tuned arts to it for the most part. And so we saw these players really handle that very well. But unfortunately, as we said, as two players advance, you can only have one champion, which means a couple more of our players are going home. For more on that, let's toss it down to Andrea.
Thanks, Jordan. Sadly, we do have to say goodbye to some competitors, but congratulations, YKB and Emil, for moving on to the next round. So thank you so much to all the competitors. Again, they're not leaving empty-handed. They're getting a certificate that will commemorate their experience here at the Nintendo World Championship 2017. But we have much more games to play. Are you guys ready for the next stage? All right, let's find out which game they're going to play next.
Stage 3. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. The series that invented the item-fueled kart racing genre remains the high-octane thrill ride we know and love. Competitors will each choose a character and vehicle, then burn rubber across 2 twisted tracks. The top 8 will advance, and the rest will fall to the underground. May the fastest racer cross the finish line first.
Mario Kart 8 Deluxe for Nintendo Switch. And let's please welcome up Ashley Esqueda. Thank you so much for joining us. And before we get to the Mario Kart 8 action here with Ashley and Morgan, let's go ahead and take a look at the rules for Stage 3 Mario Kart 8. What it's going to be, a 2-race Grand Prix, normal Grand Prix scoring rules. We'll go 50cc Mount Wario, followed by 200cc Electrodrome. After those 2 races, points will be earned based on the rank in each race. Final rank is based on those combined points. And you guessed it, the top 8 advance to the next stage. The bottom 4, they're going to go ahead and head down to the underground. So let's talk a little Mario Kart here, Ashley.
Let's.
50cc Mount Wario. There might be some people saying, well, can we take the training wheels off and unleash this bad boy? However, there's a lot of strategy that takes place at 50cc. What's going to happen with these racers when we slow things down to that point?
Well, first of all, 50cc is all about item management. Like we all talk about this. 50cc is a time where every movement, every item use has to be calculated. And these are really top competitors. These are people who love Mario Kart. They had to play Mario Kart to qualify to get here. So slowing it down a little bit might trip up some of them.
And Morgan, you look at the carts and characters that can be selected, and players will be able to change their cart and character before each race. Why does that matter so much? What's the variance we're going to see in the selection of some of these racers?
Well, yeah, you got the weight class, and that's big, and that's how much momentum you take, how much damage you can do if you bounce off, how fast it takes to get going again. But these guys, like I said, they qualified on 150cc. They may not have been training for 50. So at 50, they might think, you know what? I don't need that heavy character that I use at 150 or 200. I might mix it up a bit and use somebody I'm more comfortable with.
And we've been playing Mario Kart for years and years and years. And obviously the object is to be the first one to finish while using all sorts of items to basically keep your opponents at bay. But when you look at Mario Kart 8 Switch Deluxe, there are a couple changes in this one, Ashley. Let's start with some different item boxes we'll see out there. And then how do those mini turbos change in this edition?
Mini turbos, obviously a really big deal. I think the big one for me is the horn.
Yes.
Finally, a blue shell defense.
You get something to defend that blue shell, which will seek out anybody in first place. And Morgan, the fact that in this edition, you can have 2 items at once. If you're a very strategic player, especially 50cc Mount Wario, that's going to be very, very handy as you try to navigate this track.
Yeah, exactly. Because with the 2 item box, you grab 2 items at once. You can use one right away and then still have one in the back pocket, or you could save both. And especially if you're out front and you get a 2 box with like 2 green shells, that's 2 chances to protect yourself from somebody coming behind you with red shells. Or if you're in the back, you might get like a red shell and a blue shell. You circle through those real quick.
And you were talking about the items you get, whether you're in the lead or maybe you're hanging back out in the friend zone in 11th and 12th place. The items are going to change depending on where you're at in the race here, Ashley. Tell me about some of the items you might get if, say, you're in 1st and 2nd place versus 9th, 10th, or 11th.
Well, I think we've all been there when we're in first place and we roll over a box and we get coins.
Yeah.
But, coins also help your top speed.
That's right.
You get 10, it's helping your top speed out. When you're a little bit farther back, you're going to see things like shells. You're going to see things like stars. You're going to see things like triple shells.
Also, you also have that lightning bolt that you can use as well, too, to shrink all the rest of your characters here. And we talk more about kart class. Those lighter characters, they're going to be more agile, more nimble, that higher acceleration. And you figure here, Morgan, the fact that you're going to be getting hit by a lot of items, having a character that can pick themselves back up and get going again could prove to be very useful.
Exactly. And we have 2 races. So coming out of the first race, you don't want to be at the bottom. So maybe you want somebody, you can keep you in the middle, maybe compete for first, but just not be in last. Try it. Because if you're a heavy character and you're way too far back, too late, you're not coming back.
Sounds like they're ready to start their engines. 12 competitors in a 2-race Grand Prix, Mount Wario 50cc, and already we see a wide selection of karts, cycles, and different weighted characters. But actually, this first part, what are we going to see here on this high slalom section on Mount Wario?
I think it's really interesting. You're going to see a lot of hops. You're going to see a lot of boosting. You're going to see a lot of drifting. And 50cc, getting that triple boost is really, really important.
Kyle W. racing out to the early lead as Donkey Kong. Meanwhile, Santiago in 3rd, Jeff B. in 2nd. But everybody's chasing Kyle W. at this point. Cole G. using a nice little shortcut right there, but it's Kyle W.'s race at this point. Very, very versed in Mario Kart. And Morgan, as you said, this could be our most competitive game because everybody here very familiar with this game.
Yeah, you can see Kyle W. out front. He's tricking off every jump. That's giving him a little speed boost and just trying to increase that lead to get as far away from the trouble behind him and those items as he can.
Kyle W. also cutting all the corners as well, too, frequently checking that rear view mirror. Looks like a lot of the action is going to be in 2nd, 3rd, and 7th place. You see Cole G trying to chase down Santiago. Cole G with that red shell. Santiago, though, with no defense in 2nd. So that red shell could sneak up on Yoshi. But Ashley, here comes the tricky part here. A lot of trees and multiple paths.
Yeah, this is a tough part. I think getting through all these trees without hitting anything, getting through without being hit by somebody, getting through without a heavy class knocking you into a tree, all bad things to happen.
Right now, you've got Cole G in 3rd place, Tuberon in 4th, Santiago in 2nd. They're all neck and neck in the woods. And remember, Mount Wario, there's no laps. It's just one long race. Kyle W. negating that red shell, and we've got the blooper ink on the screen right now. Santiago with the mushroom, though, could potentially use that for a shortcut at the end. Tuberon in 4th, bouncing back. Cole G in 3rd. Lots of tricks going on here. Oh, but here comes the blue shell.
Here it comes. Kyle W. has nothing. He's got nothing to protect himself.
He's got a coin. Can't buy your way out of that one. Kyle W. falls off. Does that leave it open for Santiago? Donkey Kong's going to take a little while longer to get going. They're coming down the home stretch. Santiago with the green shell. No luck there. But here comes Thomas G. with the red shell. Could sneak up on Santiago. Tuberon in 5th. It's going to be coming close to this one, but Kyle W. is the leader. And then John Numbers sneaks in. And just as we expected here, Ashley, such a highly contested race.
Highly contested. You know, Kyle W. really did a great job of constantly checking his rear view, which is something you see at high levels of play. And also always had some kind of defense, except for that blue shell. But also made the great choice of diving off the side of the map, which gets you back on the track a lot faster.
That'll certainly save you more time. And we saw those items, Morgan, as you were saying, those really come into play 50cc because you're not moving as fast to separate yourself. And everyone, for the most part, can navigate the track. They're not going to be caught by any turns. And so the items, though, an interesting thing I want to discuss is if you're in 4th through like 8th and you're getting red shells, the thought is to be offensive with them, but is there any value in being defensive in those positions, even though you're not in 1st, 2nd, or 3rd?
Yeah, I think so. Sometimes you get in that offensive mindset, but if you just shoot those red shells straight behind you, you're probably going to take somebody out that's not going to be able to get past you by the end of the race.
Lots of exciting stuff taking place in that race. Let's take another look at some of the highlights here. Santiago, you see in the top left right here as Yoshi trying to handle this turn. You've got Jeff B in 2nd place right here. What are we seeing from Yoshi here, Ashley?
This is really great. Santiago and Jeff B taking this shortcut, almost knocking him right into the chasm.
Yoshi's got some tricks as well, too. And that's interesting, though, because we talk about lightweight and heavy characters, and there's Yoshi as a medium character knocking back a heavy character right there. And that's something that might catch you off guard depending on how fast you're going, Morgan.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm interested to see what these players do if they pick the same character, if they mix it up going into the next round, which is going to be sort of the opposite end of the spectrum of the Mario Kart going into 200cc.
That next round, 200cc Electrodrome. And Ashley, what was it like for you the first time you picked up and tried 200cc after being so well versed in 150cc, which was normally the highest speed class?
I think it was just constant screaming. I was just screaming as I was driving into every wall, corner, off the edges. It was just so much fun, but also so fast. It's so much faster than anything we've seen before. And the first time you pick that up, it blows your mind a little bit, especially if you played Mario Kart since SNES.
Yeah, it's a 30% speed increase from 150cc, but let's take a look at the results from our first race. That was Mount Wario 50cc. There are your top 8 competitors. Marco R in 8th. However, Wyatt, 360 Chris M, Dan S, and Ace of Butterfield not too far behind because we do have one more race coming up here, but you see some leaders that might be comfortably in the lead at the top right there, Morgan, and just exciting stuff early on in this first round of racing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like numbers, he wants to stay in that upper bracket. He wants to defend his championship, and he's looking great in 3rd place after that first race. So 2nd race, he might just want to go middle of the pack and make sure he stays up top.
As we mentioned, top 8 will advance. Players will get a chance to change their kart and character as we prepare for 200cc Electrodrome. And Ashley, there's a button that you have to use in 200cc that I just never usually use in Mario Kart. What is that I have to use?
I believe it's called brakes.
Yes.
There's no brakes in
that
Mario
brake
Kart.
button.
What are brakes?
There's no brakes in Mario Kart.
We don't believe in brakes here in Mario Kart. All right, sounds like the next group is ready for their 2nd race in the Grand Prix 200cc Electrodrome. And Morgan, as we take a look at this track, it's one of those ones that you can actually kind of manage in 200cc. It's not going to send you flying like Neo Bowser City or anything like that.
Yeah, this course has a good amount of like side rails, and this course almost feels like it was maybe built with 200cc in mind. And I think we're going to see players sort of excel and use the speed to their advantage here.
Hold on to your shells as we get set for 200cc Electrodrome. Kyle W., your clear winner the first time. However, this 200cc is going to put the onus more so on steering and control. And already, you see how fast things are going. How about John Numbers here, Ashley, purposely falling into 12th place to try and get a good item?
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes that's what you got to do. And in 200cc, items could be the make or break if you're going forward or not.
If you're in last place, no one's going to hit you with the red shell.
Exactly right.
We see right now our early leader, Cole G, right now. Got a coin and a banana. We mentioned the double items. So Cole G with a little bit of defense as we're almost done with our first lap already. And coins also make a big difference in this here, Ashley, because you want to maximize that top speed.
Yeah, you want to maximize top speed. And in first place, you're going to see a lot of points. So you're going to be top speeding it up.
Wyatt using one of the few shortcuts on this track, cutting through the static. However, that red shell don't care about no shortcut. It will seek you down as it knocks back Wyatt in. We talk about these anti-gravity areas here, Morgan. Why are these competitors going to be bumping into each other?
Yeah, so you actually get a speed boost when you bounce off each other, or if you bounce off the little bumpers. It's actually going to give you a boost. So when you get on those sections, you actually start wanting to bump into whatever you can find.
Kyle W. in 2nd place has a couple of mushrooms. There's the static that he can cut through right there. Perfectly perfected right there by Kyle W. as we get set for our 3rd and final lap. Kyle W. with a red shell trying to hunt down the leader. We're only looking for the top 8 to advance after this. Santiago hanging on in 7th place. Cole G, but no! Kyle W. passes Cole with a red shell. Triple red shells for Kyle.
Kyle W. actually has some world records in Mario Kart 150cc, so he knows what he is doing.
Kyle with a secret service of red shells escorting him to the finish, but no, there's the lightning bolt. That's going to go ahead and send Tuberon into the chasm. He's going to have to speed up and try and catch Tuberon falling behind to 6th place. Cole G trying to hang on in the top 8 as well, too. Jeff B finishes 2nd. And there you have it, Ashley. An item at the tail end can really throw things off.
Wow. I mean, that lightning bolt took out Tuberon and Cole and just right into the drink. And there's just nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. We've all been there. It's so frustrating.
And Morgan, 200cc is so fast. These races end so quickly that there is very little margin for error.
Yeah, there's little margin for error, but you might fall off a side twice. Like, you might never do that in a 150. You're never going to go off a ledge. And here you got to get back on your feet. You got to keep going. I think we saw that from some of those competitors that came back late.
And Ashley, it goes to show you when you're in the lead, like we saw, if you don't have anything to defend yourself, especially in 200cc, if you get hit with an item, that slowdown is going to cost you a lot of time.
Yeah, especially in 200 when everyone is moving so quickly. It's so easy to catch up to anybody. You know, when you are, and also, I mean, I think a lot of the lighter classes are a little bit more at an advantage here in 200cc because they can accelerate much faster than the heavyweights.
Let's take a look at a replay from this fast and fabulous race that we had. And listen, we know Mario Kart, it can be responsible for some spike controllers every once in a while. Look at Cole, unfortunately, top left, takes a red shell at that point. And we know in Mario Kart, when it rains, it pours. Another hit right there. And then another red shell is going to seek out Cole, unfortunately. And that's what happens. If you get stuck in that middle area where there's a lot of items going back and forth, it can cause a lot of damage and really slow you down. And you just can't get discouraged. You got to keep both hands on the wheel, 10 and 2, and keep moving forward.
Yeah, we've all been there, Cole. We've all been there.
So, Morgan, they're working on getting the scores tabulated in the back, but here we have our first racing game, essentially, of these championships. And your overall thoughts so far from just the variety of talent we've seen from the competitors?
Well, I think it was exciting. I think some people are going to have either watching that live or maybe they watch those replays later. We have some high-level players here because they qualified. The qualifiers all played Mario Kart to get here. And I saw some advanced stuff happening there. It was really cool to see them get to sort of strut their stuff.
Sounds like our leaderboard is ready to go. So let's take a look and see who survived and advanced. And there are your top 8 heading on to stage 4. We've got some competitors that are absolutely pumped down there because you never know how those scores are going to work out. However, that does mean we've got 4 new players headed to the underground. And as we move our way through the pipe, let's see who's going to be taking on Emil and Yellow Killer B. You've got Dan 360, Chris M, Asa Butterfield, and Wyatt A as we get set for the next underground stage. And fortunately, you get a chance to redeem yourself. That's what we keep talking about. And Ashley, tell me about the focus you have to have, and maybe you didn't have the performance you wanted to have in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe right there.
I think it's just the same as when you're playing at home. I mean, you have a bad race. You have to just take a deep breath, forget about what just happened, and get right back in there and compete.
And we've seen Yellow Killer B and Emil survive the first couple undergrounds here, Morgan. So you look at the confidence they might have moving forward, knowing that they've staved off elimination a couple times.
Yeah, I know. Emil has made it through every underground stage, so maybe that's where he likes to live.
And it's been exciting as well, too, that 2-race Grand Prix for Mario Kart. I know we were excited for hopefully a potential tiebreaker. We would have gone to Rainbow Road in 64 150cc. And if they tied after that, Baby Park 200cc. That would have been pretty awesome to see right there, Ashley.
My heart's breaking right now if you have not seen that. I was really hoping.
And as you get set now that the field is starting to thin out a little bit here, Morgan, you've got some incredible players here. It's going to be great to see them continue to display their skill. But for more from this championships, let's toss it down to Andrea.
Thanks, Jordan. I'm here with WWE superstar Bailey. Yes, give it up. We're so glad that you came out and participated in the Nintendo World Championships this year. You, of course, no stranger to competitions. How did you feel about your performance and your participation here today?
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you to Nintendo and everybody for having me here. It was a huge honor. It was an honor to represent WWE, but this is very different than what I'm used to, and the competition that I'm used to is usually just one other person across the ring from me, and you have some of the world's best players coming, and they caught me off guard. You know, congratulations to everybody for making it this far, and it was so fun. I'm just glad that I got to meet a lot of cool people, and to have come this far, Thank you guys for having me.
Absolutely. Thanks for being here. And I, of course, am here with Asa Butterfield, who is now on your way into the underground. You started off really strong in stage 1, got a little hairy there in the middle. How do you feel about your performance going into the next competition?
Well, I'm pretty happy so far. I'm seeing like the greatest losers bracket run in history about to come out. Yeah.
All right. Well, we're going to find out what you're going to be playing next. You guys, here it comes, a game reveal for the next Underground.
Underground, Stage 3. Donkey Kong Country returns. You may be expecting some running, jumping, ground-pounding action, but instead, it's time for a different type of kart race in a mine cart. The first 2 players to reach the last barrel will race on to the next stage of the Underground. May the leaders of the bunch prove they're the best of the DK crew.
Donkey Kong Country returns, and I love the reaction of some of our competitors because they know, oh my goodness, this is going to be tricky. Before we get into the description of what they'll actually be doing, here are the rules for this Underground Stage 3. Players will have 6 minutes to get to the end of this level, 4-3 bombs away. The level ends when you get to the barrel at the tail end. We're looking for the top 2 finishers. That's it. Rank is based on the fastest time on the in-game clock. We'll have an out-of-game clock at 6 minutes to let them know the time frame they have. Once again, unlimited tries. The first 2 to get to that barrel will be successful. And Ashley, we're familiar with Donkey Kong Country and the minecart sections. They can be very precarious. What is going to be needed from our players in this particular level?
Jump timing. Number 1, jump timing. And also, you want to make sure it's the right kind of jump. We were talking about that earlier, right, Eric?
Yeah, absolutely. There's certain jumps that if you overcommit to them or you jump a little bit too high, then you're not prepared for that next jump that's going to come up, and that's going to spell your doom.
Course familiarity is going to be vital in this level because once you have a chance to take a couple runs, we've had a chance as well too, you understand that you need to time when those jumps come up, and it's really feathering that A button, but there's also a lot of distractions that take place as well too, Ashley.
A lot of moles throwing bombs. Yeah, very distracting, and they're in the foreground, so it's easy for players to focus on that and not pay attention to maybe icicles or crystals that might be in their way.
Just a few distractions when you're a giant gorilla going through minecart level.
As you do.
Looks like the players are ready to go. So players to your stations, and let's get set for Underground 3. Donkey Kong Country returns. Players start. As we mentioned, 6 minutes to get to the barrel. It's based upon the in-game timer. So you look at each individual feed, you will see a clock on the bottom left that'll let them know what their time is. That'll be the determination on anything's close. But as we mentioned, it's all about feathering that A button. There's a couple tricky sections here. As we have our first.
They all just
5 players go ahead and just go to the chasm. Asa Butterfield.
Just learning there that you're going to have to duck under those ice crystals by pressing down.
Yes, DK is going to have to duck. But then once again, that first section's tricky. You got to know what jump power to use to make sure.
There it is.
Light taps. Light taps. It's all about light or hard press of that button. See right there? Too much.
If you jump too high into the icicles, you're going to have a bad time. More with Donkey Kong Country here in a second. Donkey Kong Country returns. We've got 2 players trying to stay alive in the underground, but Dan goes in. No, 360 Crimson pops up too soon and hits the icicle. Now, there are checkpoints here, Ashley. If you can get to that, it's going to give you a lot more attempts closer to the finish.
Very much, and especially when that timer's running a little bit late, you're going to want to have already hit that checkpoint.
Wyatt A, 45 seconds into this one so far, but no!
So if you can bounce off that mole, you can actually get extra air and get up onto that top rail.
Dan S. taking a trip and scratching the ceiling of the icicles at this point, and Emil surviving that part. Emil, Yellow Killer B. They've stayed alive in this underground a couple times, but you can feel the tension here, Ashley.
I'm having some real life flashbacks right now, just all the times I've died in Donkey Kong Country, and it's happening over and over again.
Yellow Killer B gonna need some aspirin for that headache. 4:24 left for our competitors. We're just looking for the top 2 to get to that barrel at the end. And so far, this level has proven treacherous for all of our players here. And Eric, you do start to kind of get to a feel for what you need to do with the jumps here as you go further and further in the level.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Dan is actually making it to the section. Oh, I smoked.
Not quite. Smoked it.
Dan, getting distracted by
yeah.
the mole with the bombs. You got to watch out for those moles with bombs. Meanwhile, Emil trying to just get things going here and find some momentum. As we mentioned, Donkey Kong Country returns. We're down to the underground. 6 competitors, top 2 to finish. We'll continue to move
There he
along
goes.
here in these championships. And Emil seems to have made it further than anybody else, trying to get to that crucial checkpoint.
Looks
You get
good.
more try. But no, Emil, you have to be careful using those feather jumps. Let's see if 360 Chris Sim can master this part. Oh, 360 Chris Sim handles it. But here comes that mole with not 1 bomb, not 2 bombs. Well, let's go ahead and make it 1 more bomb. Oh! He dropped a bomb on me.
So true.
Baby.
So this part of the track, it's changing right before your eyes. You're going to have to react like within milliseconds to make these jumps.
And Chris M. Oh, Chris M stands up too soon. Dan S, though, responding just fine, trying to navigate this tough part. 3 minutes left in this competition. We're looking for 2 players to finish. And actually, at a certain point, that rinse and repeat, you're going to learn from your mistakes.
That's right. You're going to get a rhythm. You're going to know what's coming until you get to the point where you didn't make it.
Donkey Kong's going to have to jump,
Ooh,
jump, and duck underneath the icicles right there. Avoids the mole. Another jump. You better
Come on,
duck right
Dan.
there. Good jump right there.
Checkpoint.
So the checkpoint right there. That's going to help out a lot. Can Dan S be our first player to finish? Avoiding the icicles, dropping from zero. Oh! 1 more.
That one got him.
Oh, what a horrible way to wake up right there. Meanwhile, can Wyatt forge their way forward? We're looking for somebody to get to that barrel. Very tricky stage if you've never played before. Here comes
no.
more. No!
Oh, no.
Wyatt's falling victim, but Ashley, you start to see that progression.
That's
They're
right.
learning.
Here
They're
we
getting
go.
smarter.
Dan S making his way.
Dan S cruising along just fine, but here comes another mole in the foreground. There's a bomb. There's a second bomb. Let's go ahead and throw a couple more at you. DK trying to handle it.
Very
Nicely
nice.
done. That mole's going to go for a trip. Now DK's got to
Oh, Danny.
Paying attention to the ball.
doesn't duck in time. Here goes Emil. We've got 1:50 left in our competition. Looking for a winner so far. Emil facing some more bombs from the mole, trying to dodge the. No! Emil falling
soon.
short here, Eric. And this shows you how tough it is.
You know, it's not easy, but no one ever said becoming the Nintendo World Champion would be easy.
That's right.
It is not going to be easy at all. Dan S has had some success. Let's see if Dan S can avoid these jumps right here. Does a fine job.
There he
This is for Dan S. Bit some icicles earlier. Let's see if he can duck. Great job, Dan S.
And
Big
it's a
bomb.
big bomb.
Big bomb. Gotta watch out for this chasm right here. Nicely done by
Can you make it?
Dan.
What's
with a
going
small-
to happen?
What's this?
What?
A spinning crescent.
Oh!
Various portion of icicles. Not able to navigate it, unfortunately. And Wyatt trying to avoid some bumps here. It just gets crazier and crazier here at the 2017 Nintendo World Championships. We've got less than a minute left. Our crowd is on their toes right now, trying to find 2 winners that can advance out of the underground. Can Wyatt A learn his lesson? It's up for grabs. Wyatt A punches his ticket
Very nice.
through the checkpoint. Enough time for maybe 1 or 2 more attempts. Wyatt A
Oh.
hits the ceiling.
Got to get that small jump.
Field, but here comes
Ooh.
360 Kristen spinning on that track, avoiding the icicles. Got to jump right here.
Oh, this could be it. This could be it.
The adrenaline.
360 Kristen. 360 Kristen.
Get it.
He does. 360 Chris M, your first player to advance. We now have 17 seconds
crowd.
to advance. We're looking for 1 more winner. There might be enough time for Yellow Killer Bee. 10 seconds left in this one. Will anybody get to the finish line in time? We don't know, but stick around. We'll find out who advances.
Oh.
And time! Yellow Killer Bee. Now, here's what's interesting here, folks. We had 1 player from our count up here get to the finish line. That's 360 Chriso. So now we have a tie. Who's going to get that second precious spot in the underground? Well, here are the rules for Donkey Kong Country Returns. We're going to do 1 more sudden death run. You get 1 life. Whoever advances the furthest will advance in the underground, and our judges will be able to determine who makes it the furthest. So you don't have to complete it here, Eric, You just have to get the furthest in this one attempt. So the stakes certainly raise as we get set for this tiebreaker.
Stakes are so high. I mean, this is the underground. If you mess this up, you're out of the competition.
And Ashley, you're looking at this stage, and now the players have had a chance to embrace failure multiple times on that level, learn a couple
you
things.
have to in Donkey Kong.
You have to, absolutely. So the strategy as you get set for this tiebreaker, is it still what you said earlier about that jump sensitivity?
It has to be, and it also has to be remembering all the parts you failed at just now. So I mean, they really have to focus. They have one life. If they can make this, they're going to move on.
Eric, a wise old sage, once said maturity is not repeating your mistakes. So let's see if these gamers can mature and try and find that one precious spot to get set to advance in the underground. As we said, 360 Chris M advanced already. Sounds like the players are ready. Just to recap for you, one run, one life, the player that makes it the furthest or gets to the barrel at the finish line first. Players are ready with their championship hopes on the rails. Let's send it down to them. And you can peel the tension like a banana here right now, Chris. This crowd is nervous. The players are nervous because they've got their favorites early on. Ashley, you're nervous, and you look at whoever's going to go furthest. Keep an eye on your screen because these players have had experience with this level just for 6 minutes just a second ago.
Oh my gosh, one life, guys, one life. Use it well. Use it so well.
Whoever can make it the first. No! Asa Butterfield will be our first competitor to drop in this sudden death tiebreaker. However, everyone's pretty close. Looks like Dan S. and Wyatt are doing a fine job. Wyatt pretty far so far ahead. Remember, you want to advance and just survive. And this is such a tough mode when you know you don't have room for error. Well, no! Wyatt's going to go ahead and fall on your bottom right. Now it's just the top three screens that you're looking at. Yellow Killer B falls out. That means it's down between Emil and Dan S. Looks like Emil is slightly ahead at this point. Dan S. just 1 or 2 icicles behind. Whoever makes it the furthest is going to advance. Emil about 1 or 2 seconds ahead of Dan S. The first one to falter means they leave the door open for the next competitor in the underground. And this section coming up here, you got the enemies. How do you navigate it here, Ashley?
You've got to keep your cool. Don't pop up too early. Don't jump too high.
They're hitting the moles right now. They're bouncing. They're avoiding icicles. First one to either fall down the pit or to touch the barrel. First one to touch the barrel at the end will be your winner. That's going to be Dan S. that survives and advances. My goodness, the pressure that you must feel in a moment like that, especially when you hear the crowd surging and Dan S. is pumped. Eric, those moments are what this championship was made for.
I was holding my breath that entire time.
I think I was too.
That was insane.
That was intense. That was so intense.
What was amazing to me was how quickly they picked things up. We obviously saw some mistakes in the first 6 minutes, but that second and final run, they made it pretty far, but goes to show you how difficult that section of the game can be, Ashley, and how it's going to test the gaming ability of all of these players.
Yeah, I mean, the quickness with which they picked up everything and they were able to get so far on one life when we saw all of them take a dive pretty early in the previous. I mean, that just shows you what caliber of player all of these competitors are.
Very, very exciting stuff right there. Unfortunately, it does mean we have to say goodbye to another batch of players. Let's toss it down to Andrea for that. Andrea.
Oh my gosh, my heart is racing, you guys. I was feeling it for you. I'm so sorry that we have to say goodbye. Give them a round of applause. That was a great performance. And of course, congrats to 360 Chris M and Dan S for moving on in the competition. We have some interesting stuff happening. Players backstage are trying to guess the game that's coming up next. What's it going to be? We're going to find out really soon.
Some very intense stuff taking place right there as we see the underground going to our first tiebreaker, and Donkey Kong Country returns. And it was obviously the player that could survive the longest with just one life. And the excitement in this room, Ashley, let's talk about that. We've got a terrific crowd here today, and that excitement just adds to this incredible atmosphere and this community. And talk to me a little bit more about this Nintendo community, because in these championships, you've got up to a 25-year age gap between the oldest and youngest competitor. And it goes to show you that there's something for everybody and something for every type of player.
Yeah, I mean, I have been playing Nintendo games since I was 3 years old. And I think a lot of people in this crowd have been doing the exact same thing, no matter when they started gaming. They've been playing since they were a little kid. And for them to be able to come here and watch this World Championship happen has got to be really awesome. It is for me.
It's very, very exciting stuff. And as we mentioned, we're down to 8 more players that are advancing here to stage 4. And Smitty, starting to feel the tension a little bit more. It's getting intense here.
I'm starting to feel nervous for them. And, I think this next round, they're just going to have to bring it. And we'll see what happens.
Truly bring
it. You definitely have to. And we just see the multitude of types of games that they have to master. And some of them can be very simple, like Bird and Beans, as we saw. A lot of them, a lot of high technical skill, home run contests, and everything like that as well, too. And so what'll be up next in store, we'll find out here and after a short break. Told you it was going to be a very short break as we get set now. Stage 4, 8 players left. Let's find out what they'll have to play.
Stage 4. Splatoon 2. Hold on to your tentacles. It's Inkopolis news time. This stage will be a battle for tower control. Whichever team moves the tower into the opponent's base takes the match, but they'll have to win 2 of 3 matches to reach the next stage and avoid the underground. May the freshest Squid Squad triumph on the tower.
Yeah, Splatoon 2. We got the crew back together again for the 2017 World Inkling Invitational. Going to be very exciting to see what's in store here. Before we get to what these players will face, let's take a look at the rules as we get set for stage 4 of these 2017 championships. It's going to be a best of 3 tower control on the brand new Snapper Canal level that dropped like it was hot yesterday. So these players maybe could have had a chance if they were playing some Splatoon online. The teams are going to be seeded 1, 3, 6, 8 versus 2, 4, 5, 7. So you're going to try to get an even balance of the standings so far. It's pretty simple. The winning team, all members of that team, will advance to stage 5. So Ashley, Splatoon 2, tower control, Snapper Canal. You look at how a team has to work together in tower control. What do they have to keep in mind?
I mean, this is the first time in the competition so far where they have to work together. They cannot run off and just decide to go by themselves and go nuts and try to win it for their team. They have to work together here, especially in tower control.
But at the same time, these players have never played together. So they're going to have to adapt really quickly and kind of each take a role and play that role really well.
Yeah.
For those of you joining us for these championships, Splatoon 2, tower control, 2 teams of 4, various weapons that you can use to ink the territory, ink the turf. When you hop on the tower, you're going to ride that tower to the other team's goal. If you can either get it all the way to the goal or advance it the furthest by the time expires, you will win. However, Ashley, it's not just a simple ride to the opponent's goal. There might be some stops along the way. Explain these checkpoints here.
No, this is definitely not Donkey Kong Country on rails taking you to the end. There will be checkpoints, and on those checkpoints, you are going to have to survive a time limit. And once that time limit expires, if you're still on the tower, you can keep moving.
And tell me a little bit more, Ashley, about these weapons that they can choose from. You got one hanging from your neck right there. There's a multitude of options for these players to ink their territory and ride this tower. What are we expected to see?
This is how many weapons you can choose from in Splatoon 2. I have them all written down. You got rollers, dualies, brellas, shooters, chargers, splatlings, and sloshers. This is a lot of choice. And they have all sub-weapons and specials.
And Smitty, you're going to be doing the controls for the view here as far as what we're going to see, spectator mode. And when we're looking at the spectator mode, oftentimes we're going to see people inking the territory around them. Why would they be wanting to do that? And how does that play into the mobility of these 2 teams?
Absolutely. I mean, there is one strategy to run just straight to the tower and try to jump on it. But if all of your team does that, then you don't have someone out there creating pathways for you to travel, to flank the enemy, to move around. If you lose the tower, you need to get back to it quickly. So it's very important to ink. I mean, in every mode of this game, you're basically throwing ink all over the ground.
it's such a vital strategy that we saw a lot of the professional players really use flawlessly. You want to make sure that the more ink you have, the more room you have to move around, the less room for your opponent. And if you can control the map with your ink, you're most likely going to control the objective as well too. But looking at Snapper Canal, you had a chance to play around with it quite a bit. What should we point out about this particular map here, Ashley?
I mean, I think the key point here is the canal itself. There is water running right through the center of this map, and the tower travels over it, meaning if you are not good at staying on that tower, you will find yourself at the bottom of a very watery end.
And obviously you can't hop in the water even though you're a squid. Ink doesn't like the water necessarily. And you were talking a little bit about abilities and loadouts and clothing and whatnot. How can that affect how players might change their play style?
I mean, if you've got clothes that give you swim speed up, it's going to help you swim in your own ink. If you've got clothes that help get your special up faster, that's going to be really helpful to your team if you have a special that can take out a lot of opponents at the same time. So I think this is going to be a really interesting thing to see what these teams choose and what weapon loadouts they pick.
You mentioned those specials, Eric. We're going to see that special gauge on the top right of each individual screen. And how does specials come into play? And tell me about teams doing coordinated pushes here.
So your special is if you ink enough area on the ground, your special becomes charged. And at that point, you're able to unleash that special move. Depending on the mode you're playing in, like tower control, we might see like a lot of splashdowns. We might see some ink jets or something.
Tenta missiles.
Because people are kind of grouped around the tower and you know where your target's going to be.
And if you don't have a lot of experience playing Splatoon, it's with Tenta missiles, it's easy to lock on.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, and that's one thing is, these players, sure, they are huge Nintendo fans, but some may have played more Splatoon than others, so they may want to take that into account when they're choosing those abilities.
You mentioned it's the first team competition we have at these 2017 World Championships. And Ashley, a lot of the teams, they have certain roles. You can't just have everybody try and go and splat the other team.
Right.
Tell me a little bit more about some of the roles as far as support, backline, going out and being someone that can go after splats.
Yeah, I mean, if you're using something like what I'm wearing right now, Tenatech Splattershot, you're going to be out there you're the shark. You're kind of looking for people to take out. If you're using a charger, you are a little bit of a sniper. So you're going to hang back a little bit. You're going to create lanes for your teammates to both get into the fight and get out of the fight. And you're also going to be looking for those splats. So I think if you have rollers, you're going to be putting down ink and you're going to be splashing people, including and also with sloshers. So there's a lot of different things they can choose from in terms of team composition.
Now, when you play online, you see a lot of weapons chosen, but they're Rapid Blaster. Tell me a little bit more about that. We're seeing more and more of that appear online. Why is that possibly a good choice for tower control?
Listen, Rapid Blaster users, I got a bone to pick with you. Rapid Blaster is great because it does a lot of damage. It has good range, and also, it's 2 hits, and you're splatted, and that's it. And when you get splatted in tower control, time is everything. Time management is everything. Getting splatted is so much more dangerous in this mode than any other mode, I think.
As we mentioned, we're getting set for Splatoon 2, 4-on-4 of our 8 competitors in Stage 4 here. They're working on getting everything figured out right now, and then Eric will be doing spectator mode, so you'll get a great vantage point of seeing all the action on Snapper Canal. And you'll notice on Snapper Canal also, Ashley, there are certain parts where no matter how much I shoot, the ink isn't sticking. What's up with that?
Those are ink-proof surfaces. So you're going to see things that almost look a little bit like gym mats or gymnastics mats, and you cannot put ink down on those. So that's actually designed to keep both opponents out of other opponents' team areas, their home base. It's designed to help sort of push you in certain directions on the map. Also, on this map, there's a ramp that's ink-proof with the exception of a very small sliver, so you might be able to squeeze by and flank your opponents.
And you have to get familiar with these maps here, Smitty, because a lot of times you might have experience on a map, you know where all the vantage points are, but this is a map that literally dropped yesterday. So you can't imagine these players are going to be too familiar with it. And how might that make it even more difficult with the fact that you're playing with a team you probably have never played with before?
Yeah, there are a lot of factors here that, if you haven't played with this team, if you haven't played a lot of Snapper Canal, that's going to make it difficult for you to, know exactly where to go and like who's picking which posts on the map and that sort of thing. But let me ask you a question.
Yes, I'm more than happy to answer a question here.
So are you team vampire or team werewolf? Before you answer.
Yeah, what about the crowd?
Before you answer, let me explain. So within Splatoon 2, there are these events called Splatfests. And in Splatfests, you pit two teams against each other. You can either choose one or the other, and you play against the other team to find out who is superior. So it just dropped, I guess it drops next weekend. There's a Splatfest, Team Vampire versus Team Werewolf in North America. So what do you think?
I would say, judging by my chest hair, Team Werewolf, to be honest. And honestly, being a vampire kind of bites. So I'm going to be Team Werewolf right there.
Oh, kind of bites.
And that's what's great about this community here with Splatoon. These Splatfests bring players of all different skill levels together for those weekends here. And when you get a chance to do those, Ashley, it's a chance really to play with the entire community.
You know, you say that, but it also tears friendships apart because I have played many a Splatfest where me and my best friend have to pick opposite sides, and I do not know what he's going to pick yet. So I'm like, you had better be Team Vampire, or my friend, we cannot speak for a week.
Well, there's a very popular one, Smitty, that came out earlier. It's also very divisive. Ketchup or mayo? Team ketchup or team mayo?
Not even a question. Team mayonnaise. It's Team Mayo. You both get out of here.
I feel like ketchup is so versatile. It's actually the most popular condiment in the nation. I mean, how
But not in the world. But not in the world, my friend.
Well, okay, sure.
It's okay. Let's catch up with our tournament rules here and take another look at those. I know, I've got puns for days here, Eric. I'm so sorry about that. But our tournament rules, as we said, we started with 24 players. Those 24 players, 8 of them would be eliminated after the first stage that we saw. Now, those 8 go to the underground. In the underground, they competed in balloon fight, where the 2 highest scores would survive in advance. The 6 that didn't, they were out of the championships. Then we move on to stage 2. Of the remaining 16 players, they would compete. Of those 16, we would chop that down to 12. So those 4 players that got eliminated from stage 2, they just dropped down to Underground 2 and joined the 2 winners from Underground 1. That equals 6 players for you. Then we move on to stage 3. Things certainly got dicey there. Stage 3, 12 players, was a 2-race Grand Prix race, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Those 12 got eliminated to 8, which meant those 4 players, well, they joined Underground 3, and that was Donkey Kong Country Returns, level 4-3 bombs away. That was truly a test. We had our first tiebreaker in that one. Now, we're gearing up for stage 4, Splatoon 2. That'll feature 2 teams of 4, total of 8 players going back and forth. Right now, our technician's hard at work getting everything queued up, ready to go for that. After Splatoon 2, we're going to drop 4 of those players. That means half the competition leaves. They're going to join the other 2 survivors from Underground 3 to give you 6 players for Underground 4. After Underground 4 is completed, you'll have 2 players that advance to Underground 5. But before we do Underground 5, we go to Stage 5. And Stage 5, yes, that'll be just 4 players that have risen to the top. We'll whittle that down to 2 players that'll move on to the championship round. However, 2 other players from Stage 5 will drop down, and they have 1 more chance to stay alive. And Underground 5, that will feature 4 players, and only 1 player will advance from Underground 5, join the other 2 survivors for a 3-person championship finals. 3 games in the finals. Game number 1, the winner of that automatically moves to the final championship. The other 2 that don't advance, well, they're going to partake in a little bonus game. They'll go head-to-head, and then that person that's victorious will go ahead and move to the finals. It looks like everything's all taken care of for Splatoon 2. Thank you so much for sticking with us here. Let's send it down to the players for 4 versus 4. Tower Control, Snapper Canal. Let's go ahead and point out the purple team. You got the Sloshing Machine, Splatter Shot, Octo Brush, another Splatter Shot. Meanwhile, for the green team, you've got the Squelcher, Inzap 85, Roller, and Splatter Shot Pro here, Ashley.
Very interesting. A lot of range, but not quite charger level. So there's going to be a lot of far away shooting, which is a good thing here with the Canal.
Keep an eye on the score at the top of your screen. The lowest score when time expires is your leader. Right now, green in the lead at 84. They're moving it to the first checkpoint of purple, and we have our first ink cloud covering the field in that green ink, and green moving along to the second checkpoint, having no issues whatsoever here, Ashley.
The forecast is an ink storm, and that is going to slow down the purple team tremendously.
You got Timberon and Kyle W right now at the top of the tower. Oh, they get a critical splat on purple, and that green tower is moving along with no issues whatsoever. However,
oh, Kyle!
Nice little flank by purple. Cole and Numbers doing a fine job of keeping that tower at bay. And now purple hops back on the tower. 2-2 on the field, 4 minutes left, 20-91. Green with the lead here, Ashley.
Gosh, this is some really good play by both teams. They're pushing it back and forth. I want to see what happens right here. There's a lot of green happening. They're going to have to do a lot of defense to be able to keep that tower.
A lot of the green team, 2 of them on the field right now. Purple with a 4-0 advantage. And here's where purple can make that violet push at this point. getting to the first checkpoint. They're going to go ahead and tick that down. You see Jeff B with that Octo Brush covering all the turf, getting some help from Numbers with that splatter shot. Meanwhile, you've got Cole G on the ground covering the turf. And actually, we're seeing great communication with this purple team early on.
Very much. You saw that Toxic Ink come in, and it gives away their position. No matter where they go, they were able to get off the tower, get back, take a second, and get back on.
And Purple comes storming back, 3-1 on the field right now.
Right in the
Two
water.
specials ready for Purple, and Purple has gone and captured the lead with 3 minutes left. Green, however, retakes the tower.
Oh, no.
20-18, Purple with the lead. And you see that point right there at that last checkpoint, actually. It's hard to make that final push.
It's a tough one. You're so close to the enemy base. Even if they're all respawning, they're going to get there so fast.
2:48 left in this one. Green on the tower. You see that ink storm dropping. That's going to go ahead and rain ink all over the stage. 2 ink storms. Cloudy with a chance of green ink. And Green's trying to get past this last checkpoint. They trail Purple by 2.
Wow,
They have a 4-1
there.
4-0 advantage, Ashley, as you look at the squids at the top of your screen.
This is a massive advantage. That respawn time is going to allow them to get really far, probably to the next checkpoint, and they are doing a really good job of taking the ladder.
Santiago gets splatted before using the ink armor. Could have provided some important resistance, but Green with a 3-1 advantage, and they've taken the lead from Purple with 2:12 left. But no, they fall into the water, Ashley.
That canal is so tough, especially because it's a new map. It is really hard to have spatial awareness, and that is so key in Splatoon.
What we're seeing here as these two teams jockey for position back and forth, Ashley, is that there's that one perch at the top near the final checkpoint that teams are really getting flanked by as they try to make that final push.
It's those medium range weapons. They're able to really reach the tower just like that. Take out Jeff B. They've got Green Team on the tower. They've got a paint there. There we go. We've got some inking going, but Coveroon.
4-1 Purple advantage as Green tries to respawn and make their way back. Just a minute 30 left in this one. Both teams are neck and neck. Purple right now trying to make that push. They have to get to that final checkpoint that you'll see to top left. That can take the advantage. You've got an Inkjet ready to go for Jeff B, but he has to stay on the tower. Here comes his teammate to spawn here. No! Jeff B falling in the water again.
2, 3. Oh, man. All of Purple is out right now. We've got Green Team on that tower. We've got an ink storm coming in. It's going to be very difficult for Purple to move on the map wherever that ink storm hits.
1 minute left, 4-3 on the field advantage. Green, they've also got the 2-point lead. They're trying to hold on to get this first of 2 important wins. They have to get to advance. 2 specials for Green versus the 3 Purple. You see the Tenta missiles and the ink storm deployed. Right now, that tower going back and forth in the middle. But here comes Purple with 3-2 advantage on the field. And Ashley, such a tight score at this point.
This is so close. 18-16. They're both so close to the end, and we see Purple really taking it in here.
Now you see the Purple teammates spawning, and it looks like this is their chance for the push. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds.
4-1 on the field.
Inkjet ready.
on the field, and Purple going to go ahead and seize control that lead. Green able to fight back, and there's still time left. Remember, if anybody's on the tower that isn't winning, we're headed to overtime. As Green trying to get this win. They're down 6, but no.
Oh, no. Someone from Purple's got to get on.
5 seconds left. Green not on the tower. Purple taking the tower. 1 second left, and that'll do it. Purple.
That Stingray at the end. Ouch.
Purple.
Ouch.
Ink storming their way back to take the victory from the tentacles of Green, and that is one pivotal victory. Remember, first team to 2 wins on tower control Snapper Canal will advance to the next round. All 4 of them. The 4 that don't win, they go back down to the underground. So Ashley, goes to show you how back and forth tower control can be, and you can never relax.
This is what I love about this game mode in Splatoon 2 is that in tower control, when you are on that tower, it is really difficult to stay on that tower for a long time. So a lot of times you'll see teammates switch off. We saw that with the Green Team. They sat there and they switched off, but it wasn't just, they didn't quite do it.
We talked about that switching off, and Smitty, excellent camera work right there, and it looks like the
very
players
good.
are getting set for the second game. You hear that guitar riff that we're all so familiar with. This time, we're going to go ahead and call that teal versus purple at this point. Let's take a look at the teal. You've got, we'll go with green. Why not? That's easier to say.
Sure, green and purple.
Welchers in Zap 85, Roller, Splatter Shot Pro, and purple with a lot of weapons. Let's see who can take it. Here we are, 4:45 left in this second round of tower control. As we mentioned earlier, Purple had the initial victory. They need one more to go ahead and move to the next stage. Let's see if Green learned anything from last time, actually, as far as putting consistent pressure on that tower.
It does look like they've learned a little bit, but we got a lot of pressure on Marco R right now, and he's got some support behind him. Great work with, but those rollers don't quite reach far enough.
Numbers doing a fine job ducking behind the tower. Our 2015 champion helping push his purple team to that first victory, but here comes Green. Early advantage right now. They're to the first checkpoint. They've got to win to stay alive. Meanwhile, Purple with one more win, they win. But no! You get splatted, Ashley, before you use the special. And that can be devastating for your team.
Oh, it just hurts so much when you're just about to use that special and then you get splatted and you lose that gauge.
Green moves along to checkpoint 2, but we all know it comes down to checkpoint 1. You got the Octo Brush and some pressure from up above. A couple of splat bombs coming down, and Purple regaining the tower. However, Green with the early 21 to 87 lead. Purple with that 4-3 advantage on the field right now, Ash.
Oh, very nice move by John Numbers. Getting in there, taking somebody out there, using the Stingray, which goes through walls. No one likes that.
No, nobody likes that at all. You got to avoid that Stingray at all costs. Looks like Purple's ready to make their all-important push right now. You got Jeff B just wailing that left and right, trying to fight the pressure, get some great teamwork from that Jeff right now. However, they hopped off the tower.
Very
Why would
smart.
they do that, Ashley?
You get off the tower when there's things like suction bombs, when there's things like you got all kinds of things coming at you. Tenta missiles.
This is a pivotal point in the match. 3-1 on the field right now. Advantage Purple. You see the 2 flashing squids. That means they have 2 specials ready to go. But no, that sloshing machine goes and gets splatted. It's still anybody's match. With 2:50 left in this one, Purple looking for one more win to clinch the trip to the next round. And we're back. Green playing some defense right there. They still have the 3-point lead, and they cleared house of the Purple right there, Ashley.
There's so much purple on the ground right now. We've got Tenta missiles launching. It looks really good. It's a great spot. That's the place where the opponents are going to be coming in.
But look at the rail that the tower's moving on. A lot of purple right there.
So much purple.
Inhibit the movement of the green team. But there you see Marco very wisely inking that territory that we talked about.
Very smart move by Kyle there to jump off that tower when that Octo Brush shows up, and he was able to get the splat.
Kyle got some tricks right there, holding the back line for his team. Kyle gets splatted before using those Tenta missiles. You see the Booyah trying to alert his team to an enemy right there. Purple once again playing defense. However, they're going to need a little bit more offense because they trail by 3 with a minute 55. Remember, first team to ride the tower to the goal, or whoever has the lowest score will be your winner. And Ash, you start to look at 148. Purple, how aggressive do you have to be?
I mean, they have to be very aggressive. There is a lot of green on this map right now, and I am a little concerned for Purple. They may go to 3 games.
1:37 left. Purple with a 3-point lead. Purple trailing by 3 at this point. Green with a 3-point lead. They're riding that tower to the final checkpoint.
There we go.
Trying to hold on tight, trying to avoid the splat using the guard of the tower. No!
It was a pincer maneuver.
So let me ask you something, Ashley. If I'm green and I have the lead, do I start to focus on being more defensive just to keep Purple at bay?
Absolutely. I mean, you just keep them off that tower and you win. You just play defense.
Green with the lead. Just about a minute left. Here comes some more Tenta missiles from the green team. Inking a bunch of chaos in the middle of this map, this brand new map, Snapper Canal, that was released. 1 minute left.
Green so much instant action.
Push past the final checkpoint. However, Purple holding strong. They're going to have to turn things around here soon, Ashley.
Yes, they definitely do. It's, again, very close to the enemy base. He tried so hard, but 2-on-1, that's a tough fight.
It's tough, especially with the fact that you can't ink that territory that you're on. Meanwhile, Purple, they're going to ride the tower. They've got a couple of their teammates on top of it. Octo brushing and using that sloshing machine as well, too. And now 30 seconds left, Ashley. This is where you have to make your last final push.
It is a really good strategy to have a slosher and a brush on top of that tower. But as we see, it is so easy to lose your positioning there. And now we've got all 4 Purple members out of the game.
And Green's got it cracking at this point. 4-2 advantage on the field for Green. All they have to do is hold on for 12 more seconds, and they will tie up this stage 4 platoon 4 versus 4 matchup. An unbelievable work by Marco to drop off the tower and get the splat. 3 seconds left. This match is going to Green. And folks, we're headed to a third and final match as you see Marco just rolling over the opposition right there.
Great move. That is how you play the game like a team. He went over, he flanked, he got behind somebody they didn't quite notice, and then he just brought down the roller.
Look at the confidence, the swagger of the youngster, unimpeded by this big stage and being able to show out and really help out his team right there. Pivotal move. And now you talk about tension. You've got 8 of the best players remaining, 4-on-4, 1 match of tower control to determine who moves on to the next stage and who goes to the underground, Ashley.
I mean, I think we can all agree that these 8 players are all fresh. I think we can all agree.
And what's great too is now that they have 2 matches underneath their belt, how does that help aid their teamwork as they get set for this 3rd and pivotal match?
Each one of them has a win. And they have had literally in this competition the maximum amount of time to learn that map. So now I think we're going to see, we've seen 2 close matches. Now I think we're going to see an even tighter match.
And what it looks like is that final checkpoint is getting so difficult to move beyond that you have to be so coordinated as a team, and that's the challenge of Snapper Control. We've got orange versus green. Green got the victory last time. Orange has been the purple color the majority of the time. So let's see if Numbers and his team that won the first match can bounce back as orange in this 3rd one and take that victory and move along. Early lead goes to green, though. They're at checkpoint number 1, approaching checkpoint number 2. Can green take this early lead and make something happen? We'll find out here in just a moment. That was a special moment indeed. 155. Orange seizes control of the tower. Let's go ahead and get some citrus on top of that as we move this thing along the canal at this point. And you've got a coordinated effort that needs to be done. And it really seems like that second checkpoint, if you can clear that, Ashley, you're going to gain a lot of ground on your opponent.
Absolutely. If you have that second checkpoint, when it goes backwards, you've got a little more time to catch up, get on that tower, and get the job done.
90-55, the lead is for green. Remind you, if you have the lowest score or you ride the tower to the goal, you will be victorious. 350 left in this 3rd and decisive match. The winning team, all 4 of their players, advance in the 2017 Nintendo World Championships. The losing 4, you're sent to the underground. 340 left in this one. Green team trying to increase on their lead. They've got the Ink Storm helping them out at this point, but no! Orange going to go ahead and take control of the tower once again. And Ashley, Orange playing some much better defense.
Oh no, Chef B right into the canal. It's so easy to lose your sense of direction when you're on that tower and drop right into the water.
Well, you see the mesh ring around the outside of the tower. If you turn into a squid, you fall through that mesh. If you're over the water, it's your splash for you.
That was a nice Tension Missiles attack.
3-1 advantage on the field for green. They're on the tower. They have the lead. Everything's looking up for them. Oh,
very nice.
Santiago hopping down and saying hello to my little friend, but falling into the water at that point. 90-55, anybody's match at this point. And we're back here. Orange team on top of the tower trying to make their first vital push of this match. You see Jeff B trying to do everything he can to help clear out some of the green competitors. Oh, here comes Orange threatening the lead here, Ashley.
This is getting serious. They're coming to the second checkpoint. It looks like they're going to make it there. They have to stay there for 10 seconds. Look at that inkjet action.
And Orange takes the lead, 55-40, using those specials. Cole has the Stingray ready to go, but no, gets splatted by that roller. We see Marco doing work at that roller like he did last match. And here comes green team. They're up 4-2 on the field, but they trail by 22. Oh, gonna get splat by Thomas. That orange still in that green territory right now, but green trying to do everything they can to push it out, Ashley.
Yeah, absolutely. They're gonna work really hard to get, you see everybody is just doing their best not to fall in the water at those points, but here comes the Stingray!
2 minutes left. Green team trying to answer back to push that orange had. Oh, you've got 3-0 on the field, 3-1 orange. Orange doing a great job of clearing out the entire green team. Minute 45 left. These two teams are fighting for their Nintendo Championship lives. Bottom 4 go down to the underground. Top 4 advance to the next stage. 2-1 on the field for green. The tower is there for anybody, just like a sample at the grocery store. Someone's got to go pick that up and take it home. Meanwhile, 55-33. Green on the tower trying to make a push. You see a couple one-on-ones over here, Ashley. And sometimes you want to take attention away from the tower.
Yeah, sometimes you want to get ahead of the tower, take out a couple of opponents, and give your teammates time to ride it.
3-2, Orange team advantage on the field. They have the lead, 55-33. Jeff B being very careful about hopping off that tower, hopping back on, making sure that you can use that middle pillar for cover. There's the auto bomb. Missing that, but no, Jeff B avoids falling into the water, and Orange going to increase their lead as they get to the checkpoint, but no. Green's going to flip the script, and Ashley, a minute left. This is where Green has to make it count.
Orange takes it back. They're so close to the last checkpoint. They take it back. They've only got a few teammates.
46 seconds
Thomas
left.
G
Orange
barely
trying to get past this checkpoint.
Oh.
Thomas G able to survive, but no. Green clearing things out. And here we go. 38 seconds. Final push available for Green unless they can force overtime. 18-55. Reminder, winning team advances to the next stage. Bottom four drop to the underground. Green team, we see Tuberon trying to hide in the ink right there. Critical splat with the ink storm. 4-1 on the field. Let's gear up for this finish here. Ashley, what does Green need to do?
I mean, all they have to do is just stay on that tower. They've got to play offense here. I think they've got to take some risks.
Hold on to everything, folks, because we're going to be headed to overtime, it looks like. Green making the final push. 4-2 advantage on the field for Green.
It looks like they're going to take that checkpoint. Here they come. Thomas G goes into the water.
Get to the final checkpoint and get to 18. No! Orange able to hold them off at the tail end. And Ashley, you see just the shots of jubilation from John Numbers and the Orange team as they emerge victorious. My goodness, Ashley, we've seen some fantastic finishes.
I mean,
in Splatoon, but
yes.
You look at what was at stake right there, and what can you say about the Orange team's performance at that last moment?
I mean, great choice to stay up high on a perch, not try to shoot on the tower from underneath it. Excellent, excellent, excellent strategy. It's the hardest thing in the world when you really want to take that last checkpoint and you group up on the tower, because that just means you're all just sitting ducks.
It's such a good point, Smitty. And as we're sitting here losing our voices left and right, trying to follow that action, that final push, you can't really abandon your fundamentals for the most part. And if you stick together, you become an easy target. Looks like the leaderboard's ready for this one. As we mentioned, the winning team, those four advance to the next stage. Let's go ahead and see who will be advancing to the next stage in the 2017 Nintendo World Championships. That'll be your Orange team, as we mentioned. We're still going to work on that graphic right there and hold that as a surprise for you folks right now. But you see the four teams. Obviously, they were very excited. Those members right there, and just all the tension. I mean, one team wins it, another team wins it. Then they go to the third match, and then Green almost makes that push.
They almost did. And honestly, I really thought that they were going to take the tower into overtime and maybe eke out that win, but they just, it was so close.
It looks like they finally inked the territory for the leaderboard backstage. Let's go ahead and reveal that one here as our leaderboard gets set as we advance to our next stage. Thomas G, Jeff B, John Numbers still hanging alive, your 2015 champion, and Cole G. Meanwhile, that means we have some new members of the Underground, and let's see who's heading below ground to try and stave off elimination. As we mentioned, those four members of that team that lost, they'll move to the Underground. And here we go, Smitty, another opportunity where you are getting set to face an Underground and elimination. You got to breathe and collect yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. And, that was a team-based game. We'll see what happens next if it's a solo thing. But it was, you really just got to, as I said, bring it.
Lots of great stuff here, as we mentioned. We just got done with stage 4. What that means, we have an Underground 4. So for more on what that game will be, let's take a look.
Underground Stage 4. Tetris. To many players, it's the game that defines the puzzle genre. Just line up the Tetraminos into complete lines to clear them and beat each level. For the next 3 minutes, competitors will have as many tries as they want to set a high score, and the top 2 will survive to the next stage of the Underground. May the true puzzle masters clear out the competition.
Well, why don't you go into your kitchen, reach into that junk drawer, find some 4 AA batteries, and play some Tetris. Fortunately, we don't have to do it for this, but my goodness, it's basically the game that every human being has played before. It defines the puzzle genre, and before we talk about what our players will face, let's look at the rules for our Underground 4. It's Tetris, folks. Difficulty set to 0 hearts. That's basically the same as level 10. Players have 3 minutes to get the highest score they can. Yes, you can try as many times as you want. We will take the top 2 based on their highest score. Audrey, welcome back to the desk here. We're still catching our breath from SQ2. You look at Tetris, and obviously you're going to be stacking things and clearing lines. Tell us a little bit more about what's going to be taking place here on the main stage.
Now, this is the mother of all puzzle games, and it seems deceptively simple, right? You have to fill a row to kill a row, but there are all kinds of factors going on. There are different shapes, different rotations, and you really have to keep all this in mind, which wells you're building up. Otherwise, your wall's going to stack up, and you're going to... It's not going to be good.
And, well, that wouldn't be good at all. And, Ashley, when it comes to scoring with these lines, you have to be very careful because every 10 lines, you move up a level. That means everything's going to fall faster. However, the scoring is very unique for how you do things. Tell me about why you want to sometimes aim for more lines than that simple single line sometimes.
I mean, of course, everybody wants to build a Tetris, and Tetris is worth 1,200 points?
1,200 points for a Tetris.
1,200 points for Tetris. And then at every level, it goes up by a factorial, which is, you know, get out your algebra books,
N
guys.
plus 1 to the 1, carry the 2, divided by, but basically a lot of points.
But leveling up means a lot more points. And so you have to choose between, okay, this is going to start pretty fast. The pieces are going to move pretty quickly. So you have to choose, do I want to go a little bit faster? You make that gamble, you get extra points, or do you play it safe in 0 heart?
That's a very good point as you point out the scores. 40 points for a single line, 100 for a double, 300 for a triple, 1,200 for a Tetris here, Audrey. And so you might be making quick work doing single lines and have a nice clean screen, but it takes 30 single lines to equal 1 Tetris. So how do you go about trying to manage, all right, I got to line up for a Tetris, or maybe I got to try again and find out what's going to be the best move for me?
I think at this point, if you're going for survival, you kind of have to take the risk. You have to go for the glorious Tetris and try and get as many points as possible.
And there's a lot of blocks, obviously. They're very recognizable. They call them by the letters. You got the I, the S, the Z, the T, the O, the L, and the J. So being able to quickly maneuver those. And it seems like, Ashley, the players that are successful can position the well, that one spot where you want that I block to fall down, and then manage the other rows so it doesn't get too messy like a child's playroom.
Yeah, you definitely don't want it to get too messy. But here's the thing. If it does get a little bit messy, you have to very quickly decide if you're going to start over, just throw that and tower it up and go again, or you have to decide if you can eke it out with the pieces that you're going to get.
All right, well, let's get set for Underground number 4. And for more on that, let's send it down to Andrea.
Thank you, Jordan. What a crazy Splatoon 2 round. Didn't see that coming. All right, so now these guys are going to give it their shot to become the best puzzle master in the group. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
And everybody loves that music, and look at those graphics right there, Ashley. And as we mentioned, 0 heart, that's the same as 10 speed, and we see Kyle W right now trying to establish some positioning right now. However, Santiago looks like building a bit of a bridge on that screen.
Yeah, Marco are also having a little bit of trouble setting up those pieces.
Dan S has got a nice position going here, got a well on the left-hand side, could use an I block, good positioning of that Z, good positioning of another Z, that's good for double lines. Early leader right now at 187, 197, 206 for Dan S. That middle top screen is your leader. Up there's the GOAT, though. Anytime you hear that, man, it means you're starting over, basically. And Audrey, sometimes you might just want to stack everything up, get your GOAT out there, and start with a clean slate.
That's true. If you've made the wrong decision and you really just can't work your way out of it, you just want to stack it up as fast as possible so you can start over. So smart.
Dan S. clearing all sorts of lines at this point. He is your leader at 815 so far. Remember, top 2 scores advance, and Dan S. clearing things out well. Oh, misses an opportunity with that O block, though, for a double line, Audrey.
That's true. It's so important here to look at the preview, see what Tetanmos are coming along your way so you can make space for them.
And what's crazy here, Ashley, is that 1 Tetris is worth 1,200 points, and that's going to really help out anybody that can get one of those.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to need 12 double hits to double lines to be able to match 1 Tetris.
Oh, Dan S.
Man, oh no.
Trying to create the Empire State Building on the right-hand side of the screen right there. Another I block. Oh, Dan S. 34-77. That's your top score so far. A minute 18 left for all of our competitors to try and get one of those top 2 scores and move along here at Underground 4. Keep an eye on Kyle W. I think at this point, one Tetris is really going to help separate yourself, and you have to start really thinking about that, Ashley.
Here we go. Here's the Tetris. Kyle W.
1,664, that homage.
He was too excited. He got the Tetris and he missed that placement.
Now you're creating more gaps, but if you're Kyle, you just have to kind of keep being very patient, Audrey, and not trying to push anything at this point.
That's true, and this is such a precision game. If you move one of these blocks just one square to the left or right too much, you can really mess things up for yourself.
30 seconds left. We'll try to pull out to the 6 shot here and show you how everybody's doing as we get set to wrap things up. You see Kyle W. having to reset, and with 30 seconds left, you're going to have to hold down, move those Tetronimos down to the bottom of the screen as fast as you can, and try to hang on for one of those last 2 spots. And tension is high, and you got to be very careful about your moves here, Audrey.
It's true, and you can't be distracted by those beautiful green graphics either.
Our 2 top scores are right around 3,400, 1,600, although that's not exact. We'll see if anybody can do anything special. 8 seconds left here in Tetris. These 6 players trying to hang on to their championship hope. Little score. Let's see if Dan S. can get one more line. No.
So close.
Time is over. Our judges will tabulate the scores, and Tetris, kind of like Bird and Beans, and for some reason nobody's played it yet. Ashley, this can be a game that's a lot more difficult than it looks.
It absolutely is at faster speeds. I mean, you really have to not only manage everything that's going on inside your main column, but then you have to be looking at what's coming next, to be thinking about where it's going. I mean, there is even a scientific term called the Tetris effect. And I think I have it because every time I pack a suitcase, I'm like, okay, this is just like an L. We've all been there. I think everybody who's played Tetris has been there.
I think so.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how they fared and how that one Tetris can really just help vault you to the top of the standings potentially. But getting there's hard because, Audrey, you're on 0 heart. It's essentially level 10. Normally, you're working your way up to that, getting a feel for things. But to start cold turkey into that can be very difficult.
It just throws you right into the fire there. So you have to start planning your strategy and executing right from the very beginning.
And it's such a departure from what we were doing in Splatoon. I don't think there's a whole lot in common with Tetris.
No. And
Splatoon
how long has it been since any of them have played Tetris?
And who knows? It's a very good point. It's one of those games that, maybe you get a chance to play while growing up, but it's a classic. And you see why it's a classic. A lot of skill involved with that. Judges still working on that leaderboard. We'll try to determine the top 2 scores that'll move on to Underground 5. You see the back room. Give them a round of applause. All their hard work putting on this championship right now. We sit up here and talk, but they're the ones doing all the real work down there. And
hooray for math.
Yes, we all love math.
Well done.
And Audrey, you look at just these players that have to survive in the underground. And, at this point, you're at the stage, you're late in the tournament. What are the nerves? What are they feeling down there?
They're feeling the heat right now, and really that's not going to help them survive. They've got to get over that, get their thumbs in working order, and really pull out a miracle here.
And Ashley, it's amazing how many different controllers our players have had to handle already through these first 4 stages. I think I've counted 7 or 8 different systems already.
And you've got to remember where every stick is, where every button is, where every bumper is, where every trigger is. I mean, it's just, this is why they are the best of the best, because they can pick up any of those controllers and jump right in and do a great job.
And being able to jump in and handle everything that they possibly can. And it sounds like this one's pretty close because they are still crunching those numbers in the back room, trying to figure everything out. You want to be precise. You might be checking some replays and see what score somebody exactly had. Maybe somebody had a high score when the timer went off as well, too. And so you want to be precise. You want to give everybody that fair chance. But we'll be preparing for our next stage here soon. And as we whittle things down here, we're truly seeing here, Audrey, the players that can handle the stage and be able to just really calm themselves down are able to be successful.
Absolutely. The players who are the most successful are the ones who, even if it's not a game that they're familiar with, they're able to adapt. They're able to rely on their gamer instinct and pull out some great moves, even if it's not something they're familiar with.
One of the things that we saw was something that we see in the competitive Tetris scene, which is building your well either on the outside. So 1 and 10, positions 1 and 10, or you see them building in 3 and 8. And so we actually saw Dan S doing that. We saw these players making an effort to really build up the ability to grab that Tetris when that eye block comes up, but it wasn't often enough for some of them.
Sounds like our leaderboard is ready to go. So let's see who will advance to the next underground here in the 2017 Nintendo World Championships. When it was all said and done, Dan S. and Kyle W. They hang on to move on to the next round. Dan S surviving yet another underground stage. Kyle's like, all right, I'll take that. I'm moving along. I'm happy. I'm still alive. So that's certainly very exciting stuff right there. And your thoughts on Dan S surviving yet another round here, Audrey?
That's absolutely fantastic. Dan's got to be feeling good right now. He's still got a chance. He could be our champion for all we know.
Well, as we said, as 2 more players move on, that means we do have to say goodbye to a couple others that have to put the controller down for good in this year's championships. And for more with them, let's send it back down to Andrea.
Thanks so much, Jordan. Oh my gosh, you guys. I know this night feels like it just keeps going, but we have to give these guys a round of applause for a job well done at a classic game. Thank you so much. And again, congrats to Dan and Kyle W. for moving on. I also want to give a big round of applause to all of our fantastic Nintendo referees that are on stage, you guys. Go ahead, stand up, wave your arms, take your bow. They're like, no, we're sitting down. We're doing very important business right now. So these guys are great. They're making sure the players are ready to go and that all of the machinery is working properly. So we could not be here and do this competition without them. So thank you so much to all of you guys. So yeah, they definitely give another round of applause. So I want to know real quick before we talk to Jordan, who here has visited the Nintendo New York store? Everybody? That's amazing. I was going to tell you that's where you can get some amazing Nintendo World Championship 2017 exclusive apparel. It's pretty cool. They've got hoodies, they've got t-shirts, all kinds of stuff. So I want to know real quick before I go back, Jordan, I see you. Look at that smile.
I see you too down there. You're doing a great job, by the way. Everybody give it up for
Jordan
Andrea.
Kent, everybody, is holding it down.
Stop, please. Stop.
You make me look good. I just come out
stop,
here every once in a while. Right? He is amazing. But listen, we got to get this, we got to keep this thing going. So Jordan, I'm going to toss it back up to you.
Sounds wonderful. Thank you so much, Andrea. So now we are here at stage 5. I'm joined by Morgan and Bill. And before we talk about strategy here, we got to figure out what we're playing. So let's take a closer look. 4 final competitors, stage 5 of the 2017 Nintendo World Championships.
Stage 5. Is someone at the door? What are you, some kind of chew toy? Oh, hey. Oh, this thing can punch. Oh. Is this thing on? Can everybody hear me? Good. I'm Biff, your trusty Arms League commentator. Now pump your fists in the air for the world's stretchiest fighting sport, arms. Just don't punch anyone. That's the job of our top 4 competitors who will be paired up to face off in one-on-one matches. The victors will move on to the finals, and the other 2 will drop to the underground. May the most focused fighters guide their punches to victory.
Oh, how about some arms right there? Our crowd loving that. And so this will be very exciting. This is another game that we saw at E3 earlier this year. And let's talk to you about the rules for stage 5 arms as we try to pit our 4 finalists against each other as they try to move into the championship round. It's going to be arena mode, one-on-one, no items. You win 2 rounds to win a game. You win a game, and you have to win 2 games to win the match. Winners advance to the finals. The other 2 drop to the underground. Now, the matchups have been seeded randomly. And Bill, let's talk about arms. What is so unique about this new game for Nintendo?
Well, obviously, ARMS is a game that it's a fighting game. You've got extendable arms. You can play with either button controls or with motion controls, but the unique combination of the distance from the arms, the timing of your hits, the grabs and whatnot makes it a really, really fun game on Nintendo Switch and something that I think people are going to hopefully show us some really cool moves at.
And Morgan, Bill alluding to some of the arms and some of the characters. Not all characters are created equal. What are we going to see as far as differences with characters and maybe some of the differences with the arms that they can equip?
Yeah, so they're going to get to pick the character they want and then equip each arm. That's sort of, we have stretchy arms, but there's actually things you attach to that. So you might have defensive ones. You might have ones that make you, you can do faster moves. You might have ones that help you sort of, it can have different attributes. We'll talk about that during the matches. We don't know what they're going to pick. There's a lot of combinations out there.
Absolutely. Some of these arms have elemental attributes as well too, Bill, that you can charge those arms. You might be able to freeze, shock, burn, or even explode your opponent to help give you an advantage. And as we get the players set here, Bill, talk to me a little bit more. You were mentioning blocking, throwing, punching. Is there a bit of a triangle and a read and react that goes to being able to emerge victorious?
There is obviously when you throw a punch, if you block that, you're able to block it. You can also dodge. And because of the duration that the arm is stretched out, if you get a dodge in and then attack again, that's a great way to counter. Of course, if you're trying to block and they throw out both arms, that's a grab. They're going to grab right through that shield, pick you up and throw you, and that's going to do quite a bit of damage.
And throughout these matchups, Morgan, we're going to see a yellow triangle start to light up and then potentially catch on fire. That is a rush attack. What does that mean if someone deploys that?
Yeah, so you're going to see when you see that little yellow triangle, it's like catches fire. You can unleash a flurry of rush attacks. You fire it off, and you can just punch it super, super fast. And what's really neat is that makes the opponent have to go into a really defensive stance or try to counter that. And there's even a quirk where you can carry that power to the next round. So if you're losing a round, you have your rush ready. Really advanced players will carry that over.
And we talked about the characters that you can choose from, Bill. Some of them have special attributes, such as being able to jump 4 times in the air or regain their health. When it comes to choosing a character, what did you look for when you helped kind of settle in on a character that you like to use in ARMS?
I've tried out a few of the different ones. I actually really like Ribbon Girl and her jumping ability. She is a favorite of mine. I love just being able to kind of jump in the air, use that to charge up, and use those charge punches to then get at my opponent and really take control of the match.
And Morgan, a term that, well, let's be honest, can be difficult for millennials sometimes. Patience. How does patience work in this matchup?
Well, it's important in ARMS. Obviously, you're trying to punch your opponent, but it's also equally important to be ready for what they're going to do. So if you have a punch sort of at your disposal, you haven't thrown both out, and you see something coming, you can use a single punch to counter that grab.
Let's get set for here. You've got Min Min taking on Kid Cobra. You've got Cole on the right as Kid Cobra. Min Min on the left is Thomas. Now, Kid Cobra, he can go ahead and dash multiple times underneath punches. Meanwhile, Min Min can counter punches. You see that left arm turn into a dragon. And early on in this one, Bill, we see Min Min trying to keep Kid Cobra at bay. Why is spacing important?
Well, spacing is important because you've got different characters with different abilities. And Min Min is one where if she's able to maintain that distance, it's going to be to her advantage.
65 seconds left in this first round. Min Min having her way with Kid Cobra right now. Kid Cobra missing with the throw right now. Min Min, though, connecting with that left arm. And Kid Cobra unable to really break through with that Slamamander at this point. Min Min dodging back left and right. Kid Cobra missing with that throw. Oh, Min Min connecting with a charge attack right there. And the first round is gonna go ahead and go to Min Min. And Morgan, what we saw from Thomas was using those charge punches, and those are obviously going to do much more
and let's
damage.
check this out. Min Min's coming into round 2 with a rush attack already ready, so already has an advantage right out of the gates.
Also, these arms have different weights as well, too, Morgan. And if I've got a heavy arm, in the example of Min Min and that right megawatt, that's not going to get really stopped by anything that Kid Cobra can throw.
Yeah, so if your fists collide in midair, that heavier punch is going to push the other one out of the way and try to make contact still.
And Bill, we see Min Min still hanging on to that rush attack. You sometimes don't have to necessarily use that as soon as you get it.
That's right. And I suspect that what we're doing here is we're seeing her kind of whittle away, and she's probably going to unleash that when she thinks she's got just enough health left to take him out.
Kid Cobra continuing to fall down, might have to shed some skin here. Meanwhile, Min Min essentially untouched this round, doing a fine job of changing things up, using that Ram, also switching it up with the Megawatt. Kid Cobra missing with the Slamamander right there. It looks like Kid Cobra using the rush attack. Whoa, what'll happen right here? Kid Cobra trying to hang on and slither his way to a victory. Meanwhile, Min Min's going to get tossed in the air, and that's a huge throw right there, Bill, as Kid Cobra trying to keep that higher vantage point.
That's right. He's trying to keep the high ground. He's also trying to close that gap between him and Min Min. That's what gave him the ability to make that grab.
Kid Cobra just one punch away from falling down. Meanwhile, Min Min can't relax quite yet. Min Min trying to charge those arms. Kid Cobra connecting with the left, but no! Thomas G with Min Min takes the first game, winning the best 2 out of 3 rounds, which means Thomas G just needs to win one more game to move on to the finals. And what we saw there, Morgan, was just a lot of patience from Min Min. Decided to drop down from the middle part of the stage that was elevated and really just took her time attacking Kid Cobra.
You saw patience, but you also saw constant movement. And I think anybody who watched our E3 tournament and saw Mr. Yabuki play saw that, wow, you can really move in this game. You can constantly keep your opponent off balance by dodging, jumping, dashing, and then taking your opportunity when it presents itself.
Yeah, it was very impressive when we saw Mr. Yabuki at E3. He termed the move the Yabuki, bouncing somebody off the springs on Springman stage and comboing that into a rush attack. Let's see here. Thomas G is Min Min once again. Let's see if Cole decides to go with anything different, changing the arm on Kid Cobra. And Bill, what's nice is you're not locked into the two same arms for every single round.
That's right. You're able to switch arms between rounds. It's really important. You've got to look at how your opponent is using their arms, what arms they're using, and try to counteract that with maybe a different strategy. Doesn't quite seem to be working just yet.
I should mention Cole G is Min Min right now. Kid Cobra with that Hydra, unable to connect right there. Min Min still going with that Megawatt, and Ram Ram got the electrical ability of that Megawatt that's going to shock and send Kid Cobra back. And once again, like a small bowl of ramen, Min Min making quick work of Kid Cobra right there. And what we're seeing, Morgan, is Kid Cobra unable to block or avoid the attacks coming.
I think Cole G might have had an idea that we might make the competitors fight each other in this tournament because he came to play.
Cole G doing a great job here, just one round away from advancing to the finals here. And Bill, you start to think about the strategy with Min Min. If I am Kid Cobra, is there anything I could do to disrupt Min Min?
You know, it's really tough. You saw his best success when he was in that high ground, keeping it close. It doesn't seem to be working for him right here, though. I have to say, though, that we do have our Min Min player is somebody who has placed very high in Smash tournaments in the past, and it seems that this is playing to his advantage right now.
It sounds like those Smash players are able to translate that success to arms. Kid Cobra, you got to use the rush attack, but no! Cole G with a perfect closeout. Hide the box of Band-Aids because he don't need that after not even taking a single punch in that match. Very impressive work by Cole G. Goes and takes that round as well, too. And both games. So Cole G
that was a
punches his
battle.
ticket into the finals. And that's what you see in the hands of a very adept player. Min Min is almost untouchable, hiding behind that big, heavy Megawatt and then moving around the side with that Ram Ram. Because, Morgan, these punches don't just sail straight, do they?
Yeah, you can actually, we're seeing some of the players do that. If you haven't seen this game before, you can, after you punch, you can actually control the punch by moving your hand or the control stick, depending on how you're playing. So that gives you the opportunity to sort of, you know, if you throw the punch a little left, you can steer it back to the right and knock your opponent out.
And actually, Jordan, I have to correct myself. Cole G just really pulled off an upset. It was Thomas G. There were just too many G's in
a lot of G's right here.
Who was a former pro Smash player. So that actually is a pretty big upset here at the event.
Cole, very impressive. Let's go ahead and take a look at a replay at that thrilling match that we had between Cole and Thomas. And you saw Cole using Min Min, and there was a moment here where you had a couple of rush attacks ready to go. But here goes Cole G on your left-hand side, going to activate that rush attack, and that's going to do substantial damage on Kid Cobra to the tune of 300, and that's going to basically swing the tide of any match.
Yeah, and I don't know if you noticed that, but he waited till his opponent was in the air, vulnerable, and then unleashed the rush, and that is like a next level.
And that's a good point, Bill, because in arms, you have to pick and choose. You're not just flailing your arms and trying to get lucky with punches. You have to find your openings and try to connect.
Well, that's right. And the other thing you have to do is you have to know what's been going on in the game from a balancing standpoint. This is a game that the team has been updating. They've even added new characters with characters like Lollipop. And in fact, there's some new features that they're planning for the game. We're going to have a trailer that's going to be going live just after this event where people can go and get more information on that. But this is a game that the development team continues to support, continues to balance. And if you don't know how they've been tweaking the characters and the arms, you're not going to be able to perform your best.
Well, I think the audience loves the chance to see anything new and exclusive, so certainly excited for that. Players are getting set for our second matchup, as we mentioned, John Numbers being one of the returning champions. And Morgan, we weren't sure how Numbers was going to respond. He's been on this stage before, was your champion in 2015, but so far hasn't had any issues, and he's stayed in the upper tier of players so far throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah, he hasn't shown a lot of weakness in his game, and I'm assuming that, you know, ARMS being a new fighting game, he probably guessed. I think that he's savvy enough to know maybe what might they throw at us. So I'm excited to see. John Numbers also a good Smash player. Can he fight it out in the arms arena?
We'll try not to get confused. We're set for our next match. A couple of ribbon girls here. We'll let you know who's the dark ribbon girl and who's the blonde ribbon girl. Pick this one up early, and you see ribbon girl, Bill. Her special ability allows her to jump not once, but several times.
That's right. She can jump several times in the air. That's great. You hold that jump button down, and you're going to charge up the punch. You're going to be ready to come in and attack. Of course, you can also charge if you do a long block. But those can really come in handy as you're going against your
Looks like we've got names up now.
Jeff B going as dark ribbon girl, John Numbers as blonde ribbon girl, and it'll be a matchup that'll certainly be tied up nice and tight.
Oh, what a combo from John Numbers.
John Numbers with the stun and the rush attack. Unbelievable work, and John Numbers unscathed as blonde ribbon girl. And Bill, take me through that transition of John Numbers using the charge shock to stun dark ribbon girl and then following up with the rush attack.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Is using those charges, getting that going, stunning your opponent, and then the way you unleash that charge attack, I mean, you expected it, but...
And what's interesting is we're going to go ahead and handle some technical issues that we're having right now. We want to make sure these players get a fair opportunity right now. So our technical team is going to examine some stuff right now. We're being told that we're going to be working on some things right now. See player one unable to throw those arms at this point. And, you know, these players, they'll have to be ready for anything. And you always want to make sure that it's a fair match for everyone. And you're going to make sure it's a clean slate. So if you try to clean things up, I do want to go back to that first round performance from John Numbers. The ability to combo and link up to that rush attack. That's one of those advanced strategies in arms.
It is. And of course, with Ribbon Girl and using that jumping ability, you're able to get those charges going, and he leveraged it.
Sounds like the issues have been figured out right now as we have dual rush attacks going back and forth. Can John Numbers go ahead and take this round? And yes, John Numbers with the toss. That'll take the first game as we get set for our final one here shortly. And we're back here. John Numbers goes and takes the first game. He needs one more game, meaning he has to win 2 of 3 rounds. And what we saw here, a very quick study for John Numbers here. I mean, this is a game that's been out for a couple months now at this point here, Morgan. John Numbers showing that he's very adept already.
Yeah, he's looking really good there. And yeah, the ability to sort of time when you do grabs, time when you do rush attacks. You've seen, maybe some viewers haven't seen this game. You're starting to see you get these little exclamation points by your arms and those get disabled. You're unable to punch or block. And that's a perfect opportunity to go in for a grab or go in for a rush attack.
And the elements of the arms, when you charge them up, we saw John Numbers use that Sparky, which is going to shock and stun the opponent, and was able to lead into a rush attack doing that. And a lot of times too, Bill, we saw John Numbers just being patient, not being the aggressor. How important is it to read your opponent and counter the proper way in this game?
You know, for a lot of players, it's a really great strategy, especially if you're playing somebody who you've never faced before. It's really good to kind of take that time, see how they're going to attack, and then plan your response.
And you obviously have to read everything. And as a reminder, you can punch, you can block, you can throw. There's a bit of a triangle there. And so being able to determine that, and throws can be a very powerful tool here, Morgan, because they're going to do upwards of 150 damage if you can connect.
That's right. And throws are also can be an opportunity if your opponent's throwing too many of them to have a good quick counter. So a lot of, you see, advanced players will keep a punch back. So when they see that throw coming in, they can stagger that throw with one punch and then go in with the throw of their own.
And a lot of times avoiding damage from a punch isn't about just blocking it, but Bill, the lateral movement and the dashes and the air dashes, how does that come into play?
It's, you know, it's critical. You really do need to read the punches that are coming in at you, and you've got to know how to respond to them in order to leverage that movement to either dodge and get around, you know, jump out of the way. There's definite ways to then counter your opponent depending on which choices you've made in terms of that movement. It's critical to the game.
Yeah, obviously very pivotal to understanding things. And then also the character selection. It seems like for the most part, people are going with very nimble, agile characters that they can move around freely that don't necessarily have the biggest targets. You look at Min Min, Kid Cobra, and both the Ribbon Girls. Let's take a look at a replay, though, of what John Numbers was doing when he was victorious in that first game. Here he is as blonde Ribbon Girl on the right-hand side, close to getting that rush attack. Now it's activated, connects with the left popper, but then here comes that charged Sparky, that right fist that stuns Dark Ribbon Girl. That leads into a throw, and that's going to be followed here by yet another charged Sparky as soon as Dark Ribbon Girl gets up, led into that rush attack, Bill. And it's all about linking together these different ways to attack in order to be successful.
And that was just almost a perfect chain of events that John Numbers executed right there.
and you see his ability to really grasp and understand this game. And Morgan, you were there at the 2015 World Championships. What's the tension like as you start to get to these final rounds as we get closer and closer to the championship round?
I don't know if these guys are thinking too far ahead right now because ARMS, it's one-on-one. Like, they cannot get to the final unless they get past the person they're fighting right now. So I'm thinking that they're pretty focused right on these matches.
And you look at the situation where maybe you drop that round. Is there something where you maybe go, Bill, with a different character so that your opponent can't rely on the same strategy? And how do you possibly counter what Ribbon Girl was doing?
I mean, it really depends. Certainly, as a player, you tend to focus maybe on one character. If you're a versatile player, you will try to master a few. It really just depends on whether or not you've got another character that you feel is good enough to be another go-to.
Well, it looks like that question's answered as we see Dark Ribbon Girl versus Blonde Ribbon Girl. John Numbers, playing as Blonde Ribbon Girl, won the first game, just has to win one more to move to the finals, connecting with that charge popper that's going to go ahead and push Dark Ribbon Girl back. Meanwhile, Dark Ribbon Girl trying to connect with those two Sparkies. Both fighters just feeling each other out right now. Charge Sparkies from Jeff B on the left. John Numbers just trying to get a feel for things. And here we see, Bill, both fighters really taking their distance, but Numbers connecting with the throw.
That's right. He jumped in the air to avoid that punch and then launched the grab from midair, and that's what made
Ribbon Girl doesn't just have a double jump or a triple jump. She has a quad jump in air, and you can use dash to drop down quickly. So you can spend a lot of time dancing up in the air and then come down right in time to attack your opponent.
Something about a ribbon dancer, I like that right now. John Numbers still in the early lead, untouched at this point, dancing around the air. Here comes the rush attack.
Oh,
no!
What a
John Numbers says, and a rush attack to finish off that round. And John Numbers with the second perfect, showing you how to play with Ribbon Girl, basically, Bill.
That was, I mean, I'm taking lessons here. That was really impressive.
All right, Jeff B is in between a rock and a hard place as he gets set to take on Ribbon Girl. Meanwhile, all John Numbers has to do is tie up one more victory with Ribbon Girl, and he's going to find himself a spot in our three-player championship round. Counters right there with the right Sparky.
See him using that quad jump. Ooh.
What we're seeing, Morgan, is Dark Ribbon Girl, Jeff B, unable to block a lot of those basic punches.
Well, you can see he's waiting to get a punch, and John's using that quad jump to dance around the air. He doesn't know when to punch. John drops down when he wants to and lays the first hit.
Oh, John Numbers, beautiful. The air dodge to the left to avoid the punch, followed by the grab, and yet another perfect. John Numbers, the man can't be touched when it comes to arms. 3 perfects en route to 2-game victory, and he punches his ticket to the 3-player finals. And what you're seeing there is if you can read and react here, Bill, and be able to draw up the perfect attack or perfect move at that moment, you can be successful in arms.
This is true, but when you're facing somebody of John Numbers' caliber, obviously he's a pro player at Smash. I'm sure he's played a lot of this game. He's probably learned the intricacies. It's not an easy task.
Unfortunately, though, you still have one more underground around the corner here. We'll get that leaderboard up for you in just a second. Sounds like leaderboard is ready to go. So let's take a look at our results after stage 5 arms competition with our 4 remaining players, Cole G and John Numbers, moving on to the championship stage. However, Thomas and Jeff, well, let's take a look at our final underground. It'll be 4 players, Kyle, Steven, Dan, as we said, let's go ahead and fix that. We appreciate Bailey being here with us, but unfortunately, Bailey took an early exit off the ropes. And you get one more chance here, Bill, in this underground. How aggressive do you have to be with only 1 spot potentially remaining?
Well, and that's it. This is the last spot. It's not even 2 players moving on. We're down to 1 before the finals.
It's very exciting stuff. And as you continue to look at the players that progress here, Morgan, what's impressing you the most about the skill on display that we're seeing this evening?
I've had my eye on Cole G for almost the whole round. He's been doing a really good job the whole upper bracket, and Numbers, of course. I mean, gosh, talk about being built for this kind of thing, man.
Very familiar. Can he be a back-to-back champion? Still plenty more games before we get to that point as well, too. And you know, you look at someone being able to master arms and then Mario Kart and Splatoon and everything that's thrown at you, and it goes to show you that not only do you have to be a well-rounded player, but you also have well-rounded taste in some quality games here.
That's right. And certainly we're not through all of them just yet. We have already seen just the gamut of what you can expect. I mean, it has been, from start to finish, I think, just an amazing lineup of games that these players have competed in.
It's been terrific. However, we do have to move along to our final underground number 5. Here's a look and what game our players will be playing.
Underground Stage 5. Mario Party 2. These mini-games have lasted the test of time. The competitors will be ranked based on their performance in each mini-game, and only one player will survive the festivities. May the mini-game master party on to the finals.
Get the pizza rolls, grab your sleeping bag, and have your mom come pick you up in the morning because it's time for some Mario Party. And we've got Mario Party 2, which we know is the best Mario Party. No other conversations or arguments will be taken at this moment. But let's get to the rules for this one, our final underground stage. Here's how things are going to work out. Mario Party 2, home of some of the finest mini games you will find on any console. It blessed us with its presence on Nintendo 64. Players will compete in 3 mini games. There will be 3 rounds to each one of those mini games. Very exciting stuff right there. What mini games? Well, let's get the party started with bumper balls. After bumper balls, it'll be some hexagon heat. And then we'll close things out with shell shocked. How it works here. If you win any game, you get 2 points. If you tie, whether that's 2 players, 3 players, or even 4, everyone gets 1 point. Essentially, we're playing 9 sets here. Whoever has the most points after these 9 mini game matchups will move on to join us in the 3-player championship round. One more look at the rules. It's just simply the highest point total at the end earns a place in the finals. Our 3 games, bumper balls, hexagon heat, and shell shock. So, Phil, these games, absolutely incredible, but there's also something pretty cool about these, that there might be something around the corner involving these.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
yes, these are mini games that are going to be featured in Mario Party Top 100, releasing later this year. But these particular mini games, we're going to see, not only are you playing each one 3 times, each time the stage is going to change. So you're going to be seeing a different version of the map in those mini games across each one. One other note: if a player locks in a victory before we get through all 9, this round will end at that point because we only have 1 moving on.
And that's such a good point. If someone does start to sweep the field and get to 10 or 12 points early on, we're moving on to the championship. Sorry, no consolation games at this point. And Morgan, these can be some quick hitters, though. And as we know, if you want to lose friends in life, you play Mario Party 2 with them. So as you look at the potential of other players maybe ganging up on the leader, there's a lot of strategy going into these 3 simple mini games.
Yeah, I think anybody who's played Mario Party knows it's like there's the relaxing time. You're moving around the board, you're doing spaces, and then boom, mini game, and it is on. It turns besties into frenemies, and it has ruined friendships. And then maybe you're in a team 1 after that, and you're right back together. So, man, this game puts you through an emotional roller coaster.
All right, well, to get things started on Mario Party 2, let's go ahead and send it down to Andrea.
Thanks, Jordan. You know, I would still be your friend if you beat me in Mario Party. Actually, no, I'm the worst loser out there. I definitely wouldn't. But New York, are you guys ready to party? Okay, players, 3, 2, 1, go.
Mario Party 2, bumper balls, and no, Luigi, you can't win by doing nothing. You got to do something here, Luigi. And they're all meeting in the middle at this point right now. Yoshi, Wario, Luigi, and Mario, and they're just bumping back and forth. It's a little bit of rush hour traffic at this point here, Bill.
That's right, Jordan. And in fact, what's amazing about this game is that everybody's clumped in there. It could go for the full 40 seconds left here at this point, but somebody works up enough momentum, and that's what you're not seeing here, is that because they're all clumped together, they're not getting enough of that momentum to really
Mario trying to go around the outside. Luigi's on the perimeter. Mario flirting with the outside. Of course, the more momentum you get, the more you can bump somebody. There goes Wario towards the edge, though. Wario trying to get Mario. You want to avoid those double bumps. But right now, everyone's just dancing and holding hands in the middle, singing Kumbaya. We might have a 4-way tie, 1 point for everybody. Let's see if somebody wants to take a risk at the end. But no, looks like we're going to just have all 4 in the middle. 3 seconds left. Is anybody getting bumped up? No! Oh! Yoshi almost gives Mario a taste of his medicine and drops Mario into a pit right there. But all 4 players tie, which means 1 point for all 4 players. And Early strategy there, Morgan. Stick to the middle.
Yeah, I guess that 1 point is better than 0 points, and maybe it's not worth going for 2. You can get 1.
This is a very good point. But that middle strategy changed. We got a little bit of ice in the middle right now, and we see our first competitor headed off right now. What else will happen? We've got 3 players left. Luigi, Mario, and Wario left on our second stage of bumper balls. Now remember, if you get bumped on that ice, you're gonna go rolling pretty far. Let's see if Mario can pick on his brother or if Wario wants top billing. 30 seconds left here. And Morgan, everyone, once again, trying to stay in the middle, but a little bit harder with that slip ice.
Yeah, the physics are different on this compared to the first round, so they're going to be slipping a lot more, sliding a lot more, and you're going to have to be less aggressive.
Let's help you identify who's in right now. Mario is Dan S, Luigi Kyle W, and Wario is Thomas G. Meanwhile, Yoshi took an early spill, might miss out on a potential point, but will anybody be aggressive and go for those 2 points? They're still bouncing back and forth. 5 seconds left in this one. Looks like we might just have a 3-way tie. That's another critical point for Dan, Kyle, and Thomas. It brings their total to 2. Jeff just at 1 as they get set for the 3rd round of bumper balls. And Bill, at some point, someone's going to have to try to win this thing.
Well, I never thought I'd say this, but I think we have to admit this is some seriously high-level bumper ball.
It really is high-level bumper ball. All right, our 3rd stage. You see a little bit of undulation with the hills and the rocks right now. And these are players that know what they're doing on these bumper balls. And it's interesting that they're not trying to gang up on anybody. You don't see 2-on-1s. It's just everybody getting a chance to bump each other. And we see about 37 seconds left. Anybody's match still. And we're back here with all 4 players. This 3rd and final match of bumper balls. 2 points for the winner, 1 point for anyone that draws. And right now, just a lot of hokey pokey going on in the middle.
Mario's on the edge, though.
Oh, Mario's on the edge. Yoshi trying to bump in, trying to get the double bump combo. And there goes Mario. For Dan, down goes Dan S. You saw the 1-2 bump. Yoshi bumping off of Mario and getting the help from Wario. Let's see, 7 seconds left. Can Luigi hang on by still not doing much? Mario bumping Yoshi, the 1-2 punch, and no! So Jeff B getting a point, but what that means is you've got Kyle and Thomas, your 2 leaders with 3 points. However, only 1 person advances. Dan with 2 and Jeff with 2 as we just get done with bumper balls. And as you said, Bill, that's some high-level bumper ball play.
I never thought I'd see it.
Right. And Morgan, the difference in the stages didn't really seem to affect these players too much.
Well, I don't know. The ice, I think we saw 1 player go off in each of the second 2. So, yeah, but I'm proud of all the players for grabbing some points that round. No one's completely out of it yet. So it's going to be interesting to see how they try to move up the standings.
So our next game is going to be Hexagon Heat, the next mini game. And this one, Bill, you've got to be very careful because you're going to have, as we see here, that white hexagon in the middle. Toad's going to hold up a flag. And that was a preview of what's to come. There are 6 colors. Toad's going to hold up a flag. You have to move to that color and stay on that platform before falling in the lava. However, it sounds a lot easier than it really is, and it's really difficult to get your way to that platform.
That's right. And you can interfere with other players. You can bounce on somebody's head. You can do it intentionally. You can do it unintentionally. When you bounce on their head, they get squished and they can't move for a minute. But when you do it, you get bumped in the air. And if you time that poorly as you're trying to get on that 1 hexagon that's going to stay up, it could bounce you right off the edge.
And Morgan, this is one of those mini games that if you get some highly skilled players, it could go on for a while. And so how do you balance, once again, playing aggressive versus conservative at this point?
This one, I think we're going to see less ties than bumper balls because the jumps are hard. If you don't line your jump up right, oof.
As we mentioned, 7 platforms, Yoshi and Mario hanging on top, but no, Wario takes a lava bath right there, and down goes Thomas G. He was one of our leaders, going to miss out on at least a point. Now Yoshi trying to hang out at the side, but no! Luigi drops down, and now Mario and Yoshi, controlled by Dan and Jeff, have a chance to tie if they can both tie. Oh! You see Mario trying to be aggressive to go for the stop.
Why would he do that to Yoshi?
Jeff B, and you see just the pure joy from these players as we get done with their first round Hexagon Heat.
The best part of that was that Dan S, as soon as it happened, he knew what he did, and he was just laughing his head off, even though he bounced off the edge.
There's nothing you can do, and that's what Mario Party does. However, Luigi taking a vacation of some sorts, and Yoshi and Luigi fall off. It's down to Mario and Wario at this point. Let's see if they can stay on that white spot. And it looks like, Morgan, they're playing a little bit more aggressive than we thought.
I like the aggression. Yeah, we see players trying to make their mark early, but man, if you're in a bad position and the hexagon that goes up is behind you, it's hard to turn around and jump in time, as we've seen.
You got to go hard. It's all about that initial position. Uh-oh, Mario going to have to make his way through Wario. And we know Wario's a bit of a wide body here, Bill. Now, you notice the speed speeds up. These platforms will start falling and dropping faster here, Bill.
That's right. And what you're not seeing here is you're not seeing anybody taking risks.
Oh,
and as I
Wario
say
not
that-
able to react in time. Wario able to get the victory there. And Thomas G gets 2 critical points as we try to determine who will be the highest scorer after all these mini games to join our 2 other finalists in the championship round. Let's go to our 3rd and final heat of Hexagon Heat before we move on to our 3rd game. It's the green flag right now, but no, Mario and Luigi. Oh, falling in the lava. That leaves Yoshi and Wario at this point. And it's all about that positioning. And what's interesting too here is if you don't touch the control stick, you cannot be dislodged. So you can't get too antsy with that controller. Yoshi and Wario holding on to blue right now. Their fate is in the tiny hands of Toad in whatever color he holds up. But no, Yoshi! Oh, Yoshi flirting with disaster on that white platform. They're still holding strong. This sounds like this could be a great volley of attempts right here. Yellow flag going up. Can Wario make it? No. Oh, Yoshi positioned himself at the edge there, Bill, to force Wario to jump.
That was some very good positioning. And it comes right back at him.
Wario with another critical victory. Thomas G gets another crucial 2 points as we close out Hexagon Heat. And up next will be Shell Shock. So we're starting to get a little bit of separation on the scores here. We'll give you an update when everything's all said and done. Only 1 out of these 4 players advancing to the championship round that we have 3 players in. As we get set for Shell Shocked here.
That's right.
You have to be careful for blind spots here, Bill. What does that mean?
Well, you've got blind spots in terms of you've got a limited view from the camera behind your shell-shaped tank. You've also got pipes that are blocking your view. Particularly when you start out, it's easy to see 1 or 2 characters in your frame of reference. But once you've gotten down to about 2, it can be tough to find the remaining 1 or 2 players.
Really can. There can be a lot of pipes in the way when you're in your tank, and it looks like they're getting set for Shell Shocked. And you have to remember here, Morgan, if you've paid attention to who's maybe winning some of the rounds, do the rest of the competitors try to maybe gang up on that person to make sure that they don't run away with any more points?
I mean, this is all or nothing. We've got 4 competitors. Only 1 moves on, so I think it's time to let it all hang out. Maybe they didn't think this was the game they were going to get to put their last life on, but whew.
Thomas G won back-to-back matches at the end of Hexagon Heat, so that was good for some points. Here we go. You got a tank. You got 2 lives left. You got 2 types of shot, a lob shot or straight on shot. Mario taking some early damage. He's down to 1 shell. There goes Mario. Wario hanging on with, Wario and Yoshi. This could be pivotal if Wario gets his victory right now. Let's take a look at what's going on here. And Wario gets the victory. Impressive stuff right there. And Wario, Thomas G controlling him. We'll see what that does for his score total. But my goodness, you talked about stringing a couple victories together here, Bill, and that was crucial.
That was, and that's, I mean, when you have everyone else fall out of a match and you're actually taking the win, 2 points, that's big in a matchup like this where we had those early ties.
Let's get to our second match of Shell Shocked. Wario was able to run away with it at first, trying to find some cover underneath that pipe. Mario going to go ahead and take a hit. Wario making sure that he keeps everybody inside on your far left. There goes Mario. He goes going. 1 more shell left for Yoshi and Luigi. Can Wario try to hang on? He's won a couple in a row. Yoshi, Luigi. Oh, Wario almost connecting with Yoshi on that long-range shot. Wario trying to flank Luigi. Luigi, as always, in a tough spot, trying to avoid getting hit. Oh, long distance hit by Wario on Yoshi. It's up to Luigi at this point to try and put an end to the reign of terror by Wario. Wario controlled by Thomas G. Looks like it's going to be an end. Thomas G trying to do the lob shot. 18 seconds left. Both players getting a feel for each other. Can Thomas G get this victory, close things out? And yes!
Oh my
Thomas G
goodness.
as Wario connects with the final shot on Shell Shocked, and that means Thomas G has clinched his spot in the championship round. He is the master of Mario Party 2. And Bill, we saw someone finally pull ahead after so many draws on bumper balls.
That was impressive. I mean, and being a big fan of Shell Shocked from way back in the day, it's exciting to watch a match like that.
very exciting stuff. That Mario Party 2 final level of the underground. Thomas G is your one player that emerges from there, going to join the other two competitors in our championship final. And my goodness, just all the highs and lows that we've seen in this competition, as far as obviously you feel bad for anybody when they get bumped out, but some impressive action that we've seen on all the screens here. Your take on just some of the highlights we've seen so far here, Morgan?
Man, it's been really cool to see. I mean, we have our 3 finalists, okay? That's one thing. But we've seen people dominate different games. We've seen players go to make their mark in different ways. And it's been so fun to watch just the breadth of games and the breadth of players. There's so many moments that I can't wait to look back on.
Absolutely. Well, let's give you a look at the updated leaderboard as we get set for the championship round at the 2017 Nintendo World Championships. Thomas G emerges from the underground and, like a phoenix from the ashes, is born with new life in the finals here. As things get set here, we are very excited to set the stage for this, and obviously build just the fortitude of someone like Thomas to get knocked down, didn't do so well maybe earlier, but able to survive through the underground.
That's right. And, it's so much fun to watch a player make his way back, and particularly when you end up with a game like Mario Party. I mean, to be able to say, I got into the finals because I killed it at Mario Party.
Yes, Wario clinching with those 2 big wins at the end of Hexagon Heat, and then taking care of business in Shell Shock, punching his ticket, Thomas G, into the championship final. And Morgan, you look at the fact, what's probably going through someone's mind when you get bumped down to the underground and then you make your way back? Are you feeling a little bit alleviated at that point because you've got yourself an extra life?
I think so. They're all on equal footing now. The past is past, and it's time for these 3 players. They're equal footing, and it's time to sort of reset their mental state, try to refocus, and move on.
And it's certainly been a very long competition for these players, too. Just the tension and the stress that they're going through, Bill. It's back and forth like a football game sometimes. And so it'll be exciting to see what happens as we prepare for the championship round. Here's a look at our finals. And for more on that, let's toss it back down to Andrea.
So much, Jordan. Congrats to everybody for making it this far. Your finalists. And a big thank you to all of the participants so far who didn't make it out of the underground. Let's give one little round of applause for them as well. They deserve it. So this is going to be exciting, ladies and gentlemen. I've been looking forward to this game all night long. Let's see what they're going to be playing first.
The finals, game 1. Super Mario Maker. Ever since the final stage of the Nintendo World Championships 2015, Super Mario Maker has continued to wow players with incredible courses made by Nintendo fans the world over. Now, our brave competitors must speed through a new course designed by the Nintendo Treehouse. The race is on. May the fastest speedrunner win.
Super Mario Maker. We are joined by Eric and Morgan from Treehouse, the 2 gentlemen that helped concoct such a devilish level that we will get a chance to see. But let's talk about the rules in this 3-player first game of our championship final. 3 players, very exciting stuff. And this is the first of a few games that we'll see in the championship round. First player to finish the course earns a spot in the championship game. Now, here's what's very important. The 2 remaining players are not eliminated. Oh, no. They will face off in yet another game for that final, and I mean final, championship spot to go head-to-head with our winner here. So we talk about Super Mario Maker. And you guys are very creative. You're very good with the way that you design these levels. So let's start with you here, Morgan, because it looks like you guys split the duty up on this level. What was your philosophy when crafting a level that was going to be played at this high level of competition?
I just got to say, I'm having deja vu right now. Eric Smith and I made a level for we made the levels for the 2015 World Championship, and we were on stage when John Numbers won it all. John Numbers is back in the finals, about to play a Mario Maker level. Come on.
Very exciting stuff. And Eric, obviously, when you design a level, you've got to think about a lot of different things to test these players.
Absolutely. And this level, it's not necessarily hard to get through. It's just hard to get through quickly. So we made it so players aren't necessarily going to be dying or falling in like pits a lot. But here we go. We'll check it out.
Let's get the party started here. Super Mario Maker. The winner advances to the championship final game. Meanwhile, the two that don't, they'll have to face off in one more game to punch their ticket in the championship. And Morgan, early on, we're seeing the use of a lot of these pink things.
Yeah, those are the bumpers. We tried to use things that are like hard to get past quickly, but won't necessarily make you restart because we've got 3 players playing at the same time. You kind of want everyone to stay close together for that dramatic finish.
Cole G with the early lead right now, trying to time that jump on the box. And yes, Cole G and John Numbers over the first obstacle. John Numbers, Cole G bouncing off springs left and right. And now we have these key coins. How do these come into play here, Morgan?
So the key coins weren't actually in the release version of Mario Maker. It was in one of the updates. And to open a key door, we can see right there, you need a key. So you got to get all the coins to get that key.
John Numbers on the top right. He's your leader, making it his way through the key door at this point. However, Smitty running into some bumper issues.
Yeah, as Morgan said, those bumpers are going to slow you down a lot, but they are not going to set you back too far. You just have to get through them.
John Numbers and Mario going ahead on the treadmill, but no, we're entering into a pipe, and now it's a matter of navigating this territory right here, Eric.
Yeah, so John Numbers made it to the underground here, and he just blazed that part. You saw he had the duck jump, and now he's coming up here. Wow, first time he's just jumping and getting everything right.
John Numbers having no issue with that part right now. Now you see the arrow. What's the hint for John Numbers? Oh, change the duck jump through the ice.
Unbelievable.
Skating through it like an Olympic ice skater. Oh, John Numbers, though, falling down, having to determine the order of operations here.
So we tested this level on tons of Treehouse members, and no one hit that jump in their first time. But John Numbers somehow did it.
John Numbers getting to the second platform as well, too. There comes the confetti, and yes,
and
you got to understand what genre of Mario you're playing, and that saves you some time there, Eric.
Right, so that section, the yellow blocks, if you do a spin jump as big as Super Mario, you can actually break through them and get down way quicker than you would be able to otherwise.
Numbers trying to line up some fireballs and ignite that huge bomb at that point. That's going to go ahead and potentially clear the path ahead. Meanwhile, Thomas G is still trying to figure things out. But Cole G hot on the heels of John Numbers. Let's see if, John Numbers getting bumped off that spring, trying to climb that vine. Let's see if Cole G can make up some ground right here. John Numbers being patient, getting through another checkpoint, trying to read the situation, understand what he's got to do next. Oh, flawlessly executed right there, John Numbers. Just a masterpiece. Now what's up next here? Trying to make sense of everything. John Numbers trying to navigate. You see the falling donut platforms right there. John Numbers, it's a spike. It's not a complete walk in the park here.
That's true.
You've got some issues, Eric, and now John Numbers trying to figure out what to do next here. Oh, we see the jump. Another one landing on the paratrooper. John Numbers in the warp pipe, showing some love to the crowd. He's got Yoshi right here. No, whoa, what's that? Got to figure things out. Gets the P block. John Numbers jumping up, and Numbers just plowing through your level.
Wow.
That's why he's the champ, folks. John Numbers winning the Super Mario Maker race. He moves on to the finals. Our 2 remaining players will now square off in a special championship sub-round, and that'll be a very interesting game indeed. But you look at Numbers, what do you make about John Numbers, Morgan and Eric, kind of just working through your level that you spent all those hours on?
I know. So Mario games, a lot of times it's all about you see something, you have to do it, and you maybe the first time you don't know what to do and you do it wrong, or you see what you need to do and you do it wrong. John Numbers, a lot of those moments, he saw what he had to do and he did it right the first time. If you can do that in a Mario game on a blind run, you're going to beat most players.
I think the fact that John Numbers was able to look and notice that he had to duck jump through the 2 ice blocks, that's where he really separated himself. For the most part, it only took one more try in the other parts, but then also the part with the cannonballs that we saw midway through the castle. He paused for a moment to assess it and was able to respond, and that just goes to show you that this is someone that has hours of experience with Mario.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of players will make those blind jumps instead of kind of doing some recon and then coming back and taking the most efficient route. And John Numbers consistently did that. I still am kind of shocked.
I'm pretty blown away.
So John Numbers, by winning the Super Mario Maker race, automatically advances to the championship finals game 3. However, in order to find out who he's facing, there is one championship game still remaining. And for more on that, let's toss it down to Andrea.
Thank you so much, Jordan. John Numbers going to the championship. Do you guys think he's going to win it? Maybe. These guys hope he doesn't. They want to win it. And they are going to play something I don't think anybody in the audience or watching at home is going to see coming. It's a crazy game, you guys. I think you're going to love it. Let's find out what it is.
Finals, Game 2. Super Mario Bros. Deluxe. Originally released on Game Boy Color, this remake of Super Mario Bros. Contains something that the original does not. A two-player versus game. It's red against green, brother against brother in this platforming showdown for the ages. Whether they reach a flagpole or simply outlast their opponent, the first competitor to win 5 courses will face the top player in the final game. May the dominant Mario brother win.
Super Mario Brothers Deluxe, Mario versus Luigi. Get your popcorn ready for this one, folks. This is going to be very, very exciting. Let's take a look at our rules for this one as we pit brother against brother. First player to reach the flagpole wins the level. It's Mario versus Luigi. However, if you lose a life during the level, doesn't matter how far ahead you are, you still lose the level. The first player to win 5 levels will advance to take on John Numbers in the championship finals, our third game. And we saw during that video, we saw those blocks. How do those blocks come into play here, Smitty?
So those blocks, when you hit it, it actually opens up a path for you and shuts down your opponent's path. So they're going to be constantly toggling them to kind of block their opponent, and it's going to probably get kind of crazy.
It's going to get crazy.
It's going to be exciting. You guys are going to love this one. And to get the action started, here's Andrea.
Jordan, I don't think these guys are going to be friends after this. We were watching this backstage earlier before the players ever came on, and it got hairy. So I'm excited. Okay, players, fingers ready? Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Super Mario Brothers Deluxe, Mario versus Luigi mode. You see the timer go down as both players have that screen so they can't see what's happening on their screen. Thomas G controlling Luigi, Cole G on your left controlling Mario, and there you see those blocks impeding the progress here, Smitty.
Yeah, it's hilarious when someone jumps expecting to make it through, and at the last second they just get blocked by that wall. I love it.
And it's really about toggling these blocks here and understanding where they might appear later here as well too, Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, I'm guessing they have never played this mode before. I didn't even know this didn't exist until this. I love this mode. They're playing on separate screens, but in a shared game space. It's so cool.
Now you see some of those platforms. Is that a blind jump? Luigi, Thomas G in the lead on the right, but here comes Mario, hot on Luigi's tails. Oh no, Luigi hits a bit of a blockade. Mario now faces it. Luigi trying to race to that flagpole, trying to hit those blocks. Can Mario do anything to slow Luigi down? No, Luigi, the first one to the flagpole, receiving the adoration of Princess Peach. Let's get set for our second level here with these players. Fantastic action. Thomas G controlling Luigi on your right. He's got 1 victory. Cole G on your left with Mario. He has 0 at this point. First one to 5 is victorious. And Smitty, it's all about being able to time when you hit those blocks. And Luigi squeaking to the top of this level, trying to take a lead. Meanwhile, Mario trying to catch up to Luigi. Luigi trying to hit that block. Happy faces are good things. Tongue out, you want to avoid, but here comes Mario from up above, taking the lead, but Mario getting his path wide open by Luigi hitting that block. It's smooth sailing for Mario at this point. Little Mario getting through that crevice at this point. Luigi getting stuck by some blocks. Looks like Mario's got to navigate this section, and Mario, Cole G, able to step up and come back and get the victory. And what we saw there, Smitty, is you do want to pay attention to the blocks, but at a certain point, you just have to go.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple different strategies you can employ in that regard. You can basically rush straight for the flagpole, or you can kind of read the map and see exactly where you need to block your opponent.
Now, Morgan, I see a countdown on these blocks. What does that mean?
Yeah, so it's counting down, and you can see if we can see it right there.
But no, Cole G losing a life, which means Thomas G as Luigi gets the victory 2-1. Thomas G over Cole as we get set for our 4th level. And now here we go, Smitty. Starting off as Fire Mario. No! Thomas G falls with the disappearing platform, and we're notched up at 2-2 apiece now. We know that we're guaranteed at least a game 7, which is going to be terrific.
Yeah, and I think what you're noticing is sometimes they're hitting the block and accidentally trolling themselves. You really have to learn when you need to hit it and when it's going to work against you.
And that's an interesting strategy. Now, this is an interesting part here. Who's going to get that mushroom? Mario's got the mushroom. Luigi can't push his way through, but Mario paves a trail for Luigi, and Luigi stuck behind. Mario on your left-hand screen, controlled by Cole G. Both players notched up at 2 matches each, trying to make his way. And you almost have to have, as I like to say, courageously careful here, Smitty.
Yeah, you really do. As the level numbers get higher, you're going to start seeing things that can take you out, like pits if you fall into them. And then more difficult puzzles, like you saw there, only the player who was super was able to break those bricks.
Here comes Cole G in the lead on your left-hand screen, but Luigi not too far behind right now, trying to catch up to Cole G. No! Hold on! Thomas G is going to lose that. Both players hit the piranha plant, but Mario, controlled by Cole G, able to take a hit because he has the firepower.
Right.
Did you get all that? 3-2 advantage for Cole G. 2 more matches, he'll be victorious. Thomas G not out of this at all. We still have a couple more. Now we advance to 2-2. A little bit of swimming. Everyone loves water levels. We're going to see our first example of spikes here, Smitty.
It's going to start getting difficult because instead of the blocks being just a barrier to block your progress, they're actually going to turn to spikes that are going to poke you. So,
and Morgan, you can identify what blocks are going to turn into spikes, and you try to avoid those at all costs, no matter what.
Yeah. I think you just want to stay away. You can see right there, they're like a little green box with a dot, and then turns into a spike.
Oh, Mario hitting a spike. He only has 1 more hit left, or else he'll automatically lose. Luigi's in the lead right now. Mario has to be a little bit more careful. Luigi on the right is Thomas G. He can push it a little bit more. He's trailing 1 game 3-2. First 1 to 5 will join John Numbers in the championship match. Luigi still outpacing Mario, but no! Mario being smaller and lighter, able to catch up to Luigi, and Mario on the left regains the lead. Cole G trying to get that 4th critical victory, but then Luigi drops down. It's a mad swim to the finish.
This one feels
Luigi and Thomas G able to stave off Mario. Morgan, I love this. This is what a great game mode.
You can see in between the games, like when we've shown the results screen, the game keeps track of all this for you. This mode is amazing.
3-3. And it's the first 1 to 5 wins. So what's going to happen here? Thomas G is Luigi. Now you've got to be careful because you have to jump on those spikes at this point.
They're starting to learn. You got to take a second.
Luigi jumping on top of the moving number.
It's Mario's chance.
Mario's waiting. Luigi being patient. Mario trying to jump the gap. Yes. Luigi on your right-hand side. Both of them alternating the blocks. Who's going to be the first one to go? Mario says, I'll go ahead and take it. I got to catch up to you anyway.
Luigi was going to lay a trap there, it looks like.
It's 3-3. Both players can take a hit at this point, but there are plenty of
huge.
spikes. This is tricky. Mario falling on the spikes. He can take a hit, though. Luigi with the slight lead. Mario now moves out to the front. Mario slightly lead.
Smart.
I don't know if
Mario grabs a mushroom to try and catch up. Luigi moving over the spikes. Luigi, Thomas G looking for that 4th victory. Luigi hits a spike. Can't take any more hits at this point.
Gotta use
Mario, meanwhile, he can control Luigi.
Brutal.
Mario on the left. He was trailing. Thomas controlling Luigi. Changes the block into a spike as Luigi's landing. Now, we go to our final 8th level. If Cole wins this, Cole moves to the championship game 3 against John Numbers. If we do have a tie, guess what, folks? We do have a tiebreaker in store, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Let's see if they're ready to begin. Level 2-4, Cole G, just 1 victory away from heading to the championship game. And this is going to be very precarious right now. Cole G trying to get 1 more win. So if you're Luigi, you have to be a little aggressive. And you also notice you can dislodge the other player with those fireballs. You can throw, Luigi's got no more hits left. Mario, meanwhile, can still take a hit. Luigi trying to move along. This is one of those tougher levels. Mario trying to read these number blocks that will automatically change themselves. And what's the strategy here, Morgan? If you're Mario, you can take a hit and you need 1 more win to secure your
you
spot.
probably save that. Use it to damage boost. Maybe take a lead. Once you start feeling the level might be over, take a damage.
Mario falls, which means we have a 4-4 tie after 8 matches.
Wow.
And that's something that might happen in this mode when you have an even number of games. So what they will do is they're going to go ahead and spin back another level, and it just becomes a sudden death. First person to win the next level will go ahead and be victorious. Looks like our judges are going to select World 1-1. And as we know with 1-1, not a lot of hazards in this one at all. Whoever going to hit the blocks. So you have some familiarity with this one.
Yeah, and I think
Morgan, what do you do?
Hopefully by this time they understand white block is a happy one. You don't need to worry about it. If it's red, you got to stop and hit it. And I saw them messing that up a lot, so they need to put it all together on this round.
World 1-1. Our winner will advance to the championship game against John Numbers. Will it be Thomas G as Luigi on your right-hand side or Cole G as Mario? Who's going to bust their way through right now as they play Super Mario Brothers Deluxe on Game Boy Color. Mario in Luigi mode. Right now, Thomas G with a slight lead, but Mario moves ahead. Mario trying to move ahead. He's got the advantage right now on Thomas G as Luigi. Luigi trying to find their way. They're both just forging their way through this, hitting bricks back and forth, and Luigi's got the lead at this point. That's critical.
Looked like Thomas G there was anticipating when when Cole was going to hit the block and hitting it like early.
It's difficult when you can see where the other opponent is on your screen, but it looks like, oh no, Mario hitting a blockade. Luigi getting stuck down below there, jumping up above. Luigi's making his way to the goal. It could be Thomas G punching his ticket in the championship match. One more hurdle to clear for Thomas G. And Thomas G! He was down 4-3, is able to win the 8th level, and then comes ahead on top in World 1-1. Who would have thought, Morgan, that we would have gone to 9 levels of Super Mario Brothers Deluxe?
I can't believe it. I don't know. Thomas G, maybe there was an advantage playing that Mario part in the underground.
Very impressive stuff by Thomas G. And Smitty, what a fun game mode. But as we said, these entire championships, they test every single skill you might have as a player. And you see it on display there. It is just unrelenting, the competition we see.
Absolutely. I want that game. I want it so bad.
Well, as we have found out, 2 players that were fighting for 1 spot, only one could be victorious. For more, here's Andrea.
All right. Come on up here. Cole, come on. Give here. We're not going to just send you home without giving you a little something. So we've got a bronze medal here for you. Yeah, come on. Stand up for this guy. You did a fantastic job. Cole, how do you feel right now?
Okay.
I mean, you beat all these other competitors. You did a fantastic job. We do have to go right into the grand final, though. So, Cole, we're just going to go ahead and send you backstage to relax, kick your feet up. You're done for the night. And we are going to bring out John Numbers. Thank you so much. You guys got the jitters? There he is. All right, it all comes down to this, the final games. So, any guesses on what it's going to be? Nah, you're wrong. Let's find out.
Finals, championship game.
Yahoo!
Super Mario Odyssey. Mario's upcoming adventure will take you and our final 2 competitors on a globe-trotting journey through everything that makes a Mario game magical. Fantastical places with hidden secrets, surprising thrills, and intense challenges. And now his new partner Cappy can give him control over certain objects, enemies, and creatures, granting him incredible new moves. In this 3-part finale, our final 2 competitors will get to play this unreleased game right now. Each of the first 2 challenges grants the winner a 5-second head start in the last challenge. Whoever defeats the boss in that final challenge first will be crowned the winner of the Nintendo World Championships 2017. May the ultimate Nintendo fan reign supreme.
Super Mario Odyssey to determine the champion here at the 2017 Nintendo World Championships. And before we tell you more about what these players will face, let's break down the rules in this 3-part championship game. First challenge, first player to touch the moon at the top of the tower wins a 5-second head start in the final challenge. Obviously, then you head to challenge 2, where once again, you will get a chance to grab the moon at the top and move on with a 5-second head start. But let's get back to obviously a lot of the action that's taken place as you see what happens in challenge 2. And then finally, that final challenge. If you have that head start, that's going to come in very pivotal. But Morgan, let's talk a little Super Mario Odyssey. You look at the array of moves that Mario has at his disposal, and it brings back some of the classic days of Nintendo 64 and what you could do with Mario. But there's also some new mechanics, and it starts with Cappy.
Exactly. Mario's got an all-new sidekick, Cappy, and that's his hat that he can throw. He can use it to jump off. He can use it to take out enemies. We're going to see if these guys can get a handle on that. And if these guys are good at Mario 64, Super Mario Sunshine, I think we're going to see some, maybe those skills come out. But it's also a lot of pressure to play this game under these kind of conditions because, as we know, it's not out yet.
Our final championship game, part 1, the unreleased Super Mario Odyssey. To kick things off, here's Andrea.
I'm so excited. It's almost over, you guys. Also, Super Mario Odyssey looks amazing. I can't wait for this game to come out. Let's kick off challenge number 1. 3, 2, 1, go.
Challenge number 1, Super Mario Odyssey. What we're seeing here already, Morgan, is a little bit of an 8-bit section. How's that going to affect how Mario might potentially be able to move?
Yeah, so this is kind of like the Nintendo Championships in a nutshell. This game is going to bring all of their Mario skills to bear.
Thomas G right now with the early lead. John Numbers trying to figure out what you need to do here. You see that light, but no, John Numbers falling through the light. How do you figure out that puzzle right there? Meanwhile, Thomas G, he's in the lead right now, realizing that, okay, something happens when I hit those P blocks. Let me go ahead and hop in that tube and see what I can do here. Both players trying to get a feel for the mechanics at this point. John Numbers going back, trying to reset the situation on your left-hand side. Still plenty of time left in this one as he has time to make up ground against Thomas G. And you look at trying to figure out the problem solving, transitioning, Eric, from 3D to 2D, not having all of Mario's moves at your disposal when you go to 2D mode.
Yeah, absolutely. Generally, 3D Mario games are about exploration first and foremost. So you're going to go somewhere, realize you need to actually do something else and kind of backtrack, whereas you never backtrack really in a 2D Mario game.
John Numbers is basically neck and neck with Thomas G at this point. It seems like John Numbers might have solved this puzzle essentially. Thomas G, meanwhile, trying to hit that blue platform at the right time. John Numbers, no! Can't quite make that jump on your left-hand side. Thomas G, though, going to be welcomed with an easy jump and 8 coins as well, too. And Thomas G takes the early lead over our defending champion, John Numbers. Got some classic platforming action right here. John Numbers trying to figure out those red and blue platforms on your left. Here comes Thomas G now, trying to line up 3 platforms here. And Morgan, it's all about patience.
Yeah, I think these guys, at this point, they both get what's going on in this level, and now they just have to execute it under the pressure.
Oh, Thomas G lines it up perfectly, has a stairway to hopefully a potential victory as you climb the red, blue, and green platforms. Meanwhile, John Numbers still trying to figure out the second section. And Thomas G gonna go ahead and grab the moon and wins the first challenge, which means that's good for a 5-second head start and our third and final challenge. And what we saw here was the quick problem solving by Thomas G here, Eric, of recognizing the situation and seeing what the objective was.
Yeah, that was really kind of the first big sort of puzzle challenge that these competitors have faced in the entire competition.
Sure.
5-second head start good for Thomas G. That'll apply to the third and final challenge. However, if John Numbers wins the second challenge, that will negate that head start, meaning they will both be starting even with each other on that third and final challenge. And you look at the different moves in Morgan, how difficult is it when you're 3D Mario and you've got all those moves? And like I asked Smitty, you go to 2D mode and now all of your movements have changed drastically.
Yeah, I think after that first level, maybe they're both feeling like, okay, I'm starting to wrap my head around this game and what I'm going to have to bring to bear. Because, I mean, a 5-second head start, even a 10, that might matter a lot. That might not at all. So in one hand, I might just be using the second round to make sure I master these controls because all that really matters is that final game.
It's such a good point. The controls, they always add more abilities for Mario and what he can do and figuring out what area calls for a specific move from Mario. But how about Thomas G rising up and getting the victory in the first challenge against John Numbers, our defending champion?
Yeah, I was surprised how easily he moved through that level. It was really impressive to watch.
As we get set for the second challenge, the players are getting everything queued up at this point. And you look at a 5-second head start, and some people may be like, well, Morgan, that's not the greatest head start. But when you have players that are this good and they are so equal to one another, a 5-second head start can be the difference between winning and losing.
It's true. That's true. But sometimes coming from behind makes you run a little harder, press a little harder, and you can't sit on that advantage.
Challenge number 2. Simple. First player to touch the moon at the end of the level is going to go ahead and add 5 more seconds to their head start. as we said, players are getting queued up and ready to go. And it sounds like we are set to go. So, Andrea, let's go ahead and kick things off.
All right, thanks, Jordan. I've been waiting to say this all show. Who is going to capture this round? Oh, come on, it was a good dad joke. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. All right, players, here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
That first challenge, we saw them hit some P blocks, and now we have early use of the capture mechanic as John Numbers flicking himself upwards with the fork and trying to figure out how things happen in this level. And then you see those blue arrows. That's going to go ahead and move Cappy if you use Cappy against those arrows. And John Numbers already quickly figuring out this level on your left-hand side. But, oh, yes.
Very nice.
That's critical, Morgan, realizing you've got to do the double capture in midair.
Yeah, I think we talked about Cappy, Mario's new sidekick, and I think this really shows what he's going to do in this game.
John Numbers using the wall jump and sliding on top of the blue flag. And John Numbers, how about that, folks? Just like that, how you like me now? Getting that moon and negating the 5-second head start in the final challenge, which means, well, Thomas G and John Numbers will start at the same time as we get set for our third and final challenge, which will determine the 2017 Nintendo World Champion. Fitting, Smitty, that it would come down to an equal start. Our final challenge, our final game between our final two competitors, John Numbers, our defending champion in 2015, and Thomas G, who's trying to dethrone him. And what can you imagine is going through their minds as they get set for quite possibly one of the biggest moments in their gaming lives?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like John Numbers, after that first loss, he kind of just like it lit the fire underneath him. And now he is just ready to crush. So we'll see what happens.
And this third challenge here, Morgan, you look at how equally skilled both these players are. You have to imagine that it's going to test all of Mario's abilities as we get set to try and determine a champion here this year.
Yeah, I mean, think of all the games these two have played to get here. None of that matters anymore. Well, except for the warm-up they got in their thumbs. But it comes down to this. They're going to start this level at the same time. Whoever wins it wins the trophy. This is about as exciting as it gets. I am fired up.
And what's been great as well, too, is the atmosphere here. These fans have just been exploding every single time a game is announced. I know they're amped and ready to go. We're just around the corner from our championship challenge. And we continue to prepare the players as they get set. Lots of excitement. You want to obviously make sure everything's dialed in and queued up and ready to go as we prepare for this final challenge. They've gone through the gauntlet of games. They've stayed in the entire stages. They haven't dropped down to the underground. Super Mario Odyssey, our final challenge. The first player to complete the level and defeat the boss wins the 2017 Nintendo World Championships. To get things started, here's Andrea.
Oh my gosh, you guys, what's happening? I'm so nervous right now. I'm nervous for these guys. The final countdown about to begin. 3, 2, 1, go!
As we mentioned, no head start for either player. John Numbers on your left, Thomas G on your right. Oh, that's a clue right there. What will that laser beam do? Thomas G has the path cleared in front of him right now, but that ice can be a little slippery. You see a Goomba that Thomas G avoids. Meanwhile, John Numbers trying to navigate everything. Oh, Thomas G captures a Goomba, and you notice something. Hey, these feet don't slip on the ice, Eric. Something important to keep in mind.
Yeah, that is a little hint that he gives you, and it may come in handy.
And this is the first 3D space they've had to really navigate here, Morgan, and try to figure out exactly what you need to do as John Numbers takes a hit and drops down to 2 units of health at this point.
Yeah, I think that both of you guys, we can see them kind of working it out, and I'm really impressed to see, as we said in the opening, there's not just a level, there's a boss waiting. We had that in the card, so is that in their head yet, or are they just focused on the steps in front of them?
Thomas G on the right-hand side has the early lead right now. John Numbers trying to catch him. Oh, John Numbers flirting with the edge at this point. Thomas G hopping on the flower, advancing his way right now. And what do we have coming here? A bullet bill fast approaching. Thomas G, though, not able to get that bullet bill to come close, but John Numbers captures the bullet bill, and Numbers accelerates to the lead at this point. And what you're noticing here, Smitty, it's a homing bullet bill. John Numbers trying to make his way. You see him in the lead right now. Thomas G captures the bullet bill, is going to go ahead and advance and try and catch up. John Numbers with a 1-2 hit on the other bullet bill, has to navigate some moving pillars. Try not to crash that bullet bill. Oh, John Numbers, no! John Numbers hits the pillar and must restart. How far back will he be sent? Thomas G, meanwhile, just trying to avoid these pillars, trying to get to the final platform here. And yes, Thomas G is going to go ahead and enter the cavern. John Numbers, meanwhile, he's sent back packing, having to redo this bullet bill stage. Costly mistake here, Eric.
Yeah, you know, he figured it out, so it shouldn't take him too long to catch up. But meanwhile, Thomas G is, I love that long jump from Mario. I mean, cover so much space in so little time.
Oh, Thomas G notices there's a bullet bill right there. Have to try and capture that. That's going to buy some precious time for John Numbers. Oh, just in the nick of time, Thomas G, before that bullet bill started flashing, able to catch it. And before you know it, John Numbers already in the same arena as Thomas G. And here comes the boss. The only thing standing between Thomas G and this 2017 championship is this boss. Thomas G's going to have to figure out how to make his way against this boss right now. Oh, Mario taking a hit at that point. Going to go ahead and get stunned. John Numbers, though, falling to his doom. And Thomas G taking control of that one arm, trying to get contact with the boss. And yes, that's one hit for Thomas G. Got to be patient when you take on this boss, getting that critical heart to the right-hand side. John Numbers, meanwhile, trying to figure out how to even get to the boss part right now. Thomas G on your right-hand side. Has to get some more hits to claim the championship at this point. Oh, we see some icicles falling, bringing back memories of Donkey Kong Country Returns. And Smitty, you got to watch out for both these hands and the damage that they can do.
And then once they, punch and fall on the ground, you actually have to capture them.
Oh, Thomas G unable to get to the boss's face by controlling that arm in time. Misses a chance to get attacked. John Numbers trying to have a comeback here. Numbers misses with that capture. Thomas G weaving his way. Makes contact with the boss. Thomas G getting closer and closer. Meanwhile, John Numbers trying to figure things out at this point too. Trying to come from behind and defend his title. Sees that hand is stunned. But keep an eye on Thomas G on your right-hand side. Could be moments away from crowning a champion here, folks. Thomas G trying to avoid the damage at this point. A couple of claps. That's not the
Oh, no.
Oh, Thomas G has one unit of life left. Has to hang on and avoid those icicles. Can Thomas G hold on and stay alive? Or will John Numbers come back? Mario trying to avoid. Mario captures the last hand. Thomas G. What's going to happen right here? Thomas G hits an icicle. And Thomas G closes things out. Teetering on the edge of losing a life, is able to get the final definitive hit. Ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a new Nintendo World Champion, Thomas G. Clearly that game taking away all my voice right there. How about that finish there, Morgan? You got Numbers trying to pull a comeback. Numbers falls a couple times. Thomas G almost running out of life, and it came down to the wire.
If Thomas G ran out of life, their Numbers would not have he would have made him pay for that. That was amazing.
And just the sense of relief right now, I'm sure, for Thomas G. Meanwhile, John Numbers comes up this close to defending his title. An absolute exciting action. And for more with these two, let's toss it back down to Andrea.
My heart is racing, as is everyone's in the audience right now. Oh my gosh, you guys did a fantastic job in a brand new boss fight from Super Mario Odyssey. John, congratulations. You are the runner-up in the Nintendo World Championship 2017.
Hey.
We have the Senior Vice President of Nintendo of America, Doug Bowser, here to hand out your medals. We've got the silver here for John. Oh, it's super heavy, I know. And we've got the gold for our champion! Congratulations, Thomas G. You did a fantastic job making it all the way to the top. And Doug here has a special trophy for you.
Andrea, thank you very much. You guys have fun tonight? What an amazing, amazing finish. On behalf of Nintendo of America, I'd first like to thank all of you guys for being here tonight. That was really special. Thank you. And for all those fans at home viewing on TV and other streams, thank you for being a part of this also. Second, I'd like to congratulate the 24 contestants,
They did a great job.
including those amazing 12 and unders. They were fantastic. We threw a lot at you guys, and you did an amazing job. Congratulations. And finally, to the winner of the Nintendo World Championship 2017, Thomas, congratulations.
Yes. Thomas, you are obviously no stranger to competitions, having competed many times before, but what are you feeling right now?
This is incredible. You know, usually I'm the runner-up, or I never make it all the way, but today I did it.
Well, listen, raise that trophy. You got this. It's heavy. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. We appreciate you coming out here tonight to the Manhattan Center Grand Ballroom for the Nintendo World Championship 2017. To wrap it up and take it home, Jordan, one last time.
Thank you so much. A big thank you to Andrea. Fantastic job with everything this evening. A big thank you to my other casters, Morgan, Audrey, Bill, Eric, and Ashley. And of course, a big thank you to the players. They certainly made this championship. Our fantastic crew that handled everything as well. But I think most importantly, a big thank you to you, the fans, for making this event for what it is. Thank you for coming out and showing out. That'll do it for our 2017 Nintendo World Championships. Until next time, thank you once again.
Thank you.
what are we going to do? How are we going to explain this tournament to everybody?
That's the thing. We have to keep it a secret. It's the whole concept.
A secret? I mean, don't people need to know how the tournament's going to work?
Well, okay, maybe they need that. So we'll tell them that there are 8 games in the tournament and that it's going to span some old school games and some current games, but that is it.
We're going to at least tell them what games are in it, right?
No, Bill, that has to be a secret.
So no one is even going to know that the Nintendo World Championships of 2015 is going to be the first place that Splatoon has ever played in a tournament setting?
No.
Well, what about the host? Can't we announce the host? Oh, I got it. That's a secret too.
Actually, it's not a secret at all. It's Kevin Pereira.
Oh yeah, that guy's pretty funny. Okay. Anything else we need to announce?
Yeah.
What?
The players.
The players. Okay, so we've figured out basically everything we need to announce.
Yeah.
Now we just need a concept for a video to explain it all.
Live from Universal Studios Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your host, Terry Lee Torok.
Woo! Yeah! You ready? Woo! Thank you. I don't get this at home. Welcome to Universal Studios Hollywood. This is the playing field of the future. The unprecedented 1990 Nintendo World Championships. For us, it was a year that began back March 7th. 1990. That was the day when 11 semi-truck trailers unleashed the Nintendo Power Fest upon Dallas, Texas. An incredible moment at that. Traveling coast to coast across the country, from Seattle to Miami, New York to Los Angeles, searching for the best in the business, the top guns of Nintendo. The players you are about to meet today, ladies and gentlemen, are truly the best in the business. They have outsmarted, outscored, and outmaneuvered hundreds of thousands of the top competitors in their field. Well, today I've had the honor to hand all 90 winners their trophy. And today, you're going to see all 90 city champions battling the best with the magic of the mind in 6 minutes, 21 seconds of intense action. And when that smoke clears, 3 world champions will stand tall as the best in the world.
Now, 90 players have already met that challenge. So far, the players have won these free trips to Universal Studios Hollywood, along with various Nintendo prizes, $250 in cold cash, and the city championship titles.
Less than 20 seconds to play. Oh, walls come down for Jason Orlando, but he's holding on to an excellent score. Nervously fidgeting along the way. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 2, 1. That is time. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. The final round of the 1990 Nintendo World Championship. Woo! The field narrows from thousands of the hottest Nintendo players in the United States down to just 21. Not for the big prizes, not for the money. We're doing it for fun, doing it for Mario. got it. He's got it set. He's got a long bar, a T-bar. Here it comes. Tetris. 27,000 now, 44,000. Thor Ackerland under a little bit of pressure, nervously fingering on that controller tonight. He is going to celebrate, or one of these two. Definitely very close to it at the moment. 27,000 right now, 54,000. Thor Ackerland takes a long bar, sets it down to the right. Now building up the outside wall, a little bit of trouble, but no, he gets out of it with a Tetris. Following it up, 65,000, 46,000. Long bar for Rich, but not in time. He'll set it to the inside of his wall. Checking in with the clock down below. We're on the go here as time ticks away well into Tetris. Less than 40 seconds to play, gentlemen, as of now. As time ticks away to the final seconds. Time is every bit of this last element. 78,000, 57,000. This is the best I've ever seen Rich Ambler play. Incredible comeback. 27 seconds now left to play in the final round of play. 91,000 now. We're looking at 58,000 now. 70,000. Rich Ambler comes back with another incredible move. 90,000 for Thor Ackerland. 70,000. Rich Ambler concentrating. Here it comes. Tetris. Setting it down along the way. Pulling Thor Ackerland now. He opens up the channel. 10, 9, 8. Last seconds of play. Who's going to take it away today? 98,000. Rich Ambler can do it in time. Toss off a double. Look at Thor go. Right to the end. Thank you.